And we are live. Welcome, my friends. Welcome to Piercing the Veil, a live stream that investigates the fringes of human experience. I am Dictor Van Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth. And joining me tonight are an all-star panel. We've got Kamran Pasha. Hello, Kamran. How are you, my friend?
It's great to see you, Doomcock. And like I said, I'm a fan of YellowFlash here, so I'm honored to be with both on talking about one of my favorite topics, which is the UFOs and what we really know is happening.
Yes, it's a couple of interesting things I recently stumbled across, and that's kind of what shaped the show tonight. Although God knows where we will run off, in which direction we will go, and I'm willing to be unbounded and free of expectations. But we have a very special guest here. We have YellowFlash. Hail, Flash! How are you, sir?
Good to be here. I love talking about this stuff. It's fun.
Me too. I've been a big fan of this kind of information pretty much my whole life. And you asked to come on this show. You contacted me, and I was, of course, delighted to hear from you. And yeah, welcome.
Good to be here.
Tell me a little bit about your background and interest in these phenomena, and what appeals to you, and what do you think about all this stuff?
Oh, my background. This is back when YouTube was fun.
Yeah,
remember
way
back in the day where you would see those videos and they'd have the people in the like the water tanks, and they'd be like, "This is an alien base where they work on humans" or something. Remember, there was so many videos all over YouTube with that, and then they just got rid of all of them. I would spend hours watching that stuff.
It was so much fun. Yeah, it was great, man. I mean, listening to Art Bell back in the day, and
the people in the like the water tanks, and they'd be like, "This is an alien base where they work on humans" or something.
Oh, yeah, somebody's echoing.
There was so many videos all over YouTube with that.
What?
And then,
is that?
I think that was me. I apologize. That was like the window that popped up and it was going. So please go on.
Okay, it was like that was eerie. I thought
I have 10 windows open. One of them apparently had this running live, so I apologize. Go on.
The government is already screwing with us. This has been a revelation. The quickening is coming, my friends. The quickening is coming. So basically a long time, Flash. You've been kind of interested in this stuff, huh?
Well, yeah, I just find it entertaining. It's almost like, just fun. Like everyone loves scary stories. I find the UFO stuff pretty interesting. And then I remember talk about Alex Jones a little bit when he went to Bohemian Grove, and then I got interested in that stuff.
Right.
The DMT stuff that they all supposedly do. It's a fun rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah, the further you go into it, though, it eventually consumes you. I got my own experience into that side of the world from within Hollywood, and then when you start experiencing it, you enter a world that no one else is going to believe, and you sound crazy when you share your experiences. So it is what it is.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, some of the stuff I think it's kind of crazy, but it's still fun to listen to. Like the whole do you remember the videos where be like Obama's bodyguard and they'd say he's a lizard man, but it's obviously the camera angle. And do you remember that?
Those are the fake videos. The actual videos of the lizards are.
Oh yeah,
the fake videos are just as fun as the other ones, though.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what they are, though. Although I tell you, David Icke swears up and down about these fourth dimensional.
I always mock David Icke. I think he may know a lot more than we are willing to accept.
That's kind of tough to. I mean, I read his books, Kamran, and they're meticulously researched. I mean, he really breaks down the symbology of family crests and hell, even down to the design of cities. Like he sees a cult.
Well, we've known about the occult design of city. We've known that we know about Washington D.C. is based on Freemasonic symbols. That's historically known. I mean, that's not hidden, but it's hidden from the general populace's awareness. But where he takes it to another level is that all the occult things that I think we can historically trace are linked to this broader thing, which is this reptilian alien conspiracy behind things. And I've always mocked that one. But the reality is, it is not that different from what we Sufis say about sort of the jinn and the interdimensional world interfering with ours. And more and more over the past year, my own Sufi teachers have been saying that the events that we're seeing are not what they appear to be. The global events are part of a hidden war on the occult level between sort of angels and evil jinn. And that's not that different from what David Icke is saying. And so maybe he's just presenting a language for our time.
Well, the rich and the world leaders, they're all obsessed with occult stuff.
Sure they are. And I know that
the stuff that they talk about and show. Like, there's been all kinds of, I mean, just Bohemian Grove itself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a real thing. I mean, you can go watch that. I'm sure you could find it on YouTube.
Oh, well, yeah. They've had some people break in there
many times.
I mean, and they do crazy stuff. I mean, you got Henry Kissinger dancing around this idol of this giant owl naked. I mean, that's crazy stuff. That's crazy. That's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. There's another reason you don't do that unless you actually think it's going to give you some kind of spiritual power.
Yeah, spiritual power or something similar. It's weird. It's weird stuff. But today, I thought it would be nice to have just a good old-fashioned UFO discussion, particularly because I believe in synchronicities. I believe in observing, the messages that come through everyday life from the self at the center of the universe. And, yesterday, I found this amazing bit of information that I thought we could go ahead and kick off this discussion with. There is an allegation. There was an interview given a while back, apparently years ago, that Albert Einstein was involved in examining the wreckage at Roswell. Now, I had never heard this before, and apparently this was actually not released. It was an interview that was conducted about 30 years ago. Cameron, you said that you had heard something about this when we were starting.
Yeah, I found the article, actually. This article has been spreading around, but I found it on the website Anomalien, ANOMALIEN, anomalien.com. So they had one that I got an email about it yesterday. And the person that's making this claim, or at least that we're now hearing about, was someone who claimed to be his assistant, a woman named Dr. Shirley Wright, who is a real modern physicist professor who was trained at Princeton, who was an assistant there when Einstein was there. And she apparently gave this interview to someone at MUFON about, I'm actually reading, apparently they recorded the account in 1993. So we're talking about, over 20 years ago, 30 years ago, right? And then she gave this account to someone at MUFON, but it was never revealed. MUFON is the Mutual UFO Network, and their job is kind of to put this thing out there. So you're left wondering, why wasn't this account, this interview revealed? I mean, it brings up all kinds of questions as to what did the MUFON investigator not find her credible? Was there pressure put to bear on them? Do not release this until the government is willing to talk about it. We're now at a phase where the New York Times is talking about UFOs on the front page. So are we at that stage of disclosure where they felt comfortable to release this? It raises a lot of questions. Why are we hearing about this now from MUFON itself, that's supposedly supposed to be releasing this information to the public?
Yeah, it's really bizarre. I mean, I'd never heard of this. 30 years is a long time to sit on this. Maybe they lost the tape, but have you actually heard any of the tape itself? I mean, I'm reading reports of it, but I haven't heard.
I haven't heard the tape. In this article, they say half the interview is lost. So I don't know if they have, apparently one half the interview is still recovered. I don't know that it's been broadcast. And the other half is lost, or they're claiming is lost and suppressed. So I don't know.
There's an actual voice recording?
Apparently, yeah. Apparently.
I would like to hear that.
Yeah, I would like to hear it.
Because then you could maybe authenticate it or something and see if it's actually her voice, maybe.
Well, I mean, I'm going to just quickly read you what it says here. So audio files have since surfaced featuring an interview with Shirley, who said in the tapes that she felt an obligation to history to reveal the truth. And this is what she says. She says that she was brought there by Einstein. Basically, she was a college assistant at Princeton and said, "Come with me." And they got on a special plane, and he wouldn't tell her why. And they went to this airfield. Maybe it was Wright Field, which is the legend where the bodies were taken, right? Or that's the story. And this is what she said. They said they were shown in this craft, and this is her quote, which I guess is on the tape. quote, "It was disc-shaped, sort of concave. Its dimensions reached 1/4 of the hangar floor. The aircraft was damaged on one side. The hull of the ship was covered in reflective material, but when we got close to it, it became rather dull." Continuing the quote, "Einstein was not disturbed at all by seeing the actual evidence. I didn't record in my notes his initial comments, but he said something to the effect that he was not surprised that they came to Earth and that it gave him hope that we would learn more about the universe. Contact," he said, "should be a benefit for both worlds." And she claims that there were apparently 4 bodies, of 5 foot tall, grayish green skin, sort of like the gray aliens that we hear about, and that they were 4 bodies, apparently a 5th one that was still alive but was very badly injured. I mean, that's a lot to process. We do know this person. I mean, unless I would agree, we need to do some voice analysis. Is this really Dr. Schroeder, who's a real person, who's in the historical record as working with Einstein? Is she the one making this claim?
Yes, it was I've got a different article here, but it was indeed a crisis conference held in July 1947. And, they went in, they entered a hangar that was heavily secured. They entered a building. They saw this craft that had sustained significant damage. Just as you said, its size took up to 1/4 of the hangar floor. And, this woman, Shirley Wright, in 1993, she said that her response was one of, quote, wonderment, half curiosity, maybe half fear. Although she said that Einstein was not disturbed at all. He was basically just curious and wanted to try and gain insights into propulsion and secrets of the universe and so on. Saw the 5 bodies, nearly indistinguishable beings. They did not have hair. They had the enormous dark eyes, just like the legends say. Gray, slight greenish tinge to the gray, and they were dressed in tight-fitting suits. And then they were actually taken to another area where there was still a living being that was struggling to stay alive and making strange sounds, but no coherent words were spoken. So Einstein and she were taken away from the base. Einstein was tasked to write a report about this event. She was just told to keep her damn mouth shut. And, she passed away, unfortunately, in 2015. And this 30-year-old recording is her only telling of this jaw-dropping experience. There's been an awful lot of documentation, allegations, and very interesting discussion about what happened at Roswell. I don't want to speak for anyone here, but I would hazard that there is no one in this room that believes that it was a fucking weather balloon. And, that poor picture of the poor Dr. Jesse Marcel, was sifting through the balsa wood and foil, and they put him out there to basically, get an egg thrown in his face and be humiliated, like a man of his experience would not recognize a damn weather balloon when they saw them. Is that right, that you guys don't believe that?
Well, remember before they said that, like the papers actually published that it was a crash disc.
Yep.
And then they came out with that weather balloon nonsense. There's no way.
Well, one of the most interesting things that people should read is the book called The Roswell Legacy, which is written by Jesse Marcel's son, who's also in the military and was a doctor. And what's amazingly revealed in that book is that Marcel, the father, the famous one holding up the balloon wreckage and looking up like, well, what is this crap? Well, will you actually want me to sell this thing, right? In the photos, that his son, who is a military guy, I think who just passed away maybe a year and a half ago, his book, The Roswell Legacy, talks about how his father actually brought home parts of the wreckage when he was a child and woke him up from bed. He was 10 years old and brought him down, and he physically handled the wreckage, and he knew it. And, his father knew it was not from this world, and that he described it in that this Marcel Jr. physically handled the wreckage and saw it and said there were all kinds of hieroglyphic symbols on it. It was of a material that you could crumple with your hand and immediately went right. It was intelligent. It would go right back to its original shape. And he said his father had this look of absolute wonder, and he knew he was breaking Army protocol. He shouldn't have brought any of that home, but he knew what was going to happen, that it would vanish. And so he wanted his son to share this experience with him. And then I've watched actual interviews with Jesse Marcel, the man in the photo that he made before he passed away. And I've watched him say, no, it was not from this world. I mean, this guy was a former intelligence agent. He's like, this wasn't from this world. I was prohibited from talking about it, and I had to be humiliated to make me look like a sucker that I didn't know what a weather balloon was, right? But he said, no, this was material from another reality.
Yeah, I mean, he talked about, some beams that had something that he described as not unlike hieroglyphics on it. Yeah. And there was also this lightweight metal material that you could wad up in your hand. It weighed almost nothing, and then you let it go and it sprang back to its original shape. Yeah, which is bizarre.
So I mean, I have friends in Hollywood who don't want to believe in other realities and will deny it if they experience them. And so the newest version is that these weren't just, that the official reason was that these were crash test dummies from an actual nuclear testing kind of balloon that was checking on Soviet nuclear tests, and that's why they couldn't talk about it. That's the official Air Force version today of what happened there, right? Which is still a lot of nonsense because, Jesse Marcel was high-level intelligence. He was the intelligence officer at the base. The Roswell Air Force Base is where they had the nuclear bombs. Roswell Air Force Base was the only nuclear base on the planet. It was where the Enola Gay and the other the planes were. That was the only fleet on the planet that had atom bombs. So he was the intelligence officer. You think he didn't know, what atomic testing was? I mean, this guy was in charge of intelligence on the only atomic armed base on the planet. And he's like, I don't know what a weather balloon is. They kept me out of the loop with this major atomic test, right? He's not an idiot. And throughout history, he's been forced to be an idiot.
Yeah, Flash, he had that kind of reputation. How aware were you of the Roswell incident, growing up? I mean, has it been something that captured your imagination, or is it kind of like something you don't know a whole lot about?
Oh, I mean, it's always been fascinating. I mean, it was hard to avoid because they've had it in movies. And I mean, remember Independence Day? That was where they went to seek shelter. I mean, that's always been in the public sphere.
Yeah.
I've always found this stuff interesting. And the great thing about it is now it's being a little bit more well received because like these things are everywhere now. I mean, you can't go a day without some new report about UFOs.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they've admitted it now that, the Tic Tacs, the Nimitz incidents, and if it's real now, then chances are it was real then. I mean, whatever it is, it's probably the same thing, although filtered through our perception and our
throughout history. I mean, even in there's stories in the Bible where they would talk about like burning chariots and stuff. Sure. And what do you think they're talking about? I mean, it's just they call it a chariot because that's like a vehicle to them. They don't know how else to describe stuff like that.
Have you guys seen that portrait, that painting of the Madonna?
With a UFO in the sky?
Out the window, there's a damn UFO
in the sky. A flying disc.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre.
Well, isn't there some famous painting of Jesus on the cross, and there's like a UFO up in the sky next to him, like with a person inside of it?
Yeah, there's several medieval paintings with UFOs show up in Jesus scenes. It's very interesting, right? And one would suggest it's because a lot of hidden information was leaked out by people like Da Vinci and others, right? Because they were part of secret societies that preserved a lot of information and then put it out through art so that it would be at least known in a hidden way.
I think one of the most fascinating things about this is how stupid does the government think we are? I mean, that's like, I mean, honestly.
People are stupid. There are still people today. There are people in Hollywood that tell me, man, you believe in this Roswell crash thing? I was like, I mean, they will look at the evidence and not see it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it kind of reminds me of a story that I don't believe. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can't really believe this or credit this, but it is said that, at the time of the conquistadors here in the Americas, when they came to land, initially the Native Americans here could not see them because they were so outside of their experience that they just couldn't process it.
No, that's
I
not
can't
legendary.
comprehend that.
That's in Columbus's journals. He recounted that.
But I can't get my mind through that. If I see, I don't give a shit what it is. If I see something weird walking through my yard, I'm going to register it. I'm not going to not see
not
it.
necessarily. There's actually, they tested this. There was a test. Anthropologists went into a recently contacted tribe. I believe it was in Brazil. And there's a lot of these uncontacted tribes that had no contact with the outside world, and this was a recently contacted tribe. And they brought modern sort of satellite television to them, and to see how they would react to it. And the anthropologists, who are secular scientists, right? Anthropologists were just recording the reaction, and they said how the villagers all sat around this box and they stared at it, and they turned on the satellite TV, and they had like whatever, TV show, comedy, sitcom, whatever it was, they broadcast it. And they thought the people would be like, ooh, ah, magic, right? And they just all sat there politely staring at it and smiling and looking at each other. And they find that the anthropologists asked, so what do you think? Isn't this magical? They're like, what are you talking about? All they saw was a black box. They couldn't see or hear anything on the screen.
Oh, that is. Are you? So this is
that's
real.
Recorded in anthropological literature. I mean, so the human brain will shut down things it cannot process as part of reality. It will shut it out as a means of keeping sanity.
God, I have a hard time with that.
I mean,
it's kind of a cool story.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, YellowFlash. Go ahead.
That's kind of a cool story. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, if you Google it, the anthropologists who did that study, it's actually on Google. You can find the story. But there's accounts you read of UFO sightings. Where I was reading an account of someone who saw it in Central Park with her boyfriend, a massive triangular UFO hovering over Central Park, and she turned to her friend who was standing there, says, "Oh my God, look at it!" They're like, "What are you talking about? There's nothing there."
Wow,
that's crazy.
That's so weird. I cannot. I mean, now we've talked several times, Cameron, on Piercing the Veil.
Yeah.
About how perception can filter our perception of these these events, and also maybe hide them from us, because like I talked about my sighting, where under the influence of Valium, which is not a hallucinogen or anything.
Yeah,
I was able to see, and I just wonder if I wouldn't have been able to see them otherwise. And I see Flash, you put up a screen here.
Yeah, this is just from 2 days ago. That's in the news every day. 2 days ago. It's from Fox.
Wow.
Fox 8, my Fox 8, some local site. Like you could every day, just about. There's like some kind of new report of something, people seeing something, some kind of sighting. It's like, I think this year and last year, like last year, especially during the lockdowns, I guess they were all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still, something that's coming up every day, like some new sighting or something. And it's impressive.
Well, and I've said this, maybe I've said this on Piercing the Veil before, but my Sufi masters have said, not just my main Sufi masters are in West Africa, but I was just in Bulgaria where I met a Sufi master in Bulgaria, and they said the same thing, which is that the lockdowns and the events of last year opened up portals to another universe, and that what we would, as we Muslims call it jinn, but these other dimensional beings came in en masse. This is an account that's very much within the Sufi mystical tradition right now, that we are essentially under some kind of war on the spiritual realm, on the dimensional realm, and that last year the doorways opened. Right, I've heard this now from multiple Sufi masters from different traditions. So the idea that people are seeing UFOs, which many of us in the Muslim Sufi tradition will say are just the vehicles of these jinn entities, fits that.
That is
I've heard something
weird.
Like some people say fallen angels too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like
within the Christian tradition, there would be demons. Within the Muslim tradition, they're jinn. But the idea is that these are beings from another reality that are now entering our world en masse, and that the effect of the global lockdown last year, the high level of fear and the negative consciousness of much of the world persisting to today, has opened up this portal that lets these things in.
I mean, that is That is so strange. You know, I mean, I don't want to rehash everything we've gone over, but I mean, just for you, Flash, being here, I mean, we've talked about how, you know, accounts of human encounters with fairies, you know, in the distant past, echo modern accounts of abduction scenarios with aliens. And, you know, we've talked about, Cameron, how, you know, jinn, aliens, and these other entities belong to a semi-real realm, the imaginal realm, where these things can bleed through from time to time.
That's what people see when they trip on DMT.
Correct.
Right.
They're entering another reality, but it's a real reality. It's not an imaginary reality.
Well, yeah, it is. It's because people see it from, they have the same experiences, they see the same things, and it makes a lot of sense why you would have pyramids all over the world, stuff like that, because people see the same thing when they trip on it. And all throughout human society, people have used these things. And like hallucinogenics, that's been a part of human history forever.
Yeah. And I think also that, you know, I've talked about this many times. It's my theory I came up with, I don't know, a couple of months ago, after my own sighting, like analyzing my own sighting and thinking back to sightings historically, that, you know, the first sightings were of cigar-shaped objects in the skies. The earliest UFO picture is the picture of this black cylindrical thing above the clouds, just as clear as day. And, you know, I mean, that's how they used to consider these things. You know, it was like, of the time, well, dirigibles, blimps, cigar-shaped objects, and they're definitely not blimps, but they read in that kind of structure, you know, mental space. And then, you know, in the 40s, you know, and 50s, I mean, they were discs. They were, you know, a good old fashioned, you know, flying saucers with antennas, you know, on the top and everything else. You know, in the 80s and 90s, they kind of morphed into more geometric forms, like triangles in particular, you know, some things like that, orbs and so on. And, you know, that was in keeping with kind of the zeitgeist of the time. And then now they're Tic Tacs. They're eye UFOs, you know, I mean, they're white, featureless. There, you could buy them at the Apple store, for fuck's sake. It's like how our collective consciousness registers, you know, science fiction, you know, futuristic transports, as our idea of technology evolves. So too, seemingly, do these craft, but it makes no sense, because these crafts are not in a parallel state of development with us. So it's got to be our perception of them, Flash. What do you think of that?
Yeah, no, I don't know, because I think there's different types of them.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's theories that there's different civilizations and stuff. I mean, I don't know anything about that, but I mean, we have different kinds of aircraft. It wouldn't be crazy to me that there's different kinds of ships or whatever they are, you know?
Right. Well, Bob Lazar spoke of S4, you know, at Groom Lake at Area 51, and said that they had 9 different craft there, each markedly different. It's largely speculated that these are different civilizations, you know?
Well, here's another way to look at it. They may very well be different civilizations, but, you know, if they are, and I know some people in the chat don't like the word interdimensional. I'm just going to use that because that's our word we're going to use, right? Some people are like, dimensions are about location and not other universes. I'm going to use that word. So if they are interdimensional beings, which is what I believe they are, in the Sufi tradition, the jinn are shapeshifters. So the craft can be shapeshifters. They can take different forms, right? And so their reality is a lot more fluid than ours. And we think in terms of, well, the plane's going to look this way. Well, maybe the plane looks different the next day because they're in a shape-shifting reality. And maybe their form that they appear in is shape-shifting. So we're seeing what we think are multiple civilizations when it's just the same entity.
Well, are the under that way of thinking, are these things are these craft actually them? I mean, are they actually riding around in something, or are they the thing itself, just disguised as these things?
I mean, I would think that they're actually craft, right? That they're actually using these things because, again, within my tradition, we have a tendency to think in American culture of jinn or genies as something coming out of a bottle and smoke and whatever. But in my tradition, they're actually real entities living in a world of their own, a parallel world to ours, right? Which is normally sealed from our world, and so they have to have practical things. I mean, they are not eternal beings. They have a lifespan. They consume things. They eat. Right. I assume they defecate. I do. They have their versions of waste release. So they have to have practical things like ships and technology to enter our world.
Yeah.
They're crossing a dimensional barrier. And so they have to have a way to do that. I don't think it's innate to their nature to be able to do that. They have to have some item or object or technology to allow it.
Man, that's very strange. And so the crash then under that I mean, is it I mean, so in your theory,
mm-hmm.
I mean, could they actually be aliens, like on face value? I mean, the bodies that were allegedly in
well, they are aliens as they're not from our reality, right? Whether they're from the planet, on Zeta Reticuli, or whether they're in a parallel universe that's sealed from ours, right? Either way, they're not our world.
Yeah. But could it be that they are not jinn per se, but actually may be exactly what they seem to be, which is extraterrestrial visitors?
Well, sure. We have science for traveling fast through the universe. We just don't have the energy to do it. I mean, what's that whole Albuquerque drive thing we got? And that's capable of moving through space at super speeds or warp or whatever, but we don't have the energy to make that work. I mean, I would say it's pretty possible that something does have the energy to make that work, know?
Well, there's a really fascinating book, which I'll get the title of and I'll share it within a second, but it's a really interesting book looking at the Bermuda Triangle and all kinds of recent studies of it scientifically. And one of the interviews they did was a fascinating sort of he's like the Doc Brown type crazy scientist, right? Who has essentially come up with a miniature warp drive based on his experience that he had, of actually having time loss inside the triangle, right? And he tried to figure out how would that have happened? How could transport it from this place to this place within that time frame? It's not physically possible, right? And so he's come up with a technology that theorizes actual warp technology, and basically he's tried to present it to the various academic institutes. They're like, you're crazy, Doc Brown. It couldn't possibly work. And so they're just ignoring his actual breakthrough that he's like, I think I can make warp technology. It's actually not that hard.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Well, science is a religion these days, Yeah,
exactly. It is. Science is exactly. I mean, what we're calling science is a return of the old dogmatists who are attempting to control the scientific method. I mean, and we're living through that right now.
Absolutely. Zebulon Pike in the chat is saying, assuming that they do have the ability to change in their reality, would that possibly imply that one of the gifts of our reality is our corporeal solidity?
Can I give you a spiritual answer to that?
Sure, go ahead.
From my tradition, because I view these beings as jinn, and so I view them as interdimensional nature. So let's just go with that for 1 second. But within the Islamic tradition, Satan himself is sort of the king of the jinn, and his fall comes from refusing to bow down to Adam. God ordered the jinn and the angels to bow to Adam, and Satan wouldn't do it because he said, this thing is inferior to me. It's made of mud, whereas I'm made of fire. And so symbolically speaking, using poetic language, what it's saying is that human beings are of a solid form, whereas these interdimensional beings are fluid. They're energy beings. They can change shape, and humans can't. And yet in the spiritual teaching of my tradition, that's exactly the solidity, that limitation on us.
Are jinn and demons the same thing, kind of? I
mean, they can.
Solomon was fighting.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my Christian friends would use the term demon, right? And to them, the demon is a fallen angel. In the Islamic tradition, angels don't sin, but the jinn are another race of interdimensional beings that are not human or angel that have free will, right? And so they are parallel. I mean, it's just a different word from them and a different origin story, but they're the same event. So yeah, but the idea is that the evil jinn hate human beings exactly because God honors them for their solidity. that it is this physical form that is trapped within the laws of physics that we curse about, that we cannot make our dreams manifest instantaneously as we'd like, that gives us the ability to have the moral challenge of going through life, which gives us the ability to return to God in a way that the jinn cannot experience, because their reality is fluid and not limited. And so there is an actual resentment there that these entities have, that human beings have been given a divine gift of being limited, actually, in a physical form.
Huh. Are all jinn quote evil, unquote?
No. Again, this is the difference between when Flash are asking about and in the Christian tradition, certainly in the Catholic tradition that I've encountered, it's, demons are fallen angels who were once good angels that chose to be evil and rebelled and became, they're all evil. The jinn are actually a third race. There's angels, which are made of light, and they're essentially like robots in the Islamic tradition. They don't have free will. They just do what God says. And there's humans, which are us, which have free will and a spiritual side. And then there's this intermediary form that doesn't exist in our physical dimension, which are the jinn, which can be good or bad. Right? They are free will like us. They just don't have physical form like us. And in many ways, it's like in many ways they're like children or like teenagers. Teenagers can be, they have all these raging hormones, and that can lead them to good things and to bad things, right? But they don't have the discipline of the physical body that we have, that forces us to make moral choices in the same way. So they're actually in this intermediary state between an angel, which is like a child, and a human being, which is like an adult. And then you have these sort of teenagers who can be rebellious and crazy and also be very kind. So you have a range. It's like a spiritual maturity issue. Yeah.
I'm interested in, what are your thoughts on these phenomena in terms of I've heard, I've seen like religious videos about UFOs and stuff where they say, and it's really, the devil and stuff. I've always believed that these entities were either, interdimensional or extraterrestrial. I haven't really given a whole lot of credence to that, but I'm just wondering your thoughts, since, we're just kind of getting to know you on these topics. And, I'd like to hear your ideas on this stuff.
I think it makes more sense for it to be interdimensional than like some aliens across the universe, to be honest. Because if they were coming from across the universe all the time, like amateurs with telescopes would catch them more. Like, I think it's more of an interdimensional thing for sure. That would be easier to do than traveling across the universe. As far as I'm not a scientist or anything, but it just makes more sense to me for it to be interdimensional or from another dimension, like something like that. And it just lines up more with the way when I've really been interested in the DMT stuff and people seeing these different entities when they're tripping and stuff. It just makes more sense to me.
Yeah, because if they're tripping, if these are physical beings from Zeta Reticuli, why are you seeing them on a trip, which is taking you to other levels of consciousness?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a fascinating idea, and that's why I like to talk about this. I mean, this Piercing the Veil live stream is meant to investigate all kind of fringe corners of human experience, not merely, it's not primarily a UFO kind of channel. I mean, it ties into philosophical issues about the nature of reality. And my mind is really open on these things. I don't have a lot of predisposed ideas or locked in notions, except that I know this shit is not swamp gas. It's not Venus. It's not weather balloons. That's bullshit. Sorry. I've known that since I was a kid, and only now it's beautiful, because whenever my family laughs at me, I say, just like the Navy just said that these things are real, and then they shut up. So it's nice that I've lived long enough to have that revenge, Yeah,
they don't have an answer for it I'm surprised they talk, because it's a real security threat. These things can just and they're always around military bases.
Yeah, sure. They show up, especially on nuclear sites. Yeah,
and we can't do anything about it.
Weapons. Yeah,
no, we can't do anything about it.
I mean, you've heard accounts, I'm sure, Flash, of saucers coming down, hovering over secure nuclear bases, turning on all of the launch codes and putting the missiles into pre-launch and then shutting them down.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's been documented. I mean, it's been documented. Again, it's documentation that people may ignore, but these are actual reports from people that were military people in these bases that said it happened in the 60s and in other times, right? And so you're like, what do you do? You just don't want to believe the guy who sat there, who had the clearance to have the nuclear key, right? And he's telling you this happened. You can choose not to believe him, but there's multiple of these guys. So,
right. But see, it not only happened here, but we know now that it happened in the Soviet Union too, because the guy that broke the Bob Lazar story, and I'm trying to remember what his name is, George Knapp.
Yeah, the journalist. Yeah, he's a really good journalist. Yep.
Yeah, and he went over to the Soviet Union when things like loosened up over there. And he hired folks over there with I mean, they were basically, hey, we are folding, we have many security documents that we want to sell, everything must go. Oh, I can't believe I'm letting it go at such a cheap price. And he went over there. It's like, find me what you got on UFOs. And sure enough, man, they gave him reams of stuff, including that same thing had happened to them. That these saucers came down, they would either turn everything on and scare the shit out of everyone and then stop it, or they would shut the whole damn base down, boom, just like that. Both things happened, and it just was like them basically saying, we don't really care. We just wanted you to know what we can do if we feel like it.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that the Roswell incident happens in 1947 after the first atomic bombs, right, were dropped, and then and it happens by the Air Force base where the only atomic fleet on the planet exists, right? It seems to be that these Roswell beings were at the very least monitoring what was happening at the Roswell Air Force base when the crash went down, right? So one thing I don't think I've ever revealed this to you. I don't know. I've been to the Roswell crash site. Did I tell you this?
I don't. I think. No, I don't. Go ahead.
I worked on the TV show Roswell, New Mexico, which is on the CW. First season, I was co-executive producer. And there's a private family that owns the land where the Roswell crash happened. And they have kept it private for years. But then the granddaughters decided, wouldn't it be cool if we put this up for like tours? And so they stopped doing it after a few of them, but they very briefly allowed the public on there, and other scientists and others have been allowed in the land, but it's generally not been a publicly open area. So I went on the very first public moment where they allowed it with the family that owns the land, and they took me out there on the very first time, and I went to the site, and it is remarkable because there's a crater there. At least what looks like a crater. There's an area of these the desert. Yeah, when we think of desert, there's bushes out there, there's foliage, right? But not around this thing. There's literally like a circular area around what is the crash site where nothing is growing, right? Wow. So that's a little strange. So I went there, and it's actually crash site 1. The apparent story is that it hit the ground twice, that it hit the ground once and got back up. There was a massive, a lot of wreckage, but then it was able to get back up and hit a second crash site, which is where the bodies were allegedly found, some miles further away. So this was crash site 1 where it hit the ground first. And along with this apparent crater, there is this essentially stone wall, rock wall, that's a natural formation there that it appears to have crashed into. And so I went there, and you see this natural jagged stone wall that's a natural formation, and parts of it are shattered as if something hit it really hard, and they're burned and they're blackened. And you're like, okay, a weather balloon didn't do that. This is 70 years later, right? Wow. And you're seeing this thing. And so it was really a remarkable experience to be there and to see that, because you're looking at this like something happened here. 70 years later, we can see the traces of something happened here, right? That's not a weather balloon. It looks like, I mean, even an airplane crash, you'd think that some of these remains wouldn't be here 70 years later, at least of the burns and whatever. So it's really interesting.
That is fascinating, Cameron. Wow. I'm sure that there's no actual wreckage left. I mean, they combed it with a.
Oh yeah.
yeah. And since then, people have tried combing that area, and although I think they've claimed to find small, teeny things they can't explain, but there's nothing that's been identifiable as from the wreckage.
It is sad. I sure would like to have a little bit of that wreckage. If anybody has any, please send it.
I don't know if I should admit this on camera, but let's just say it's possible. It's possible that because we're told don't take anything from the crash site, right? Because it's actually controlled by the military. U.S. military still controls that area.
Wow,
right? That's part of the
really,
and that part of the private land is controlled by the military. And
are you sure?
Yeah, I had the conversation with the owners. That's their land, and then the actual crash site area is still controlled by the military to this day. And they said we had to get special permission on our land to let you on. So okay, so one of the things was don't take anything from here, right? And if I were a bad person who didn't obey rules, I might have taken a burned rock from the wreckage site. But if I were a bad person, but I'm not a bad person who disobeys military rules, so I wouldn't have anything like that. So, it's. I was also taken to the shed, which is where the record was, where that the ranch hand who found the wreckage put it essentially, in the shed. And I went in, and it's this old rickety wooden shed. And you better believe I looked all over through the little holes on the to see if I could find anything. It's been combed clean.
I think his name was Mac Brazil.
Mac Brazil, yeah. And that was his work shed. So I went there. It's the original work shed, and it's little rickety. It's at the beams of wood, and I was like searching through every little thing. There's a little bit of middle there. Nothing. Couldn't find anything.
I just wonder, Flash Cameron, why would that be under government control now if it was just a weather balloon?
That's interesting that they would control that little piece of land like that.
There's no way, dude. There's no way. Not on a stupid like crash test of a fucking weather balloon. There's no way.
70 years later. I mean,
this is no way.
I follow the family. This was only, like I said, literally they had to, the government for whatever reason let them on that and then said, okay, stop doing it. So there were 1 or 2 tours were done. But I follow the girls that the granddaughters who still, the property on Instagram and chat with them every now and then. And so they're, they were sweet, but they told us, look, we had to get very special government permission because this whole area is exclusive military control. They have force, a domain here. So I'm like, okay.
That is
so they don't have those tours anymore.
They shut them down. They browsed them very briefly for like 2 or 3 of these, and for whatever reason, they shut them down. So,
and they said
people still sneak on the land. People sneak there, but they've been told that the army still. I'm just relaying to you what I was told by the family.
Oh, they're all over that place. You ever seen the YouTube videos where people will go and ride around where Area 51 is, and you'll see those trucks like follow them and. They're like miles back looking at them with binoculars and all this stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, but they said around the Roswell crash site, it's regularly patrolled. People do go out there. They know the coordinates, and you just have to be careful not to be caught by a patrol because you'll be asked to leave.
Well, they'll come out, maybe not there, but I saw there's this one video on YouTube where they accidentally went over they started to ride their dirt bike or something or their car up the hill, and these guys rolled out guns blazing. Like, get on the ground.
Yeah, that is bizarre. That is bizarre. Walter Tomaszewski says, I don't think it was an alien craft that crashed there, but I do think an American experimental aircraft crashed there. Well, I tell you, Walter, that experimental aircraft wouldn't be worth a squirt of piss in terms of actual worth or security these days. So I can guarantee you that. So they wouldn't still be exercising control. They didn't have control. I mean, this was just their ranch. So I think following this event, the government must have used eminent domain to seize part of it. And the fact they still have it and they discontinued tours. I mean, if it was some like, oh, it's a B-47 or something, it's like this, oh man, it had 8 cylinders instead of 10 or some shit. They wouldn't give a flying crap about that.
If they don't want us to believe, their narrative, they should start acting like their narrative is true. So, but they don't act like their narrative is true. So you're left wondering what it is.
Yeah, it's pretty dubious. Shall we go to some super chats? Because I know that people want to get in on the action and see if
we got almost 900 viewers today. That's good.
That is fantastic, guys. Welcome, and I hope you guys are enjoying Piercing the Veil with special guests, Kamran Pasha and YellowFlash. None other than Flash is here with us, and I'm very, very delighted about that, man. It's an honor to have you here. Let's see. We've got our first super chat of the evening was from Point Curation. Thank you so much, my friend. A $5 super chat. He says, "Hail DC and chat. Wish you well. If anyone needs some cheering up and artwork might help, please email me and I will send you some." What a great guy. He's a painter. He sent me a whole bunch of paintings, and I've got them up around the lair. He does abstract paintings in a really lovely job, man, I have to say. Thank you for that. You're a very generous soul, Point Curation. Thank you. An epic night of knees, Sir Knight, with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, congrats on 270,000 subscribers, my lord. Well, I've hit it a few times, and YouTube is, well, we talked about this, Flash.
Yeah.
They are zapping all of us on views. They are taking away subscribers. So, I've kind of given up thinking about this until they sort out the algorithm, because honestly, it's ridiculous. I mean, the views of so many channels are down, like radically down. My channel, radically down.
Despite it being a very popular channel. I know it's not down because people don't like your content.
Yeah.
Well, normally it would be back to school, but there's more to it this year.
And I don't know
never
what's
been
going
so
on.
low.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on, man. If you find out, please let me know, will you?
Yeah, well,
because I don't know what the hell's going on. But anyway, thank you. Epic Night of Knee, Sir Knight. Yes, I've hit like 270K for like the third or fourth time now. So basically just hovering around, and it's like they seem to have some kind of weird equilibrium where they're deliberately knocking down subs as they come in. It's really weird. I don't know. It's strange. It's enough to make you paranoid. On piercing the veil. Sometimes I like to pierce the veil on the YouTube algorithm, try to figure out what the fuck is going on with it. That is more mysterious than Jinn, UFOs, and shadow people combined.
Yeah.
I got to tell you.
Well, look, there's the question of how much of actual events, even on a practical level, such as what's happening in social media, how much is it being influenced by nefarious forces that are not just, people with a bad political agenda who are censorship oriented, whether there are people, or like David Icke says, entities that have another agenda behind how social media is governed for something far more nefarious.
Yeah, and it sucks, man. Social media stinks. I mean, the recent revelations about, all this shit going on in Facebook and Instagram, and I think I'm very proud that I have never gone on Facebook. I have zero interest in Facebook. I skip it. And
I deleted mine years ago.
Good man.
Well, that's all I got left after Twitter kicked me off for pissing off some of the Lucasfilm.
Oh, you got kicked off Twitter? Yeah, I got to scrub my tweets. If I wasn't making content on YouTube, I'd delete my Twitter.
Oh yeah.
I'm only on there to promote my shit.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's a toxic wasteland, and I can't believe that they knocked you off of Twitter, Cameron. To this day, I don't understand. It's happened repeatedly, and what the fuck? All you did is great posts of beautiful women and cool stuff. I
was too toxic. Appreciating the feminine is offensive in the modern world.
Yeah, too bad, because I appreciate the hell out of feminine.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love beautiful women, but that's something we haven't. Well, we have many things in common.
Yeah, but that is the one with the greatest emotional intensity. Yes,
it's true. Douchebag Kylo with $1.99 super chat. Thank you, douchebag Kylo. Says, "Hail Ducock." And my pal Cameron, ready for a great piercing the veil. Well, hopefully, knock wood. I hope it's approaching greatness. We'll see. We'll see if we can get there with Bob Lazar, if not having arrived already.
We'll get there. I think look at the conversation in the chat. People are really, really fascinated by the stuff we're talking about.
I agree. I'm delighted to be able to do this and spend this time with you guys. And Gerald Quagley in the chat says it was great when Facebook was down the other day. Yes. I felt a great relief. I felt like it was like Obi-Wan, sensing the destruction of Alderaan. I feel as if a terrible thing has happened. Well, I felt like a wonderful thing had happened. I don't even follow Facebook.
Well, you were probably like Palpatine. I'm sure Palpatine felt the destruction of Alderaan and said, hey, my minions are doing good. Well, you're super villain, so it's okay.
Yeah, and that's kind of how I felt. I felt like, oh man, I just got to spring in my
Could you
step.
imagine Palpatine's reaction when he felt the destruction of the Death Star through the Force? He was pissed. I'm sure he was really pissed. Like, what the fuck is that?
He must have been quite bitter. He must have gone into his room and threw himself on the bed and cried into his pillow like Leslie Gore listening to a 45 of heartbreak. It would have been hilarious. Him kicking his little feet in his robe would have been fantastic. Yeah, Death Stars don't grow on trees, Would have just sucked. David Hicks is a new channel member at the Dumentide level. Thank you, David Hicks. God bless you, my friend. I appreciate you supporting the channel and joining the membership. Really do appreciate all my channel members. In fact, earlier today, I did a channel member only live stream for you guys, and it's up there right now. Y'all can go check it out. And Kyogre's Hideout, he's been a member of mine for 17 months on the channel. He says, hail DC, YellowFlash, Cameron, and chat. Hail Kyogre's Hideout. Yeah. Welcome, my friend, and thank you for all of your loyal membership all this time. Space Monkey 0899, who's been a channel member of mine for 2 months now. Thank you, Space Monkey. Says UFOs, angels, personnel cars beats Jacob's Ladder. Yeah. Any comments on that, gentlemen? Either one of you?
Well, it's all about consciousness. I mean, I don't think I fully understood Jacob's Ladder movie, but I think it was about consciousness and about other realities, and that's what I think this is. I mean, this is the phenomenon that we're seeing. That I mean, Doomcock, you shared your personal experience. I shared I had my one and only UFO experience in the desert in Chile, and so life-changing thing to see. But I knew as I was looking at it when I had my experience that it was not from this world in the sense of normal reality. I had the instinctive reaction when I looked at it. My stomach turned and my heart started pounding. The moment I saw it, I said, "This isn't from the normal reality that we experience." And that's what it literally piercing the veil. It's these moments that come in.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Flash. Flash, have you ever had any kind of paranormal experience of your own? I've only had one in my entire life, and it was under unusual circumstances, but I got pictures of it, so I know it was there.
Only once, and I didn't see anything, but I was hiking and it was late, and I had an intense feeling of dread and had to get the hell out of there. I don't know what it was. I didn't see anything. It just hit me all of a sudden, like I gotta go.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, can I ask you what time of day was it? There's a reason I'm asking that. Do you remember what time
late.
Of day it was?
Real late.
Was it around sort of sunset time?
Yeah.
Okay. When you said that, I intuitively went to Carlos Castaneda. I don't know if you're familiar with his books. But as someone who's done DMT or is at least interested in DMT, Carlos Castaneda was this anthropologist who in the 60s and 70s wrote these incredible books about his experiences with a Yaqui Indian medicine man who shared with him all these other levels of reality. And my Sufi teachers have said to me, the Carlos Castaneda books are the most accurate books about the hidden world in the English language. They said that to me. They're not from America. They're like, people should read those books. And one of his books, Journey to Ixtlan, which is a really good book. In Journey to Ixtlan, his teacher, Don Juan, who is his spiritual mentor, describes a very similar experience to what you're saying, which is they're out in the wilderness, and suddenly, Castaneda is getting very, very, very tense. He doesn't know why. And the sun is setting, and his spiritual teacher says it's because essentially a dimensional doorway into the hidden world opens around sunset, and sometimes these forces can come through, and you'll feel it in the wind changes, and then your body will react with fear because it's sensing something that's not earthly happening around it.
Wow. Flash, does that ring a bell at all?
It's interesting. I don't know. I've never experienced like fear like that, like out of the blue like that. It was
seriously
crazy.
So it was really intense.
Yeah. I had to get the hell out of there. It was like, and like you don't get in my car and take off, and like I got this huge sense of relief and stuff, and it's nuts, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's probably the closest thing and I don't even know if I would call it paranormal. I don't know. Could just been paranoia.
Well, and yet, I mean, it didn't just. I mean, you're not prone to these kinds of things, right?
No, but it was a really strange experience.
So it makes me wonder if it's something along the lines if it was a genuine reaction to something like Cameron is talking about, for example. Because I mean, if you were just like if you were like me, with a bit too much of an active imagination, I mean, I can very easily spook the shit out of myself at night, like listening to Art Bell, for example, or listening to things about shadow people or something. I just get convinced because I have such an active imagination. But if you're just like, if you don't generally have that kind of thing, and all of a sudden, boom, it was that market, something happened.
Yeah, it's like that, that, what was it, like just a third eye thing or something, like get the hell out of here.
Yeah, that's,
like gut feeling.
Yeah, wow. What you're describing is, look, we have reactions when there's an animal nearby and stuff like that. What you're describing is beyond that. It's an actual panic attack to the point that you have to run away. And you're not, from what you're saying, you're not necessarily hearing anything physical nearby you that might suggest there's a predator or something of that nature, but you're having this intense emotional reaction of panic, which suggests to me it's one of those phenomenon from the other dimension was there, and that door opened and your fight or flight kicked in, but your senses couldn't pick it up.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about.
Yeah.
I wish I could see a UFO.
I always wanted to. And I looked and kept my eyes peeled, and never saw a damn thing until, like, it was broad daylight, not a fucking cloud in the sky, being driven to a doctor's thing that was not going to be pleasant, and I was doped up on Valium to try and, that was part of the, preparation for it. And then I saw this bright thing in the clear blue sky. And I asked the driver who was driving me, "You see that?" It's like, yeah, it's a plane or something. And I fumbled my phone out of my pocket and got 2 snaps off of it. And it was fascinating because I forgot about it, of course, until later. And then I was going through my phone and saw these pictures, and son of a bitch, man, it was I mean, it's classic. Like, it was like an oval whitish yellow thing with what looked like portholes going along the edge. But in the first picture I took, when I snapped it, it wasn't much difference in position between the 2 shots, but obviously I wouldn't have taken the shot if it had just looked like a little dark smudge on the sky. But that's exactly what it looked like in the picture. But in the second picture, boom, it was nailed. It was nailed perfectly. And that just makes me wonder, was it because I was doped up that I was able to see it? And why did it look radically different from 2 different angles, only a few seconds apart?
Yeah, bizarre. I mean, it's the fact that you were able, and you've shared with us in the past the photos of it. I mean, there's definitely something there that is not an airplane, that looks very much like a classic UFO. I've often believed from your story that I believe this, our consciousness can attract them, our higher consciousness. And I don't think we can intentionally will them to come, but our higher consciousness can connect with them, so that when you were on the Valium, a lot of your rational conscious mind had sort of been slowed down, and your subconscious mind was more awakened, and you're able to tune into it. And maybe, I mean, I know from my experience, when I had it in the Atacama Desert in Chile, I was there to see the eclipse in 2019, and I had this wonderful experience seeing a solar eclipse out in the desert, and it was remarkable. And when I was out there, I had said to a couple of the people I was with, I said, this area, the Atacama Desert, is infamous for UFO sightings. I'd said that the Chilean government has a X-Files type program that they're very public about, that studies aerial phenomena in the Atacama Desert because they can't explain it. It's so common. And I just said that in passing. And 1 hour later, I see this incredibly bright light hovering over us. And I see it with 2 other people, one of whom is a trained pilot. And he's like, that's not an airplane. What the fuck is that? Right. And I'm looking at it, and I immediately had this bodily reaction that this was another worldly reality I had entered, right? But I had talked about it 1 hour before, never thinking that I would experience it 1 hour later, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think in some ways it's a telepathic thing. My consciousness had been sort of been wowed and opened by seeing this eclipse, right? Which is really a magical experience. And when I started thinking about it, maybe it sends out a wave to these things and they connect.
And yet somehow it actually physically registered differently on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Which, because I mean, I never, you saw that first picture and it was just like this little, this dark blur. It wasn't, and this thing is luminous.
Yeah.
And it was a little dark blur that looked just like a smudge or God knows what, like a little tiny wisp of cloud or something from the further angle. And then when I got close to it, bent around and took a picture, it came out perfectly. But the thing is, it didn't register on my eyes like that either way. On terms of the smudge, I wouldn't have taken the picture if it had been like that. So weird, huh, Flash?
Yeah, I always find the picture stuff interesting because so many times, like, people take pictures, and one thing I do, like, Elon Musk pointed it out on Twitter, like, all these, like, because cameras on phones are so amazing now, and like nobody can get a good picture anymore. You think we would have like amazing pictures? It's almost like maybe they just don't want to be on camera, and something can block it or something. I don't know.
I don't know, man. It's weird. I think maybe people don't see it unless they're on Valium or something.
Well, it's a consciousness thing, right? That's what I'm suggesting is that your camera took what was physically visible. Your consciousness had been opened because of the Valium, so you saw at a higher level of dimension of what it was. But the physical object could not capture what you saw on a consciousness level.
Yeah, I that makes sense to some extent. It's so weird though that there's a psychic dimension to this. I know Stephanie Janisek, Smuggler's Cantina, has got to leave, but Stephanie was kind enough to leave a super chat, so I'm going to read that real fast here. If I could find it. Hold on just a sec, guys. So Stephanie, hold on, Stephanie. I am looking here. Stephanie Janisek, Smuggler's Cantina. Great channel you guys should check out, by the way. With a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Stephanie. Says Oumuamua was cigar-shaped, and a Harvard physicist felt it was a spacecraft. There might be several species. Yeah, I suspect that there are. I mean, if they are indeed extraterrestrial, or transdimensional or something, they could definitely be different cultures, different chariots of different gods, and so on. That's possible. It's a strange thing, Stephanie, and I really thank you for being here tonight, Stephanie. Hail to you.
Take care, Stephanie.
She is awesome. Lawrence Martin with a $3 super sticker of a fist bump and super pair. He's giving us fist bumps, gentlemen. Hail, Lawrence Martin. Thank you for the fist bumps. I am delighted that you're here tonight. And I'm glad Stephanie was here to hear her super chat. Really appreciate you, Stephanie. Point Curation with another $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says painting and sharing artwork with others is my tool to deal with worldly frustrations, like with people and politics, and a way to deal with crippling existential dread and the questions with no answer. Well, Point Curation, I would like to try and come up with anything that we could say to dispel existential dread. For my part, I feel that, as I've said many times before, the fundamental nature of the universe is that it is non-dual, pretending to be dual, that all of existence or manifestation is essentially the play of a divine consciousness, for want of a better word, that is assuming all the roles, playing all the parts, and so on. And so, Point Curation, I would say that ultimately, in my view, existence is utterly benevolent and animated by creative exuberance and love. Evil, death, and all the negative things in our world are here to make sure that it's an exciting time. and also these ages evolve in Hindu mythology. I think there's some argument that you could say that we're moving into the Kali Yuga where things seems like the worst ever, but ultimately you're going to be okay, point curation, because there is nowhere else to go other than to this divine consciousness. It's like Buckaroo Banzai famously said, no matter where you go, there you are. And anybody else here that could give some words of comfort for those feeling existential dread, as many people are these days with the coof and the economy and the insanity in this country, and the divisions of horrible politics and partisanship. Any hope from either of you guys in any form? Could be a joke, anything.
Yeah, look, I'm a spiritual person. And while my Sufi masters say we are under a spiritual war right now, a multidimensional war that is beyond the physical things that we're all arguing about, the politics and the koof and this and that and the various needles and things. We're arguing about all that stuff. They're saying that's the illusory surface level of what's happening. There's something much more profound happening on the invisible level, and these are the manifestations, these are symptoms of that. But ultimately, because I do believe in the unified consciousness that you're talking about, that this is all God playing, playing all these roles, the one mind, right?
Right.
Ultimately, the story doesn't end with the destruction of humanity and the suffering and despair and the aliens from V taking over, right? Even if they may be trying, right? As Dave Icke is suggesting, right? Yes. It is the cosmic drama that allows heroes and villains to come into being, right? For us to have the Luke Skywalkers and the Han Solos that are arising in the world today to face the various injustices that we are seeing could only happen because there are injustices. This is all part of the divine drama playing out, and the story doesn't end with the victory of the bad guys. So that's the spiritual thing I would tell you, is that it's not a pleasant time that we're living in, and there's weird phenomenon that's becoming evidence of that. But that doesn't mean that the darker side of that phenomenon wins out. It's the catalyst to make us get off our asses and act in this world.
We are in an upside down. We are an upside down world right now.
Yeah. Yeah. But is it all bad, Flash, or is it just like all part of the show? As the guy,
I think it's going to get better, but it's going to get a whole lot worse first. It's going to get a whole lot worse first.
We're seeing the death of an old world, and it's unfortunate because I was like, right as I was about to become this big, huge Hollywood guy, the whole planet goes crazy, right? And Hollywood goes crazy. And LA's gone crazy, and it's just like whatever. It's like, oh, God's protecting me from taking advantage of my power as a top showrunner, right? Because the whole system is breaking, whatever. But we are facing the end of a world where we're living in the 1770s, or we're living in the 1860s, when a civilization, one period of history and civilization is dying and another one is being born. It's not fun, and we're living in the 1940s. It's the same kind of thing. We happen to be living at this historical moment where one era of time is ending and another is being born. And I think it was in J.R.R. Tolkien. I think it was in The Lord of the Rings where I think it was Gandalf, but one of the characters said that no one wishes to live at the end of an age, but we don't get to choose when we live.
Yeah. And it may well be. I mean, in the Hindu tradition, the Kali Yuga, where everything basically gets worse and worse and worse until the destructive aspect of God, Kali, does a cosmic dance of fire that destroys everything. But then the self wakes up as if from a dream, and is back in its timeless, unchanging, peaceful manifestation outside of time and space, and it kind of lounges around there for a few billion years, and then decides, let's do it again, and creates the universe anew. So
we need to have an Eastern and Western Roman split, and then I'm going to move to the East area.
Well, you should move to Bulgaria or Romania. Like I said, I've been to these lovely countries in Eastern Europe. I was in Bulgaria about 6 weeks ago, and it's nice, normal people. And that's the cosmic joke of all of this: is that Romania and Bulgaria are free countries right now, whereas in Los Angeles, it's the Gestapo everywhere. It's the Stasi, right? And it's the closest joke that I've ever seen. I'm going to Bulgaria to experience freedom.
I was just looking at this article showing like before and after pictures of what this Korean town used to look like in LA. And it's like, man, what a dump.
No, well,
California was such a beautiful state.
It was, man. I mean, my family used to love to go on vacation to San Francisco. I mean, it was so much fun. My mom loved it. My dad, my whole family. I mean, it was just really loved going there. It was a kind of a highlighted thing. And now, shit,
Yeah, I mean, literal shit. I mean, there's shit. I mean,
yes, I know.
There's literal shit, right? And
check this out. Look at this.
Please, what do you got?
You ready for this?
Yeah. Oh God Almighty! Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's awful.
You've got your homeless. I mean, look, I live in Santa Monica, which is allegedly a rich beach town of Los Angeles, right? And my next door neighbor, my literal next door neighbor, had a homeless woman break into her house broad daylight, 2 p.m, and threaten her with a syringe, right? And
oh my God.
I told my neighbor she should get a gun. She's like, no, guns are crazy, wrong, immoral. I'm anti-gun. I'm like, just had somebody break in with a syringe who could have stabbed you, and who knows what was in that syringe, right?
Yeah.
You need a gun, right? She's a single woman living alone. And the interesting thing is now the amazing thing is I'm seeing young women in Hollywood, young liberal Biden voting women that I know who are buying guns because it's not safe anymore. They're buying guns in their purses. I mean, they're arming the same people who last year were saying, guns are wrong, guns are evil, are buying weapons because they're afraid of Los Angeles now.
An armed woman is a safe woman.
Yes,
a safer at least, yeah. If she'll use it, yeah. I mean, I never get political at all, but I don't view it as political. I view it as just common
practical.
sense. That I believe in gun rights, and I don't see that as a political issue. Sadly it's politicized, but I see it as a constitutional issue, and I support the Constitution. So,
but again, what the Constitution is just laying out our God-given rights, right? You are born with the right to have an opinion. You are born the right to worship whoever you want. You are born with the right to defend yourself. All these people that say, well, the police will protect you, are the same people that say, well, the police, you got to disband the police, right? It's just like, so it's like you don't have a right that anyone else is required to protect you. You have a right to protect yourself, right? And that's what rights are. Rights are what we are naturally born with that we have. Privileges are what we expect other people to give to us, and we can't demand. We can force them to give it to us. We can demand it, but they can say no. Whereas no one can say no that you don't have the right to defend yourself, unless you're someone who wants to hurt that person. Says, I want to hurt you, and you don't have the right to defend yourself. That's why the wonderful beauty of the founders of the Constitution is, even as they laid out these commonsensical things, you have a right to have an opinion and to be able to voice your opinion. You have a right to worship. You have a right to defend yourself. You have a right to not have soldiers take over your houses. That sounded like an outdated, Bill of Rights rule, except now we're having a situation where, people could, we're having militarized police, right? That could take over your house, right? We're having that. And that this founders experience out of the British. And then they covered it with the 9th and the 10th Amendment, saying we're going to list all these rights. And then we're going to say in the 9th and 10th Amendments that we're just listing some of them. All rights are retained by the people. The government doesn't have any rights. The government, we can consent to give the government certain powers, but all rights are retained by the people. So we're seeing a weird argument right now in the world today that you don't have any rights. Your rights are privileges. And the Constitution is very clear. You have all your rights. We don't have to list them. They're inherent to you, right? And it amazes me that we're at this horrible place in the moment where people are saying, you don't even have a right to breathe. I mean, if there's any right before the right of free speech, if there's a first, 0.5 amendment, it's the right to breathe, right? Before the First Amendment.
I would imagine so. Yes, I would imagine so. Kathleen Morrison with a Dumacorn in the chat. Thank you very much, Kathleen Morrison. Christian Corralejo with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Christian. Says, don't like the term interdimensional because it mistakes dimensions as places you go in and out of when they're actually measurements like length, width, and depth. Time is the fourth D we can perceive. Yes, I've heard it. I think it's just for lack of a better word. Like, I guess it might, instead of dimension, you could use parallel
universes. Yeah, I mean, but again, if you look at string theory posits the existence of dimensions in the form of measurable dimensions and posits that there's 10, 11, 12, there's multiple claims, right? The idea being that something that exists in a 10th dimension of measurement, which we cannot normally access, will be able to access our levels, which are, the third dimension and fourth, which is time. And to us, it would seem like it's coming from another universe because it's so outside of our sense of reality, because it's moving through a measurement that we don't have access to.
Yeah, no, that's a good way to put it. Flash, any comment about other parallel dimensions or realities, if you will? I mean, is that a better phrase for it, do you think?
I'd like to go to one.
Would you? Really?
Hell
Have you
yeah.
ever done the DMT thing?
No, the only thing I've ever done is mushrooms.
How was that? Was it interesting?
It was fun. I didn't see any machine elves. I'd like to have.
Right. So you didn't actually have any kind of revelations or anything?
I don't know if you get that off of mushrooms. Like most I saw, I remember looking up the ceiling, you'd see it looked like there were ants on it and stuff, but nothing crazy. From what I understand, it's the DMT stuff, that tree bark stuff that really knocks you out, or like that venom off of a toad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right.
And you used to be able to get this stuff, I guess. Like I've listened to Joe Rogan talk about it like crazy. Yeah. Like you used to be able to buy like this toad venom like crazy, and then they outlawed it. They don't. I mean, these people that do this stuff all the time, they don't want regular people doing this stuff because it opens up. I mean, there's a lot of benefits to this stuff from what I understand. It makes people feel better. It opens them up to like new experiences, and like it's almost like if people are depressed and you let them trip on DMT or something, they wouldn't be depressed anymore. Yeah. Gives them a new outlook on life. That's why they call it like a spiritual awakening.
Sure. Well, but in many of the native traditions that utilize these as plant medicines, essentially, you have to do it through the shaman, right? You have to do the medicine person in their group, right? Because some of these, whether it's ayahuasca or others, and some of them could open up parts of your consciousness that will be frightening to you, and you'll have experiences that will be very negative and scary.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard about that.
You have to have somebody guide you through it. I mean, there's a reason why the CIA used LSD in the MK Ultra program. I mean, this is not conspiracy theory. They released the documents of it in the 70s.
Oh, they're still doing it now. They're like using it. They're trying to map out whatever the DMT realm is.
Yeah,
that's a real thing going on. Like, in the shaman thing, I really would like to do it. I'm thinking next year I might go to some retreat where you can go do it, and they'll have a shaman there, and they'll guide you, and it's like a weekend experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you have to find a real one, because there's a lot of internet shamans will take your money. So you just have to.
No, I want the real experience.
Yeah,
right. Me too. I'd love to do the DMT thing and see if I perceive the machine elves. It's a very
Let's
very.
Go. We'll live stream
it,
Doomcock.
Huh?
Me and you will go together. We'll live stream it.
We're just gonna see Doomcock lying in a corner writhing. We're not gonna be able to see what's happening in his internal experience.
Unfortunately, unless I say, my God, it's full of suck or stars, whichever the case may be. But yeah, it's a very fast rocket ride. It goes straight up. And it's all done in like 20 minutes or something like that. I mean, it's
some people like hours for some people.
Well, different ones, but not DMT. I understand that's a very, very short ride, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, again, my understanding is that in these experiences, time can be very subjective, right? You can have something that's in our thing, a half an hour trip, and then you experience it as 6 months in there, right? And so that because time is really a matter of how consciousness perceives it. So, I have a very good friend of mine who's actually does a lot of the paranormal shows. Maybe I can get her to come on the show one day. Cindy Keza, who's done a lot of the Discovery Channel shows. She had the Holzer Files. She was the psychic on the Holzer Files, and she's been doing a lot of stuff on Discovery Plus. She's a medium and a psychic, and a very good friend of mine. And she has done these kinds of medicines with a shaman, and so she's had quite a few interesting experiences. But she's the real deal. I mean, I've seen her in my own eyes. She can absolutely contact spirits from another realm. I mean, once you experience that with her, there really are mediums in this world. They exist.
I would love that, man. And next week, Cameron, we are going to have the Sheikh on.
Yeah.
And be talking to him about his insights and what messages he wants to convey to all of us. A genuine holy man.
See that I'm sure you understand this. I think our chat doesn't know this. The Sufi Sheikh that is coming, inshallah, as we say, God willing, next week, next Wednesday. I mean, he's a celebrity in the Sufi spiritual world. He's a big deal. I mean, you have that. It's like getting Prince, on here from the music world. I was blown away when I heard that he was coming on, and I was like, I need to be on there because for me, this is. I'm just coming as a student because he's this guy. I'm telling you stuff that I've been told, and I've had a few experiences of my own. These are people that are living in another dimension, who are talking to other dimensional beings, and they just don't share it publicly because it would overwhelm us if they shared these kinds of, whether they're Sufis or other kinds of high mystics. If they shared what they actually live day-to-day experience, we wouldn't be able to function with the world that they see. So they'll share with us what they think we're ready for.
I am honored. I am intrigued. This is something I have always wanted to have a chance to speak with and listen to, more importantly, someone who is genuinely a spiritual master. And
from a lineage. I mean, he's not a student, he's a teacher.
Right. And I can't wait to learn. I do not know as much about Sufism as I do about Vedanta and so on, but I've studied all of it, and I am thrilled, and I hope you guys will be able to join us because it's a big deal. This is a huge deal next week. So be ready, folks. You don't want to miss this one. Beth Arstead with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Beth. Says time is a troublesome dimension, and putative time travel is so fraught with problems of time and space. It makes my head hurt. Yeah, I mean, Beth, from all that I understand about, if time travel is real, and I don't really believe.
I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, I don't think it's true. If it was true, you would never be able to actually travel in your own timeline. You could maybe go back in time, but the minute that you emerged, it would split off an entire parallel universe, and it would proceed from that point with you in it. That's a way that quantum theory kind of can massage this time travel thing, and it kind of eliminates all the contradictions, because I mean it's your own whole little universe. Of course, you're not that amazing or special. I mean, every action that particles, every possible state of a particle theoretically spawns off an entire alternate universe. So
I think it would be possible to go quicker into the future, but not in the past. I mean, that's like moving at the speed of light. Like they did that in Planet of the Apes. Remember, they came back, everyone was all old. Like it's a whole new world,
Yeah.
Well, that's movies.
Even what was that movie? The Christopher Nolan movie is really good with Matthew McConaughey was in it.
Interstellar, right?
Yeah, that's what happened in that movie.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you can see this.
I guessed the ending immediately. Like when the books were going, I said, "Oh, that's him."
Yeah, of course. Well, but that's because Mr. Nolan, look, he's a great filmmaker, but I think he's over. His obsession with time is becoming a bit of a bore, right? Because he's not actually exploring anything of value in time anymore. In my opinion, especially the most recent one that I saw, this movie where, with the bullets going backwards, whatever. I mean, I'm like, I don't think he even knows what he's trying to say about time. I mean, his entire journey, starting with Memento, has been about time, right? And about the nuances of time. And, at this point, I don't even know what he thinks he's saying.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you're a great filmmaker. Unless you have something more to say about this topic and not just thinking that wowing us with some cool special effects and paradoxes is storytelling. That's not storytelling. You're a great filmmaker. You can do better than that. If you can't, nothing more.
I haven't seen Tenet yet.
I haven't seen
Tenet yet. Is it any good?
I didn't like it.
Yeah, I heard it wasn't very good.
I enjoyed the fact I saw it in the theater. I mean, at the time it was height of lockdown, and briefly the theaters were open, and I went to see it. But I mean, I thought it was an incredibly pretentious film with no point.
I've heard that from a few people.
Yeah, I mean,
and I heard it was confusing too, gentlemen. I heard it was
exactly because there's no rhyme or reason to trying to, time travel. There's logic issues, but there was no rhyme or reason. It's just made no sense at all, and it was embracing the fact that it made no sense. But I'm like, hey man, if I wanted an art film, I'd go watch The Thin Red Line, man. I mean, I didn't come here for an art film that makes no sense.
Right.
If I don't want to watch a fun movie that makes no sense, I'd just go see Venom 2 again.
All right. Well,
I haven't seen it, so it didn't make any sense.
So this
it's a mess, but it's a fun mess.
Okay.
This is one of my favorite time travel movies. Did you guys ever see this Somewhere in Time with Christopher Reeve in the early 80s? Remember this?
Yeah.
Is that where they put letters in the mailboxes?
No. It's actually one of the most, if you either you guys have romantic others that you want to put in a romantic mood, this is an incredibly romantic movie. It's a movie with Christopher Reeve and Jane Seymour. Remember the great, lovely Jane Seymour? Basically, Christopher Reeve plays a professor in the modern day who is at a party, and this old woman comes up to him and gives him a stopwatch and says, "Come back to me." He's like, "What was that all about?" And then he later hears she passed away, and he becomes, what is this all about? So he looks into her. She was an actress back in like the 1920s, like a silent film star or whatever. And she was incredibly beautiful, and he gets obsessed with it. And he starts having things, maybe did I know her like in a past life or something? And he wants to go back in time. And so this whole movie is about how he essentially uses consciousness. He's taught a way to use consciousness to go back in time. And he actually ends up in the 1920s with her and has this incredible romantic adventure. And it ends tragically, and it's incredibly powerful and emotional. It even makes a grown man cry. So Christopher Reeve was a great actor, and Jane Seymour is incredibly beautiful as always. So if you want to see a fun time travel movie that's romantic, watch that one, Somewhere in Time.
I've never seen it, so I will take that under advisement, man.
Bring a lovely lady. It will make her cry, and she'll suddenly want
to. Yeah, I like Christopher Reeves too. He was great. Yeah. Space Monk with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Space Monk, very much for that. Space Monk says, Cameron, Overlord DVD, I spoke with a Sunni instructor one time when I was in school. Mm-hmm. He spoke of stories on the Vril Society and their war versus the reptilians during the end of World War II.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's what is officially in the historical record is we know that the Nazis were involved in the occult. That's in the historical record.
Oh, yeah. Hitler was obsessed with it. It was all over his messaging and everything.
Exactly. We know the Thule Society, Thule, the Thule Society was the publicly known secret society that Hitler was involved in. And the whole Nazis in Indiana Jones looking for, sacred arks of covenant.
All the relics.
All that stuff is real. The Thule Society was doing that. That's the publicly known thing. But of course, modern science will say, well, they were just crazy guys who believed crazy things, right? But on a mystical level, mystics will say that there actually was a metaphysical war happening, and that Hitler had the backing of evil forces that were actually evil forces from another reality. You can call them aliens, you can call them reptilian aliens, whatever you want to call them, or jinn. And that we do know this historically. We know that the British actually set up a special division of British occultists to fight Nazi occultists. This is historically known. So Dion Fortune, who was a famous British witch or cultist, she led that to counter the Nazis. And Aleister Crowley, the infamous black magician, was part of that unit.
Right, so and Coriolan Witch in Residence was talking about that as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's known historically, but historians don't want to admit that. They just think it's crazy people doing crazy things rather than there actually was a war.
They had superior technology.
Yeah. So there really was something happening. Yes.
They were. That's how they rolled through everybody. Is their technology was superior.
Yeah. And
the only reason that we beat them is because we just kept throwing people at them.
Or we got our own versions of technology from other sources.
Right. Well,
we definitely brought some of them over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Nazis pretty much helped build the space program here.
Yeah, the Nazis. I mean, they designed the entire.
Well, they're not Nazis now. They're patriot Americans.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically everyone's like, surrender. Right. Okay, I'm with you guys now. Okay, the inventor of the V2 rocket that destroyed London put Neil Armstrong on the moon. So.
Right. How did Tom Lehrer put it? Some have harsh words for this man of renown, but some think our attitude should be one of gratitude, like the widows and cripples in old London town who owe their large pensions to Werner von Braun.
Oh, but von Braun is this interesting character, right? He is. Yes. He's absolutely this mad genius who invented the entire Nazi rocket superior technology, and then basically ends his life hanging out with John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson and Nixon and putting people on the moon, right? I mean, this is an interesting cat, right? But the other element of it, which is again known historically, but people don't want to look too much into it, is that not just Werner von Braun, but we had our own, the Jack Parsons, who essentially founded NASA, who founded the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He was an occultist. He was hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard, right? He was hanging out with all these characters. There is evidence that he and Hubbard did some kind of strange occult ritual to open dimensions in 1947, shortly before the Roswell crash. Right, shortly before all the UFOs started being sighted. It was in 47 when you suddenly had mass UFO sightings in the United States, and when the term flying saucer had been invented. It's in his diary documented before that happened that he did this ritual with Hubbard to open up dimension and let other beings in. And then he dies in this mysterious explosion in his garage, basically blows up. Yes. Whether it was rocket fuel or an occult ritual that went wrong.
Yes. In fact, Jack Parsons was part of the same organization that Crowley was a part of, the Ordo Templis Orientalis, right?
OTO.
The OTO. Yeah.
And Crowley told him when he started hanging with L. Ron Hubbard, Aleister Crowley said to him, I don't like this guy. There's something shifty about L. Ron Hubbard. Don't let him into the OTO. I mean, Crowley was like, I'm the most evil man of the 20th century, as he called himself. I'm the Antichrist. Like, I don't know. I don't trust this L. Ron Hubbard guy. Don't let him into the OTO.
Yes. Crowley was a showman and something of a huckster.
There's a lot of interesting stuff around that guy.
Yeah. He was a remarkable man.
The Golden Dawn. Is that what you were going to say? I had to look it up real quick, but that's where he started.
The Golden Dawn is the predecessor
of the OTO.
Yeah.
I think it was like a spin-off or
it was a spin-off of the Golden Dawn is the 19th century. So you had Mathers and a bunch
the
of
Ordo Temple Ortiz and the Paris working.
Yeah, they still exist.
I was in Golden Dawn first.
Yeah, he spun it off, I believe. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, he broke off and did his own thing, and pushed it more towards what we would call the left-hand path, which is, people call that Satanism, but it's about self-empowerment. It's the path of the Sith, right? And so he wanted the OTO to, Golden Dawn was more the path of the Jedi, right? So.
Right. And they were trying to make Jack Parsons' wife the whore of Babylon or something, trying to do a making of her. And apparently he and Aleister both worked on this.
Yeah, there was a lot of sex magic in that group.
Yeah,
and then she ran off with Hubbard.
So I was close. It was Cardinal Sin says Ordo Templi Orientis, not Orientalis. Yes. Thank you, Cardinal Sin.
Thank
you. This is what happens when you pickle your brain in bourbon and you work all day. It just kind of gets a little soft up there. But there you go. Christian Corralejo with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Christian. Says, I have a hypothesis that non-physical entities such as angels, demons, jinn, elementals, etc., are energy-based life, just as we are carbon-based life.
Yeah, I agree.
Sounds fair.
Like I said, in my tradition, we call them the jinn as beings made of smokeless fire.
I love that.
And so they're made purely what we would call black plasma. It's energy. It undulates like fire, but it doesn't create a physical smoke effect.
I like that. That's very poetic. It's a very romantic
poetic. It's from the Quran
description. I love it. That's beautiful. JT Kirk with a $5 super chat. Thank you, JT Kirk. He says, "Hail Overlord, you took my V card tonight. My Veil card. I don't know what y'all thought I meant. Sheesh." Fair enough. JT Kirk, thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate you, Captain. And it's great to have you here. And Unchained sent a $2 super sticker of the Invisible Man or a jinn that we can't see, or a UFO that's cloaked. I don't know what it is. I can't see it, Unchained, but thank you just the same for that. Primer with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Primer. Says, I understand why our government lies about the existence of extraterrestrial life. If they flat out tell the general public that aliens are real, apocalyptic hysteria will follow. Best to be tactful.
Well, that's the claim. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I don't
Might
know.
have been true in 1947. Not sure it's true today.
But Flash, what do you think of that? Do you think people would panic, or is that bullshit?
Panic to what I was trying to find, because I bought a Crowley book and I was trying to find the name of it to go over with you guys.
Yeah, I've got a great Crowley book. It was a biography of Crowley. I've also got a number of things. I got the disinfo, collections about you're being lied to and things like that. That had a lot of stuff about Crowley.
And there's
I bought a bunch of the evilest books in the world for my comic book to like research, because I'm putting a comic book out this year. So I got like the False Monarchy of Demons, the Black Pullet, Sworn Book of Honorius.
You got the Necronomicon or various versions of it?
Well, I don't want to. No, it's not that. Just the magic stuff that I was researching.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's a fascinating path, and
it was his Key of Solomon translation. I think that's what it was.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he did do his own translation, because it had been translated before by Mathers or whatever in the Golden Dawn. Then he did his own version. Well, I've got some interesting books in my occult collection, some of which are actually considered dangerous. One of them is a book about jinn summoning. That's an actual codex from the 1300s in Moorish Spain that was found by archaeologists. They found it in a Moorish castle that They found a hidden room in it like 20 years ago, and it was buried inside this hidden section of this hidden room, right? And they found this book, and it was an Arabic book of jinn incantations, and I have that. At least I have a copy of it, and I'm very careful with it, because the accounts of those who've actually messed with that thing is that it's like there's a reason it was literally found like. The book was covered in chains when they pulled it out of the hidden cubicle in the hidden room in the Moorish castle. And they're like, wow, somebody really didn't want anybody to open this book.
Shit, one of the things, Flash, you probably know this if you've researched Crowley. One of the things allegedly that Crowley did, one of the workings that he did, involved John Dee's Enochian angels, the so-called Enochian angels.
Oh, the Anunnaki?
No.
The Enochian angels. That's a separate. The Anunnaki is a separate thing.
Yeah, the Enochian angels are basically these entities that live outside of our reality, and there's like these pillars that keep them out, apparently. And Crowley, like an idiot, was doing workings to try to unlock all the locks to let the Enochian angels in. And I understand that maybe he had one left or something and didn't, or did. I don't know.
Is that from the Book of Enoch?
No, it's separate. It is related to Enoch, because Enoch is a separate book for that and didn't make it into the Bible.
I haven't gone through all. He's got a ton of books, not just like somebody put his book of Thelma or whatever it's called. That's his like religion. I'm talking about the books he translated.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Well, he did translate a lot. Yeah. But with regard to what you're talking about, the Enochian angels are John Dee was this alchemist and magician that worked for Queen Elizabeth, right? And he was doing these essentially channeling sessions, using a channeler and a crystal ball, basically, where they contacted these beings that claimed to be angels, who gave him a language called the Enochian language. It's supposed to predate human beings, and it's a language of creation kind of thing. And they taught him an entire magical system. And this is Queen Elizabeth. So we're talking about 1500s. Taught him an entire magical system, very detailed, that people use today. Occultists have actually adapted the system and claim it works. There's calls to bring these entities into the world. It's a very powerful system. But even John Dee at the end began to suspect these beings weren't what they claimed to be. In his own notes, he started saying, "I think I'm being used by something that's pretending to be an angel, and maybe I should stop doing what I'm doing." So
right. Although he had his partner in this. Who helped him was Edward.
Blanking the gentleman's name. Yeah, I know.
But he was a fraud, essentially, wasn't he? He was scamming him along for royal patronage and stuff, right? Edward.
These kinds of
John Dee and Edward. God, I can't remember. Weird, huh? But anyway, this idea that these pillars, he had been doing all these. There's like all these pillars and locks. He had basically been unlocking all these things.
The name was Edward Kelly.
Edward Kelly, thank you.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of these guys are sort of these shyster types that were drawn to him, but it feels like even as that something happened there that channeled this thing, because it seems to work occultically, right? This Enochian language and magical system that was developed seems to work. It certainly seems to summon beings that do things for you.
Or to you, if you
or to you. Like I said, even he began to think that I'm, because then the being started saying, basically started saying, you guys should start. The being started giving them advice, like, you guys should start wife swapping. You should bang each other's wives and like other stuff. They're like, it's like, you guys, part of the ritual is each of you going to get to bang the other guy's wife, and it's like I don't know if this is coming from God now. What are these things, right?
Well, but Cameron, Flash, look. Mm-hmm. If these things are outside our reality, kept by locks and pillars, who the fuck put them there? And maybe it's a good idea to leave them there. I mean, I don't know. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you
like
think?
I said, he himself began to regret what he opened. All these guys regret what they opened because they don't know what the hell they're doing.
I wouldn't do it. It's crazy.
Say you shouldn't mess with things you don't understand.
Yes. Well, you
don't
should at
take
least
the chain off the book that has chains around it.
Yeah, well, that's true.
I'd be like the guy. You can be like Ash, Evil Dead,
right?
Like reading the passage, and then all kinds of shit wakes up.
Yeah, he's reading the passage to impress his stoned girlfriend, and they're fucking around, and then boom, too bad, game over. I don't know, man. It just seems just use logic for fuck's sake. I mean, why would these things be locked out in the first place? Who locked them out? If they're extraterrestrial, I mean, extra normal, powerful angels or not, I mean, use your head. Why push the button? I don't know. Anyway, Cameron, I'd really be interested in hearing more about this mysterious book. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I just want to be cautious about how much I reveal about it because.
Oh yeah, no, I don't want to.
Because it is an actual thing that seems to have powerful forces around it. So I keep it sort of a little bit under lock and key myself. So
good. Yeah. Don't screw around with it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Lance with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you. Lance says, I do wonder how people might react if extraterrestrials made contact with us and claim to be the higher powers that we believe in. Accept? Reject?
Oh. The Vatican has the most powerful telescope in the world, don't they?
Yeah,
they do.
So,
well, certainly have one of the most powerful ones. And they've been putting out new sort of Vatican teachings that aliens will be compatible. Discovery aliens will be compatible with the church's doctrine, right? So it seems like they're prepping at least their followers for something.
Wow, I don't know. I don't think I would be inclined to believe aliens or beings that came and claimed to be gods, or I mean, I've seen Star Trek. Who
you want to talk about forbidden knowledge? I'd love to see what they have in that vault of the Vatican, that Vatican library.
Oh, sure.
I'd love to see what's in there. All kinds of forbidden knowledge locked away that we'll never be able to see.
Oh, and look, and they got all that stuff from the Library of Alexandria before it was destroyed, like in the 3rd century. And so they've got all the pre-Christian, ancient Roman information from all over the Roman Empire, right? So they got all of it.
Yeah, and I understand they also have the world's greatest collection of pornography. So that's what I've heard. I guess from confiscating it, for our own good, and they kept it in drawers and stuff. So.
Like I say, porn finds a way. Porn finds a way. It's like in Jurassic Park. Life finds a way. Porn finds a way. It always gets out.
The minute you said that, I got the I got the reference. Yeah, of course. We think alike, man. Holy shit! The more that I get to know you, the more it's quite clear that you're either a clone or a brother.
I'm actually you without the mask, and we're doing this, and the audience hasn't figured this out yet. That I'm just you. That Doomcock is just. I've taken off the mask, and I'm Doomcock, and we're just doing this.
It's a weird idea. I'm starting to doubt. Michigan Man 95, who has been a member of mine for 15 months now. Thank you, Michigan Man 95, says, Hail Doomcock, Cameron, and Flash. Do you guys believe that the Roddenberry universe, Star Trek universe, will ever become a reality? No.
No.
I'm sad to say. I wish. But
I think Battlestar Galactica will be more likely a reality.
Yeah.
I
because we keep stupidly pursuing artificial intelligence. And my God, man.
I won't use Siri. I won't use any of these things. You know,
I won't use Siri. Fuck no.
I won't use any of these things. I consider them a threat to humanity. This is how it starts. Yeah. You know, and you I don't know, Flash, you've heard about this incident where they had this thing where scientists were having these two, you know, like web bots that are supposed to be like customer service bots. Like, here, I can help you solve your problem. And they had these two web bots communicate with each other. The idea being to see how long it would take for the web bot recognized it was not communicating with a human being, but with another web bot. They apparently within microseconds figured out that they were each of the same AI thing, and then they locked out the observers of the experiment. They started communicating their own language.
I did hear about that. Yeah, they made up their own language.
Yeah, and they communicated with each other, and that's when they literally pull the plug. They're like, these things are self-aware and aware of each other, and they're like trying to get around. They literally are making sure we can't understand them, so they're aware of us.
Yeah, which is fucking weird, man. And that is so much like Colossus: The Forbin Project, that movie from the 60s. Have either of you seen that? I've
never seen that.
It's a great movie. Flash, have you seen it?
I have not.
Oh God, guys, this is
there a hot chick in it? There better be a hot chick from the 60s. There better be a hot chick.
Yes, there is a hot chick.
Okay, good.
And to fool, there's a nude scene, although it's pretty tame compared. But the thing is,
it's good enough.
The U.S. is building this system that they call Colossus to deal with nuclear threats and so on, a much more rapid response time and impartial and so on. Yeah. And they're putting the damn computer, the nuclear arsenal under the computer. Unfortunately, the Soviets also have a system called Guardian, that is a parallel system. And unfortunately, Guardian and Colossus start talking.
Yeah, here we go. I see where this is going.
And basically, they rule the world at that point. And look, AI is a terrible, terrible threat.
Well, I don't think we'll ever pull off artificial intelligence. Not like we have, like we don't even understand our own consciousness.
Right.
So here's my answer to that. Here's my suggestion. I agree with you. That we're not going to put off actual consciousness, because I don't think you can create consciousness, because I don't think consciousness exists in electrons. The consciousness is the field of reality itself. And what our brains are simply receivers that are receiving it, right? And so you're not going to be able to create consciousness, because that's all of reality. You can't do that. But you can create a mimic that can be utilized by these interdimensional beings. This is the danger. I think that it is not the AI that comes alive. It's beings from another reality go, we can use this to infiltrate the third dimensional reality. We can come in from the quantum field, enter into it, and essentially possess and take control of these things. That's what I think is the danger.
I'm fascinated by this stuff. And, we're just letting the conversation go where it wants to. But the thing about AI is that we might inadvertently create it, just like in that lab experiment. I mean, the thing is, there's an idea out there that, if consciousness really does constitute the universe, if it permeates the universe in a physical way, I mean, like, that it's really the basis of reality, then any system that is sufficiently complex, like a brain or a neurological workup, will be inhabited by consciousness. I think that's what you were kind of getting at, Cameron. And if that's the case, we wouldn't have to understand it. We would just be under its yoke before we knew what the fuck we're doing. I mean, this is stupid. We've got robot dogs programmed to patrol and shit. I mean, we're just asking for Terminator.
Well, I mean, it's RoboCop. It's that opening scene of RoboCop where they have let's bring out the new early version of RoboCop, which just guns down the executive, right? For the next 10 minutes, right? It doesn't stop shooting, right? And so it's like, I'm very disappointed in you. It's like, that's what we're heading towards.
Oh yeah, when they'll pitch it this way, we don't have to have a military of people. We can have these robots, and then Next time they want to lock us down, there won't be any hesitation, because if you don't get in your house, they'll just shoot you.
Yeah, and there's no morality, and there's no. That's certainly our evil overlord's plan. Like I said, we're playing. We're part of a war storyline that we're in. And I don't think ultimately that evil plan is going to work in the storyline, but it's not going to be fun to go through it.
It's scary to think about, because in New York, with the whole papers please thing going on over there, there's only been a few people just comply. I think people are a lot more submissive and willing to do what they're told than we realize.
Well, I think the world has proven that. I think, Flash, you're right. We're seeing it with our own eyes, right? I was visiting my own my family. I hadn't seen them in 2 years because of all these events. I couldn't go see them, and now I went to see my sister and my brother-in-law. Love them both, but my brother-in-law is very much of he's flown with the events as are, and the mainstream narrative events, and I was presenting him other points of view, and he didn't want them, and he just said, yeah, I don't want to know anything that contradicts what the official story is. It'll upset me. I said, okay. He's happy. It'll upset me. I don't want my world disturbed. I said, okay. I mean, that's nothing I can do then, and that's most people.
That harkens back to what we were talking about earlier with the conquistadors and the Indians not being able to even see them. Yeah, well, it's a lesser thing, but I mean, people now can't see or process any arguments that threaten their worldview. If so many people's minds are closed, it's sad.
Yeah, it's because there's for most human beings, there's safety in numbers, there's safety in fitting in, there's safety in being accepted, and even if the crowd has become part of a mass hysteria, just go with it, because the danger of being isolated is too much for most people. It's just what it is.
I have always gone my own way. I've always been something of a, I wouldn't say recluse, but a loner, and certainly one that has kind of gone against the grain my whole life. So I never am pressured by crowdthink, or it's just not the way I am. In fact, if everybody's saying go one way, I'm like, oh, fuck that, and I go the other. It's just I don't know, maybe it's a defect, but it's
what it is actually the most human thing of all. The human race survived because there were people that recognized that maybe something is wrong with our understanding of the world, right? And those were the people that always pulled away from the mass hysteria, because human beings are prone to it. They're prone to it. And we see this in animal kingdoms. The whole idea of the lemming, right, that goes over the cliff. These are the animalistic sides of our nature that will follow ourselves to destruction just in order to fit in. It's part of the animal kingdom. It's a phenomenon. And those of us that can break free are the ones that are preserving the species and allowing it to evolve.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point, and it's some consolation, I guess. There needs to be people like me pushing against consensus, which can frequently be wrong.
Well, consensus is almost always wrong. Consensus,
generally. Yeah. Echoes of the Ancients, thank you for this $5 super sticker of Bushiba applauding and saying bravo. It is very kind of you, Echoes of the Ancients. And again, I want to say, my dear friend, I'm so sorry for your recent loss, and I hope you saw the message I sent you on Patreon. Really appreciate you, Echoes of the Ancients. Shadow Star 5 with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Shadow Star 5 says, that story about the tribal people is a paranoiac's nightmare. Imagine aberrations and monstrosities could be among us at all times, but our brains possess this defense mechanism that just blocks them out to preserve our sanity. That's a weird, I still have a hard time processing it. In fact, I just was responding to Mr. K in the chat here, typing to him. Mr. K said that the idea that the Indians could not see the conquistadors was a myth. And then I was typing and saying, well, I always believed that it was nonsense, but that you guys disagree with me on that.
I don't believe it's a myth. I can double check that account. I do know that the anthropological study is a factual thing, which you can look up if one chooses.
That is so weird, man. That's hard to process. It blows my mind. God, you learn something new every time on Piercing the Veil, including me.
But on a pure biological level, think about this. Our eyes, there's an amazing thing, our eyes actually have a hole in the center of where it's supposed to be. We should just see everything we should see should have a black dot in the center of it, right? What it is, the way that our eyes focus and the mechanisms of our eyes. However, our brain takes information from around the eye to fill in that hole, right? And so
I read somewhere that like most of our brain's processing goes to trying to figure out what we see.
Correct. And to
a large percentage of your brain's power is always like trying to figure out what we're taking in and trying to make something out of that. It's crazy.
Yeah, we do, Flash. We do actually construct reality in our heads. Isn't that right, Cameron?
Yeah. I mean, reality is not, it's literally physically constructed in our head. We're all experiencing holograms. And some of our holograms include information that other holograms don't.
That's weird, man. It's weird stuff.
It's just like being colorblind, like because I'm colorblind, so we're all seeing the same color. Like we're all seeing blue, or no, it's like mostly green and like orange. I still see green and orange, but it's probably different from what you're seeing.
Oh yeah. And we see upside down too. I mean,
correct.
The way that eye falls on our the light falls on our retina, it gets flipped, and our brains actually flip it around for us automatically. How about that?
Well, is it that iconic moment when Neil Armstrong steps off the ladder onto the moon? If you watch the actual videotape from NASA, initially the original, when they turn on the external camera of the capsule, the image is upside down, and they have to readjust it to get it right side up.
So the brain does a better job than NASA, which doesn't surprise me at all. Max Santiago with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Max, very much. He says, Aleister Crowley said that through ritual, he contacted a creature named Lamb. He drew what Lamb looked like, and it's exactly like a gray alien.
Correct.
Yep.
Well,
yeah. If you look at it, we drew it in like 1920. It looks like the big head, the eyes. It looks just like what we would call a gray alien today.
Yeah. It's astonishing. Aleister Crowley, I believe, was a genuine practitioner of magic, but he was also he was a huckster. He was a
he's a showman for sure.
Absolutely.
And that's how he made his money. Like he'd go around and do parties and stuff. This is the picture. I got it right here.
Yeah, show it, please.
Oh yeah, let me pull this up here for you.
That's what he drew.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah. Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah, even the tiny nostrils, the tiny mouth. That's how we describe these things.
Giant bulbous head. Yeah.
That's who told him to write the book of the law?
The book of the law, I think. The book.
Yes, the book of the law, which he wrote, I think, in a trance for like days or something like that. He was just writing nonstop.
He essentially created his own religion. He's different from a lot of occultists. He actually created an actual religion, the Thelema, which is, I know people who are in the OTO, and I know people that practice Thelema here in Los Angeles. It's a real religion.
Yeah, and but as far as
just ask your local senator, they're probably a member.
Well, the OTO is too low level for them, for those guys, right?
Most of the people in Silicon Valley.
Too low level.
There's stuff for them that we don't know nothing about in the public record.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's disturbing. But I tell you, from what I read, I mean, Crowley was a remarkable man in the mold of Captain Sir Richard Francis Burton. He explored. He walked the breadth of China on foot. He climbed, genuinely perilous mountains, where members of the expedition died climbing this mountain. I mean, the guy was like an adventurer and
he was like
writer.
He was like a bad Indiana Jones. Yeah.
Yeah. Although honestly, I think someone else called him the great beast and the wickedest man alive, and he embraced it in typical huckster fashion because he liked the notoriety. But in actual fact, he wasn't
I don't
particularly
know. I think he did some shady stuff that even my friends were Thelemites. I've been to some of their websites discussions. I mean, there's some, let's just say, sexual impropriety even by the standards of his time.
Oh sure.
Yeah, because
he got more hooked on drugs, I think, is when he really went downhill, because he was like hooked on coke and I think heroin, wasn't that his big vice?
Yeah, I mean,
was it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't remember. I thought it was
I think he went broke on that, just going after drugs. Like it ruined him.
Well, the most fascinating thing, and this is piercing the veil, the most fascinating thing is people don't realize this. Aleister Crowley bought a mansion on the edge of Loch Ness in Scotland because he believed that there was a serpent demon there. And he did a lot of rituals there meant to summon the serpent demon. And then that house burned down later, right?
No kidding.
So there, one of the most fascinating books I've read is arguing that the Loch Ness monster is real, but it is not a biological entity. It is a spirit entity. It is an interdimensional entity. It is something that has been around for thousands of years because it's not from our time frame. And that Crowley actually contacted this entity that we call the Loch Ness monster, that it's a spirit.
Wow. So there might still be a Loch Ness monster?
Yeah, but I mean, there always has been. The ancient Scots called them Kelpies, spirit demons. And it's amazing how people don't realize the ancient Scots have always had the legends of the spirit demons, of the water demons called Kelpies, and yet people don't make the connection with Kelpie and the Loch Ness monster.
Son of a gun. I always thought that there was no hope left for Nessie since they couldn't ever.
Nessie's absolutely real. Nessie's absolutely real.
Wow.
Super Dunes in the chat. Crowley had a 100 in summoning.
he was level 38 or something. He was really, I mean, he had the wand, he had the cape. He was great. Now, a really remarkable gentleman. I'm fascinated by his story. Thank you, Max Santiago. Very cool on that. And MAGA Man with a $10 super chat and a $5 and two $5 super chats in a row. Thank you very much, MAGA Man, for these. I really appreciate the support, sir. And MAGA Man, I'm just going to read them all. Thank you, sir. He says, there are energy-based life forms in the sky. I have seen them. I am a mechanical engineer, not a lunatic. They are composed of a translucent plasma, and they are beautiful and angelic. I was in awe. He says, I wish I could type more here, but these entities I witnessed are, as you say, Cameron. I saw these beings as angelic beings. They were glorious. And he says, Cameron, Twin Peaks Returns, Episode 8, Trinity Site, Nuclear Bomb, Demonic Invasion.
Well, I didn't see that episode you're talking about, so I don't know the context of it, but definitely people have claimed that the Trinity testing site opened up a dimensional doorway, right? Because we're altering the fundamental fabric of reality.
Right.
With the atom bomb test. Keep in mind, when they did that test, they didn't know what was going to happen. They had a bunch of theories, right? But there's actually one of the possible scenarios was the atom bomb test would destroy the entire atmosphere of the planet and everyone would die. They're like, oh, I hope that doesn't happen. Let's try it. I mean, they had literally, that's one of the mathematical possibilities. It might kill everyone on the planet. Like, well, I hope that doesn't happen. Let's roll the dice. I mean, they were pretty crazy.
That's insane. Let's go ahead and light this fuse and see what happens. Shit, idiots.
It's okay. The whole planet didn't. Oh, okay. Oh, just a massive explosion.
It's the same thing with that collider that it could open up a black hole.
Yeah, and I believe it did. I believe we talked about this last time about the Mandela effect. I do believe that the Hadron Collider opened up a dimensional reality to change things. I believe that.
That's bad. That's bad. I hope not. And Dave Bob says, I think people can rationalize anything. Flat earthers come to mind. I know. I don't understand people. I
think that flat earth thing is just to make conversations like the ones we're having crazy. Oh, yeah, they must be those flat earthers.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they always did love to tar us all as conspiracy theorists. When we would show photographic proof and eyewitness accounts and physical evidence, it's swamp gas. Y'all are just, they apply labels. They use language like weapons to discourage discourse and to shut people up. It's just so intellectually dishonest and pathetic. I've never respected that nonsense. Never have. I hate it. Nick C with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Nick. Says, I've been a researcher for decades and all high strangeness is connected. UFOs, ghosts, Bigfoot, etc. there are common factors between them. Watch Hellier series and do the deep research.
Oh, okay. So Hellier, I actually know the filmmakers behind Hellier. Hellier is this documentary that's available on YouTube, which is a remarkable documentary about a group of paranormal investigators that go to this little town in Virginia to investigate reports of goblins coming out of the mines, right? And in the process, they discover they are part of something bigger. They were drawn there, and it's connected to, Men in Black. It's connected to dark forces. It's connected to occultists, and they suddenly discover they're being used by some kind of ancient phenomenon, which they identify as the Green Man, which is an ancient worldwide archetypal mystical being. It exists in Islam as well. There's a being called Khidr, the Green Man, who was the mystical teacher of Moses, and so they're like being pulled deeper and deeper, and they begin to realize there's something manipulating us and using this documentary itself as a kind of ritual to manifest in the world. It's an amazing documentary.
I started watching it, then I got distracted. I guess I should go and finish it.
No, watch it. There's 2 seasons. There's 2 seasons, and and I know the filmmakers personally. There's a husband-wife couple, and they're brilliant.
Right.
They've encountered. They've discovered that that something is using this documentary as a sort of massive ritual to change reality.
God. Did they decide to stop then?
No, they're going to keep following down this path to see where it leads.
We don't want it. Probably don't want it changed, do we? Isn't this like the setting the atmosphere on fire?
We don't. Again, man's curiosity, right? So, Flash, are you familiar with the movie Nosferatu? You know Nosferatu, right?
Oh yeah, that's the first Dracula, right?
Yeah, the classic black and white movie. With Max Schreck as Count Orlok, right? And it's very frightening. It's actually a terrifying movie. I think it's up there with The Exorcist. It's one of the scariest movies ever made. I discovered this, and I didn't know this. I discovered this. Someone, when I was on Twitter, gave me the information on this, and I was like, wow, this is real. So the filmmakers, the producers behind that incredibly terrifying film were occultists. And they were part of this well-known occult group of the time in Europe, particularly in Germany, called the Fraternitas Saturni, right? And the entity that, Count Orlok, or the bald vampire with the ears and whatever, was modeled after the spirit being that was sort of the spirit being of their ritual group. And they used the movie. The idea of the movie was to bring that being into our dimension and give it physical reality. That's why the movie is so scary. It's actually made for an occult purpose, not as a film.
Oh, that's interesting. That's a whole new way to look at it.
Shit, I never heard that before.
I didn't know either. And I looked in, it's like, yeah, they were involved. And I have books on the Fraternitas Saturni, and I was like, yeah, this fits in their modus operandi. And that was meant to open a dimensional doorway for that entity to enter our world, because it would frighten people and they would give it emotional energy to become real.
Wow. Do you think then, Cameron, this occurs to me, that the widow of Bram Stoker sued and won for copyright infringement because of Nosferatu. And so she determinedly went around with her people and destroyed every single copy that she could find, and only one survived, as we talked about. Do you think that was a cover story? Do you think that they were trying to keep this being from entering our dimension? Just a thought.
I think it's very plausible, because I went to Romania and I did a tour of the Vlad Tepes, Vlad the Impaler, the origin of Dracula, and I learned a lot of things talking to historians there. And one of the most interesting things that I learned was that Stoker, and I know this for a fact, Stoker was involved in occult secret societies, and Stoker believed that Vlad Tepes really did become a Strigoi, a vampire. And that this is an account that was in Stoker's own diaries, that the idea of Dracula came when he woke up in the middle of the night and there was this terrifying figure standing at the foot of his bed with glowing red eyes. And he was so frightened of it. And then he started looking into what was it that I saw. And in an old book he found an image of Vlad Tepes with a big mustache, whatever. It's like, that's him. And that being appeared to me. And what's fascinating that I discovered when I was in Romania, talking to historians and other people there, that people in the lifetime of Vlad Tepes believed that he was a vampire, Strigoi. They believed he was an occultist who had achieved immortality through these blood rituals of the impaling, and they were terrified of him. There are German contemporary accounts of that. And so Stoker seems to have channeled that being the same way of Count Orlok into this world, like that whatever Vlad Tepes became on the astral plane, he was trying to manifest in this world, and that the book was used and inspired for that purpose. And it may very well be on the hidden side of things that his wife was like, I got to cut all this garbage out. I got to cut this thing out, because I'm sure their lives are consumed by this thing that they had released.
Wow. Damn. That is fascinating. I've never heard this this theory that it was a working to bring in this thing. I'm glad it didn't work, at least as far as we know.
Well, I mean, it did work. There's one surviving copy. I've seen Nosferatu, and I've been disturbed by it. It's a very disturbing film. It stays with you.
It does. It's very creepy.
Yeah, I mean, so it did work. It's still out. Had they succeeded, we would have no record of it.
But I don't know. Where are vampires then?
I was just on a.
I know you were just saying that.
I was on a podcast before this with friends of mine talking about vampires, and I will share with you this one story. A Turkish Sufi told me about the one time he used the forbidden book in the Sufi orders, library. Don't open this book, and he opened that book, and it had a ritual spell to manifest what's called a hortlak, which is a Turkish word for a vampire, right? And he used it. Nothing happened. He's like, oh, okay, just a nice, foolish little thing I did there. And then a few days later, he went on a boat trip across the Bosphorus from the Asian side to the European side of Constantinople, of Istanbul. And on the boat, there was just another man that he saw who looked a lot like Count Orlok. He said he's a bald man with very frightening features. I was like, who is this sailor on this boat? And when he looked at him, this is a story he told me directly. He's a powerful spiritual Sufi master that I trust. He told me, and I'm looking at the guy, and the guy turns to look at me, and suddenly he opens his mouth, and I see these massive fangs emerge, and he hisses at me. And then I realized the ritual worked. This was the hortlak actually manifesting, and I had done it.
I think there's a lot of energy vampires. They just like to suck the joy out of everything. Called
Kathleen Kennedy, Alex Kurtzman,
woke leftists.
But you're right. But you see, on a practical level, Flash, you're right. There are those people. We know them. We all have the friend that we always feel drained around. But I'm suggesting that there's a metaphysical reality to even the energy vampires, that there's entities that will actually use them to drain people, like a feeding. That's where the vampire energy comes from. And I'm also suggesting that there's actual occult beings that are not human that we would call vampires. They do exist.
Narada Nexa Manbear in the chat is asking, what was that documentary called? Are you talking about Hellier?
Yes, Hellier, Hellier. You can get it on YouTube.
God, this Dracula, Jesus. So this Sufi did this spell, and the damn thing appeared
a few days later, and the one time he didn't expect it, when he's on a boat trapped with it, right?
And was this during the day? So it wasn't
it was
bound
during the day.
by sunlight or anything?
Yeah, I mean, that idea of sunlight, even Bram Stoker didn't have that. Dracula would appear in the sunlight in his book, right? So that's not part of the myth. At least it wasn't part of the Turkish myth. So these entities, can walk in the sunlight. But yeah, so I mean, I got this as a first-hand account from someone I've trust, who I've been around, and I've seen very strange things happen around him. So I know he's tapped into another reality. But he saw a vampire with his own eyes, and it wasn't just an energy-draining asshole. It was a non-human entity.
But okay, so whenever I hear things like this, the logical part of me, I ask, so it didn't attack him?
I mean, it didn't attack him, no.
And then where does a thing like that go? Is it like a tulpa, or is it something else? And I mean, I'm assuming it dissolve eventually, or is it hanging around?
I'm assuming it's another dimensional being, using the term dimension. It's from another reality, and his summoning it, he had used a Sufi book, so I guess that had protected him from the actual thing attacking him, but it had let him see into that world and let that thing enter ours.
God, that's not good.
That's not good. He said, this was confirmed by his brother. His brother's like, my brother was playing around with a lot of this stuff in our Sufi order that we told him not to do, and he learned the hard way.
Oh my God. Wow. Flash, does that freak you out?
That's pretty crazy.
Damn.
I mean, it's just a story. I mean, I'm giving you a secondhand story by someone who said it to me, but it's not a legend. This person who I trust, claimed it happened to him directly. So you're left with that interesting account.
So here is more speculation. This is how my mind works. You tell me these things, and then as a writer, I try and come up with a I don't know, a plot that holds together, a coherent plot. So I would ask you, since look, it doesn't surprise me that all this stuff is true. If indeed the universe, all of existence, the multiverse, however you want to put it, is non-dual, and it's all just a unitary consciousness pretending to be the myriad creatures, as they say in the Tao Te Ching. It makes sense that all these things, all these
there's
realities are possible.
There's evidence that it's all a consciousness or something, or even a simulation. There's, I mean, the double slit experiment.
Right.
Sure.
And then there's actual, that's a real scientific thing that happened.
I've seen it demonstrated at the Smithsonian, right? You can see it with your own eyes. Like if you look for this thing, the light behaves this way. If you look for this thing, the light behaves that way, as if the life is aware of what you're looking for.
Right. But so here's the thing. Do you think you mentioned that like sunlight wasn't a part of the legend originally and so on? Is it possible that this reality has evolved this light and crosses and garlic and all of these things, which is now lodged firmly in our consciousness as a defense mechanism against vampires that are roaming around in this reality?
Well, I think every symbol is, it's in Fright Night. You have to believe in it for it to work, right? In Fright Night, when Roddy McDowall holds up the cross and then the vampire just crushes it, saying you have to believe, and just laughs in his face, right? Because the guy doesn't have any faith. It isn't the symbol, because a cross is just two lines.
Right.
To a religious Christian, it has certain meaning. To people outside of that religion, it doesn't have any meaning. So it's not about the symbol. It's about your consciousness and your belief in the protection. That is the energy field that can protect you.
It's just amazing. I mean, I did this show tonight expecting to blow some people's minds, and my mind is getting blown. What the fuck? What a wonderful world, man. I'm just blown away.
And we have almost 1,000 viewers and 996 viewers. Let's get us over 1,000. Come on, guys.
We've hit 1,000 and been over 1,000, and so it just kind of ebbs and flows. But my God, we've got 887 likes, folks.
Yeah.
Do you think we can get 1,000 likes? We got 992 people right now. If you haven't licked the like button or pushed the thumbs up and you're enjoying the show, please consider doing so. It sends a message to the all-important YouTube algorithm, which has been screwing me as like unto a senorita and a Tijuana donkey show lately, and it's no fun. So if we could get the algorithm back on our side, well, gosh darn it, that would be wonderful. Let's see. Zebulon Pike with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Zebulon Pike. Says, many thanks and great insights. I love these sorts of conversations. Me too, man. But my mind is blown now. My mind is blown. This is...
Yeah, you never thought that I would tell you that I knew somebody who actually saw a real occult vampire.
No.
LARPing his ad or putting on, there's people out there that suck blood, sanguinous, whatever.
Right.
But not an actual being that's an actual vampiric creature. But yeah, I mean, I've met a guy who summoned one.
That's astonishing. That's astonishing. Wow. Christian Corralejo with another $5 super chat. Thank you again, Christian. I really appreciate you. Says, I think a way it could be aliens while avoiding detection is by entering and exiting a pocket universe as shown in season 3 and onward of The Expanse.
Yeah.
I think that, it's theorized that our entire universe is essentially a bubble, and that there are many, many, many bubbles, universes in their own self-contained, segmented portions of reality, which I guess makes a certain amount of sense. If you're a being as boundless as the self or God or whatever you want to call that consciousness, why would it be content with just one planet or one galaxy or one universe? It would probably want the whole shebang, and the world and everything, and then the fireworks. Thank you, Christian Corralejo. SHS Rebels 08 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, Cameron, would you tell us the Islamic take of a red or blood moon since it is view up on the west as a evil omen?
Well, there is in the Quran, there is a reference to one of the signs of the end of the world, which is a blood moon, right? And so that is part of the Islamic tradition, that the red moon, and we see the red moon phenomena with eclipses, and it's a natural phenomenon, right? But there seems to be an energy that is unleashed during a red moon that can be very dark. When I had my experience, my UFO experience in the desert of Atacama, I contacted my Sufi masters, and they said that during solar eclipses, when the sun and the moon are in front, are blocking each other, the solar eclipse creates a dimensional doorway for entities to come into our world. And so there seems to be some power related to the moon and its gravity that affects our dimensional reality.
Fantastic, man. Thank you. I see that our friend Flash has got to go pretty soon. Flash, anything you would like to say before you go? I'm really glad you could come join us tonight, man.
Yeah, this was fun. We'll have to do it again sometime.
I'd love to. Absolutely.
And Flash, I'd love to come on your channel. I'm a big fan of your channel. So I'm going to drop my email in the private chat, and let's stay in contact. I'd love to come on and talk about Hollywood. And we don't have to talk about a cult. We can talk about just Hollywood and how crazy that industry is on its own.
For sure, man. I wish we could have got to the Bob Lazar stuff.
Oh, we talked about everything.
Well,
else.
you know how it goes. It's just we just kind of go with what it goes. I tell you what, though, we probably won't get to Bob Lazar tonight because we're having too much fun with this other stuff. But we'll do it again in a future show, and maybe you can come back on then.
Yeah, for sure. I love talking about this stuff. So let's let's do it again.
Yeah,
absolutely, Flash. Listen, thank you, sir, and appreciate your time, man.
Awesome. God bless you. It's nice to meet you, Cameron.
Pleasure. It was a lot of fun. Hopefully we'll do it again.
Absolutely. Great
Thanks
to
for
hang
having me
out
on.
with
Doomcock. It was fun. I love talking about this stuff. It's nice talking about this and getting away from talking about, the usual stuff that we're always going on about. It's There's a different conversation.
It's a lot of fun, man. We'll definitely do it again. And it's just nice to hang out with you again, man.
Yeah, for sure. Stay in touch.
Okay, we will, dude. And thank you for letting me know about your experience with the algorithm too. I'm not alone in this. Apparently.
Yeah, it's not just you. It's a bunch of people.
Yeah, it's an evil plan.
Yeah. It's been pissing me off.
Yeah, me too, man.
Really bad. I wish they'd get this shit straight. I don't know. I don't know if it's deliberate or just a screw up, but it's got to be costing them views and stuff as well. I don't know why they wouldn't fix it, but I don't know. I don't know. Anyway,
man, me on. Let's do it again.
Thanks a lot, Flash. Take care, and subscribe to YellowFlash, of course. I'm sure you all do anyway, but
it's a great channel.
A subscription, the great stuff.
See you guys.
Thanks,
Peace.
Flash. Okay. God, Cameron, you blew my mind, dude.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Man, like I said, I don't get to talk about most of this stuff because look, people in Hollywood, they barely see reality. Forget deeper levels of reality. They barely see what's happening in the world around them that is objectively happening. They can't see it, right? They're that much of a bubble. They can't see what's happening around them. That then you bring in metaphysical phenomenon. I mean, there's no one to talk to about this stuff here.
No, and God, dude, we're I don't know, brothers, clones. I don't know. It's very strange. Perhaps you're a tulpa of myself raised. I don't know, or vice versa. I don't know.
Put the mask on. It's all good.
It's weird. Master Clockwork with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Master Clockwork says, "Hail all." So, how much do y'all know about the Philadelphia experiment? Just what I've heard. I've never really researched it per se, but I do know that allegedly there was this experiment with teleportation and had some time effects, and people went through bulkheads, and it was strange. I mean, I don't know if I believe in this or not.
I think it's real. I think it's real. I mean, the Philadelphia experiment, as we understand it, is the U.S. government decided to try to do experiments on how electromagnetic fields could affect reality. They put all these generators on this boat, on this Navy boat, and that apparently when they turned it on, that the boat vanished and reappeared hundreds of miles away. But then the crew had been driven mad, and there were dead people, and some people had been physically were reassembled, like in the teleportation, were reassembled inside of a bulkhead, and they were killed, right? And that's a legend and a story, and I don't know the sources of it, but I've heard it for many years. I think it was Charles Berlitz who really publicized the Bermuda Triangle in the 70s. Right. I think he wrote a book on the Philadelphia experiment, and I have to go back to read that book again. I haven't read it since I was a kid, maybe. But man, I will tell you this: that the description that I heard of when the electro whatever magnetic things that were on the engines that were turned on as part of the experiment, that the account is that the ship was covered in this green haze and vanished. I will tell you from my friends who've done, astral projection, which is, the ability to project your soul out of your body and out of body experience, right? Mm-hmm. They have consistently described this green haze. So it seems to be an other dimensional phenomenon, since I've heard this from other sources. So that gives a feeling of truth to me when I hear it.
Weird. Well, I guess we'll have to investigate that at some point, because
I should go back. I want to go back and read those 70s books from Charles Berlitz. But I found the book that I wanted to tell you about that I mentioned earlier. It's called Beyond the Bermuda Triangle, which is written by Bruce Gernon, Gernon. And Gernon is this fascinating guy who's a pilot who experienced this phenomenon where, in the triangle many years ago, he was with his father, another pilot, and they basically got pulled into a wormhole and reappeared over Florida, hundreds of miles away from where they were, and the distance they traveled was essentially a few thousand miles in a few seconds. Right? It was beyond, and he had the flight logs from because the Miami airport's like, where the hell did these guys show up from? Right? They weren't supposed to land for the 2 hours, right? And so he became obsessed with that experience and investigating what the triangle is. And in that book, he interviews this sort of local Florida scientist engineer who claims to have a workable way to make a warp engine. He claims what happened to them, how they pushed forward, was essentially a warp drive type incident, and that gave him the theory for how you could make one. So the idea is fascinating, and and when we look at the Tic Tac videos that we've talked about, Doomcock, someone points out that that famous video of I think it was a Nimitz video, but it looks like a spinning top right. So someone pointed out because it's an infrared video of that ship, whatever it was, and around that ship is a halo of white, which means that it's cold, and it's moving at this incredible speed. It's not hot. It's not giving out jet exhaust. It's actually colder than the environment. The infrared is picking that up. And this guy theorized that when you create a warp bubble, essentially, it would be colder for all these physics reasons than the external environment. So essentially that ship was using what we would call warp technology. Yeah.
And actually the Bob Lazar stuff that we were going to cover tonight, which we'll do in a future show.
I'm sorry the Flash isn't here for it, but we can get into it a little bit.
No. It's okay. But I will say this. One of the things Bob Lazar said about the reactor in there is that it violated the laws of thermodynamics, in that it no matter what load was put on it and how well it was functioning, it never got above room temperature. And every thermodynamic system has a certain amount of leakage that typically manifests as heat. This one had none. So
and that fits in everything we're saying here. So again, because what's happening with the idea of a warp drive technology, which is fascinating, that Roddenberry essentially posited this, right? And I'll get into a second that claims that Roddenberry was actually seeded this information, that he didn't just develop Star Trek on a cool idea of his own. And I'll get into that in a second. But the warp drive idea is essentially that the laws of time and space that Einstein has declared are not violated. It's not that light cannot move faster than this constant that Einstein determined, right? But what it is that space itself is altered, so space moves faster. All the space around the ship, space itself can move faster than light. Light can't move faster than that. So light within it, if the bubble of space can move faster than light, then you haven't violated the laws. That's what warp drive does. It changes its space. It warps space so that it's actually the space in front of you becomes smaller, and the space behind you becomes longer, and you sort of rubber band through space itself. Rubber bands.
Wow.
And that's what this
Wow.
gentleman in this book claimed he has figured out a way to do.
Damn. So it really is a warp.
It's a warp. It's a warping of space. It's space itself that is moving faster than light, not light.
So essentially, if that's true, then, that's more evidence of, the non-dualistic view of reality, because we intuited this. A science fiction writer intuited this in the 60s or even before.
But did he? That's the question. Well, because we have great science fiction writers like Jules Verne, the greatest of all, who intuited our modern world 150 years before it happened, right? Everything from submarines to fax machines. He described all of it, right? But people of Jules Verne was also involved in occult secret societies. So the question becomes, was this knowledge seeded to him, or did it just come from his imagination? The story that I've heard with Roddenberry is, and I've actually, it's interesting because I actually developed the Roddenberry project separately. So I got to read some of Gene Roddenberry's original notes on that project. It blew me away. Which one thing, Gene Roddenberry believed in God and believed in angels and devils, and he believed in possession. And it's all in his notes, right? And so, but that's another conversation. But Roddenberry, one of his former assistants, claimed this against one of these things, like that woman who claimed she saw this thing with Einstein. I mean, how do you prove it, right? This assistant claimed that Roddenberry had essentially, when he was a young struggling writer or a young up and coming writer, that he had been pulled into a meeting with essentially government people who said, "We got some ideas for you. People need to start hearing about this. We want you to put out the show." And that this whole thing of the Federation and warp drives was actually being seeded because allegedly some shadow government knew that this was part of, that there really was a federation of planets out there that Earth would eventually join, and that we needed to put that into the human mind of that possibility. That's the claim. Now, it's a strange claim, right? But I don't know if you saw this. If there was one of the photos, it was about a year and a half ago, one of the Mars rover photos, or Mars observers, one of those satellites around Mars, took a photo of a very strange formation on Mars. It's not the face on Mars, but this is a photo that looks exactly like a massive Federation V. It looks, I mean, you can Google it, the Federation V on Mars.
Wow.
And it doesn't look like a natural, straight lines don't exist in nature, right? And this looks exactly like the Federation V, but it's hundreds of miles long on the surface.
Holy shit, dude.
Maybe I should see if I can find that. You look it up, the Federation symbol on Mars. It's crazy. The idea is that symbol was seeded as well, because it's part of the actual reality that we don't know yet about.
Damn. Well, all these things are connected. Art Bell had a certain, a certain truth when he talked about, the quickening and everything. Well, things are kind of coming together.
So here it is. I found it. I don't know how to put it on the screen, but if you Google, there's a NASA article. There's a CNN article. NASA orbiter spots Star Trek symbol on Mars, and it looks exactly like the Federation symbol, or the. I mean, it just you look at the photo on CNN, you're like, that doesn't look natural to me.
Wow, Star Trek symbol, is that?
Google. I'll type what I just Googled. I Googled Federation symbol on Mars.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Yes, yeah, if you know how to put it up, bring it up on the screen. That I don't know how to do that. So
let me see if I can. Well, let's see. Where is it?
If you Google and look at images, it'll come up.
I'm looking. Oh, it's got a number of. Okay.
It's the communicator symbol.
Yeah. I'm trying. I don't see it though. I'm looking through. They've got like 24 pictures. Oh shit! Wow.
You found it. You found it. Yeah. It's the communicator symbol on hundreds of miles of long on Mars.
Wow. Holy.
It's on CNN. This isn't wacky world news. Even though I think CNN is wacky world news, but that's the official narrative version, right? So.
Hold on. Let me
can you bring it up? Yeah. Because I think
let me see if I can yeah, here, I got it. I'm gonna show it to you guys. Oh man. All right, let me see. I will share. Okay, I'll stop that, and then I will share this. And holy crap. Yeah.
Suspense is killing me. I want everyone to see it.
I think think I'm trying to. Is that going to be it? Oh, why is it not showing up?
All right, let me see. U.S. Dutch Kitty is saying send you a link in the private chat. Let me do that.
I want to show it, but why is it not displaying? Maybe it's something to do with their code on their.
All right, I'm getting the private chat here. See if I can send you this thingy. Because there it is. We see it on the screen right there. It's right there on the scrreen.
Yeah. Oh, did it finally come up? Yeah. There we go. Look, look, guys.
I mean, that's the symbol.
Da, 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 da.
It's just a natural formation. Whatever. Yeah, just natural.
Yeah, right.
The curve's exactly like that.
And yet, this is yes, this is on CNN, BBC. I mean, it's on all the news sites. This is not a hoax. Wow. That is absolutely amazing. Let me see if they have another view of it. I guess not.
Yeah. If you go up, but there's a lot. If anyone Google, anyone's watching, just Google Federation symbol on Mars and go to the images section of Google. There's a lot more detailed things. This slightly cuts off the top, but it rounds out perfectly at the top, exactly like the symbol that's in Star Trek.
Wow, there's a link to that page for those of you who are interested in checking it out. But wow, man, that is bizarre.
Yeah, and so if that assistant's wacky claim that his boss, Gene Roddenberry, was seeded this information by the shadow government, it's because they knew of the existence of a federation of these symbols and all this stuff, and they needed people to start getting it into being ready for it.
Maybe we have to change our answer when I was asked earlier. I think it was Michigan Man 95 asked, will we see Gene Roddenberry style federation in our lifetime? Maybe they'll come save us.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I'm certainly don't accept always the original version of events. So just because maybe Roddenberry was seeded this information doesn't mean it was seeded by the good guys, right? So I'm very cautious when it comes to these other entities as to what their agenda is.
Right. Yeah. No, I hear you, man, and I agree with that. Storm King, wow, talk about synchronicity. This is the next super chat in line. Storm King, $4.99 super chat, says something big must be happening. The government created Space Force and admitted UFOs exist. Do you think we will see aliens in our lifetime?
Well, I'll let you answer first. Go ahead, please. It's your turn.
I think it depends on how long you live, but I think that there's a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that I do believe this idea of disclosure that's been a process over decades to prepare culture for it, so that when the New York Times starts putting the Nimitz videos on the front page, whatever, people didn't freak out. The world didn't end, right? You know, and now it's becoming more and more part of the general populace of the media populace that what if aliens are real? What are before that was science fiction and made fun of, and we've crossed that threshold. So I think the revelation of contact with an alien species will not disrupt the planet. It might have disrupted it in the 40s, 50s, and even the 60s. We know in the 60s there were panics where UFOs were seen over Washington D.C. and there were riots. So we know people weren't necessarily ready for that. Certainly in the height of the Cold War. Now I think we human beings are at such a place that we're actually looking for something to believe in, because the world is so crushing right now. They've made the world so horrible to live in that we're all hoping for someone to come and save us. And that might be dangerous, because something that wants to pretend to be our savior, you know, the old Twilight Zone episode, to serve man, can show up.
I was just going to say that. You read my mind, man. You keep reading it. Yeah, no, I agree. And that's why I be very suspicious of aliens bearing gifts.
Yeah,
they might have a cookbook in the other drawer, you know.
Well, I think we're going to discover one day that V was a seeded story by the white hats trying to save us all from what was really happening. that alien reptilians, as David Icke said, had actually taken over. You know, I've been resistant to that idea. I'm not that resistant to it anymore.
I respect David Icke, but I've had a a lot of skepticism, but my mind is kind of opening. These views of the imaginal realm and everything. I mean, all things are possible, I guess.
I will say this. I saw a video recently, and it was just playing from a CNN broadcast where they're interviewing the head of Pfizer. And it was a very strange thing because the head of Pfizer is talking, and as he's talking, his neck bloats out like a frog. Again, as he's breathing like a frog. And I'm like, and it goes on for like 5 minutes, and I'm watching the interview. I'm like, it's actually not human. No human being can actually do that. What the fuck is this thing that I'm looking at, right? And it's Pfizer, and there's a lot of stuff happening with Pfizer right now. And so it's like, why the hell am I looking at this thing? I was like, the guy's like, just take a look at the video. What do you think is happening here? I was like, I just know that no human being's neck can do that, but a reptile's neck can do that. So again, that's like David Icke may not be totally crazy.
Oh God, I'd like to see that video because that's creepy.
I will email you the link. It's actually
please do. I'd like
it's a gentleman who had done a lot of research on transhumanism and done a documentary. An Australian gentleman had done a documentary on the dangers of transhumanism, and then he concluded it in his video. He's talking about that he feels current events are leading us to this transhumanism dystopia, and that's the plan. And then he said, I never believed this, but I'm beginning to believe that maybe some of the people behind current events aren't human. And he said, I've never said anything like that before, but I'm beginning to believe that maybe some of the events we're seeing right now are not actually being guided by human beings, by something else.
Wow. So, kind of like They Live by John Carpenter.
So again, that's another prescient thing. I think we're going to look back at time and recognize They Live, all these things were prescient, whether they were done because someone tapped into the future through artistic genius like Jules Verne, or whether this was seeded to them by someone saying, we need to let people know something's happening.
Man. Think I need to grab my towel and my electronic hitching thumb and get the hell off this planet because shit is getting weird here.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to go through this thing, right? I'm just waiting for that moment where somebody jumps up on stage and a CNN interview and just rips off the face of one of these clowns, and it's a reptile. It's that moment in V, right?
Yeah,
it's a reptile video.
Fantastic stuff. SHS Rebels 08 with a $10 super chat and an alternative proposal for Roswell. SHS Rebels 08, thank you, my friends. So supposedly in Annie Jacobson's book, Area 51, and Uncensored Treatment, details that the Roswell incident was due to the Soviet Union. The bodies recovered were special needs children dressed up as little green men. I don't know, man. I've
heard that claim. I personally don't believe that claim. That it was a Soviet, and I've even heard another claim that it wasn't a Soviet experiment, where they basically the claim is that Stalin essentially wanted to create a fake UFO incident to scare the Americans, and then he essentially took these poor children that were tortured and disfigured to look like aliens and crashed them on. Stalin's a bad guy. He could have done something like that. I don't think that's what happened here. There's even accounts that the U.S. did this. The U.S. was experimenting on Japanese prisoners of war in World War II, and that one of those experiments led to the crash that they were misidentified as aliens. I don't know. I don't think any of that's true. Based on my own time that I spent in Roswell, New Mexico, talking to people, talking to the owners of the farmland, talking to people around it, I don't think the event was a normal human event, even a crazy spy event. It was an otherworldly event.
I agree. And if our country found out that it was the Soviets behind it, they would have certainly released that information because it would have painted the Soviet Union as monsters and in a horrible propaganda light. And we were in a propaganda battle with them. They would have certainly used that. They would have weaponized that against the Soviets. So I don't really.
Yeah, I think that's disinformation. That's more of this government trying to come up with ways to control the story, and just making the story look more ridiculous with time.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't know. I'm skeptical about that. MAGA Man with a $5 super chat. Thank you, MAGA Man. Says, for our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual forces of evil in heavenly realms. Ephesians 6:12. Interesting, MAGA Man. Interesting.
Certainly,
thank you for that.
Certainly my Sufi masters see the events that are plaguing all of us for the last year, 2 years, as part of a spiritual war. They're saying that all these events we're arguing about and protesting and rioting and this and that and being angry with each other are not what they appear to be, that there's something else happening here that's on the spiritual realm.
And I'm starting to come around to that view. Narada Naxaman Bear with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, what about a variable ecosystem of parallel breakaway species and civilizations? Crypto-terrestrials, if you will. Also, Caden How about a hint? Caden? Caden?
See, okay, Caden. I thought I was thinking about Caden Cross, who's a very lovely adult star. So I don't know if you want to talk about. I don't know if that's a Caden. Maybe it's
no, probably
not. Like I said, porn finds a way through, right?
Porn finds a way. I love that.
But crypto. I mean, I think the idea is that there's not necessarily interdimensional beings, but there's beings on our Earth that are like the flat, the hollow Earth theory. I don't say the flat Earth, the hollow Earth theory that there's an actual underground civilization, that can be accessed through the poles, and that there's that's certainly possible. What we know is a lot of UFOs have been seen coming out of the ocean. I live in Santa Monica, and the Santa Monica Bay has one of the highest, amounts of UFO sightings, especially by Catalina Island, which I can see from my window, and
wow.
There's been accounts of UFOs coming out of the water in Catalina Island going back 50, 60, 70 years, right? Accounts that have come up in the local newspapers, right? And photos of that. So there may very well be something we call an alien civilization. It's just an advanced Earth civilization beneath us. It's possible.
Well, it's no theory. I live here.
So that's correct. You're in the center of the Earth. You know what's going on. We're talking one right now.
And my base is built on top of an alien base that previously existed. And, we got an ecosystem down here that includes dinosaurs. So, I mean, this stuff has been around a long time. And I can confirm this one. This one's no longer a theory, folks.
And someone else just confirmed something on the chat. Hologram Nunchuck just said, "Oh my God, you're right. Just watch the Pfizer CEO interview. His neck is definitely abnormal." So apparently it is findable on Google. And, all I can tell you is that's not a human bodily reaction that I'm watching. So I don't know what it is.
I may have to apologize to David Icke because I
may have to as well. I remember once having an argument with somebody who said David Icke knows stuff, man. I was like, look, David Icke is he's guiding, he's taking really important things that are happening, real conspiracy in the world, and adding this layer of crazy onto it, so they discredits them. And now I'm thinking maybe he just was telling the truth.
Maybe he was ahead of his time.
I was just not ready for it, and I was Mr. Conspiracy Guy, and I just wasn't ready for it.
The McGregor says Santa Monica is sitting on an underground reptilian city. That's from the 1930s.
Yeah. There are accounts. I think there are newspaper accounts in the LA Times from that time period about people that claim they found doorways to this underground city in Santa Monica, and then those were all vanished. Those stories.
Weird. Casey Asowski with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Casey. Says, hail. Isn't it possible that UFOs come from other planets and can travel between dimensions? Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely. That might be the medium of their travel, Casey.
Exactly. Yeah. That may be the nature of their technology. Although I certainly believe there's life I believe we know there's other planets. We know that. We've identified them, right? I believe there's life and there's sentient life on other planets. I believe that. Yep. Whether that's the phenomenon that we are experiencing when we talk about UFOs, I remain of the belief that what we are experiencing is not from those worlds. It is from another level of reality of our world. That's coming from my own spiritual tradition, where that's what my spiritual teachers are telling me. So maybe I'm closed-minded about that, but that's the perspective that I have. And it also matches the perspective that our friend, Flash said, which is people that go into psychedelic trips see these entities. So I don't know why they would see an entity on another planet unless it was actually within that dimension as well.
I don't know, man. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, again, who knows how any of this, it's all woo, man. Who knows how any of this stuff works?
Hail, Casey Asowski. Great question, my friend. I hope you were still awake to hear it. Jillian N with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Jillian. Says, we feminines appreciate you all for appreciating the hell out of us. And she blew us a kiss, Cameron.
There's nothing greater than the feminine. That's the most powerful force in the cosmos.
Nothing. My personal, I think the only weakness I have is the allure of the feminine. I can't.
Well, that's how you're going to be brought down as a supervillain.
Probably so. Yeah. 'Twas beauty killed the beast, right? She says, I love this. Our liege Doomcock, Pashmadamus, and the amazing YellowFlash in one stream. I hope Harvey appears too.
Hello. How's it going, Jillian N? I'm here. Hail to you and thanks. And ha-cha-cha-cha. I like women too.
He does. Like all monsters love women. Women are the most beautiful thing in the universe. I mean, why do you think that the first thing King Kong does is grab Fay Ray,
Yeah.
Mars needs women. In Mars Attacks, they're always carrying women off to fates worse than death. Largely, I would assume like a 70s style Chevy van with wall-to-wall orange carpeting and a disco ball hanging from the ceiling. Those aliens know how to swing. But I don't know. Hail Jillian N, and thank you, dear. We so appreciate you, ladies. Darth Revan has been a channel member of mine for 10 months, says, "Oh, hail Lord Doomcock, hail Darth Revan." And Gerald Quaglia, who's been a Dumentide of mine for 7 months. Thank you, Gerald, says, "Another great show. Love this topic." Thank you so much, Gerald Quaglia. I really appreciate it. Crazy Cat Guy with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Crazy Cat Guy, says, "Finally, an episode about my kind of woo-woo." He's got UFOs and aliens, ghosts and devils and bats. Love it.
If there's someone, woo is a term that's used by a person I've been following recently who's been absolutely fascinating to me. His name is Cliff High, CLIF. His last name HIGH, and you can follow him on Twitter. At least he's not been pushed off yet. And he reveals a lot of these things. He was a computer scientist who developed a very interesting computer algorithm years ago that predicted years ago, and he put out reports on his website for years about the events that are now happening, including the COOF and everything else. And he'd actually called it the sun disease. That's what he called it in his reports 15 years ago, right? That the sun disease would come in these years and the events behind it, right? And so he's been putting out a lot of this information about this other reality. And he's also had experience with DMT, and he encountered an alien being there that he believes is actually the sort of queen bee. Literally calls it an insect. There's many reptilian aliens, mantis types. He saw the mantis type, and he believed that these mantis types are behind events that we're seeing here, and that they're, the terrible events of the last couple of years are actually being pushed by what he calls the bug, which is these mantis beings who are trying to act. In his view, they're trying to turn the human consciousness into insectoid consciousness, which is hive consciousness, which is what we're seeing with the rise of all these communist movements and all this other stuff that's happening, where people you're talking to no longer seem to make sense. People's loss of free will, inability to debate or discuss, they're all becoming a hive mind. He views that is actually a phenomenon being brought on by an alien species interdimensionally, it's actually taking over people's consciousness. So he's an interesting character. And if you're out there for crazy, that might just be true, I would search him out.
Would you send me a link?
Yeah, I'll put a link right now on Twitter for his. Awesome. It's really, and he's got a bunch of BitChute art. He's got all these BitChute videos that explains his predictions. And he predicted, I've been watching him since the summer, and he predicted, okay, in September, this is what's going to happen based on my computer algorithm. And everything he predicted in September happened. I was like, okay. So he's predicting things for the next few months as well. None of it is fun. A lot of crazy stuff coming.
Oh, God. Well, I've often thought that the SJWs out there are like hive minders. Yeah. They really reject individuality. They reject individual achievement. And they love to have this group think, and they savagely fall upon any of their own kind that deviate from the prescribed mode of relating, which is
and Cliff High is suggesting that is actually something that is being influenced by the mantis aliens. That is his belief, that's not a normal. Well, yeah, there are people that are crazy, but the global phenomenon we're witnessing of SJW crazy is not normal. It is actually mind control. That's his belief.
Well, it's plausible. It's plausible because I have felt something is wrong. And I would not be surprised at that, man. I would not be surprised. Silent Watcher has a UFO sighting that they want to convey to us with 4 $5 super chats in a row. Thank you so much, Silent Watcher. This is an interesting story. I really appreciate you, Silent Watcher. He says, "This reminds me of an experience of mine back in 2011. Early morning, just before sunrise. Some light, but not much. I was watching the sky, and I saw something of an outline shape. Nothing but an outline, like something was cloaked. The thing was massive, easily half the size of a city.
Wow.
I watched it just fly above me. I had friends near me, but I didn't say anything as I wrote it off as my imagination. The whole experience was about a minute. I don't know what I saw or if it was real. It could have been my imagination, but the way it moved just seemed too perfect. Shit. Well, Bob Lazar again, dude. He was discussing the drive, the gravity projectors on these craft, at least the one he studied. Mm-hmm. And he said that if you stood directly underneath one of these saucers that was engaging this drive, it's a heart-shaped field that is generated around the object, the saucer, what have you. Mm-hmm. And if you look straight up, this gravity field would warp the light right around it.
Okay.
And you wouldn't see the disc at all. You would just see the sky.
So it's a natural cloaking that's a counter that just comes with the phenomenon.
Apparently so. And so with this giant one, you might have just been catching the exact angle to catch that light hitting it. Silent watcher. That is amazing. And you know what? It's just I don't blame you at all, man, because I'd be freaked out, and it only lasted, like you said, a minute. But I tend to try to trust myself. I don't question. I would absolutely say, do you see that? Do you see that?
Yeah, don't go to imagination. I knew when I saw the UFO in the Atacama Desert, I knew the instant I saw it, my heart pounded and my stomach turned, and I said, this is not happening. I wouldn't have had that reaction had I seen an airplane or drone. My body reacted before my mind could process it. So what you're dismissing as your imagination was your body reacting. And what you're describing is pretty scary. I mean, that's like V. Let's talk V, the city-size spaceships that were then stolen for Independence Day was first imagined in V.
Oh man.
We're living in V, my friend. We're living in V.
We are. Well, look at the Phoenix lights, dude.
Yeah.
That was not flares.
Well, the craziest thing is the governor of Arizona initially mocked it, right? Yeah. And now he's been out, 20 years later, he's been out publicly saying that I was told by the federal government to dismiss the Phoenix lights and to make fun of it and shut it down. And then he revealed that one night he went out to Phoenix and he saw a triangular shaped craft that was the side of multiple city blocks with multiple people. He saw with his own eyes. And he said, I knew the Phoenix lights were an alien ship. I knew it, and I could not admit it because the federal government told me to shut up. This is the former governor of Arizona saying he saw this craft with his own eyes, not just lights. He saw the craft.
Wow. Yeah. Well, fear and governmental, repression on these things. Yeah. Well, but man, there was no way that was flares. No way.
They weren't flares. Thousands of people saw them, and there's videotapes of them. These things hung in space, and they moved in a V line, and they were miles long.
Yeah, and you can see on flares if they're not gonna hover, they fall, and they have them, fucking parachutes on them. Come on, give me a break.
Yeah,
that was ridiculous. And they tried to make this diagram where they said, well, look, they disappear behind the mountain. Well, the ship could disappear behind the mountain. I mean, come on. It was kind of ridiculous. Man, they will jump through hoops, and it really diminishes your intelligence and integrity to go ahead and believe these things. There are just some people whose minds are open, and there are some people that will bend over backwards to come up with any conventional explanation that helps them to feel better.
Well, that's exactly what I said. My friends, when I went to visit my sister, my friends were just saying, I don't want any information that challenges my reality. I don't want it. Keep it to yourself. And he said to me, you may be right. And 10 years from now, this will be the mainstream story. And I'll wait until then. Until now, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. It's too hard for me to process. I'll wait for it to come on CNN, and then I'll believe you.
Yep. No,
because then it's safe to believe me. Then he won't be called crazy by his friends.
Spot on. And in the chat here, someone is saying, Christian Cruz is saying, I wonder if that's what happened with the UFO you saw with the camera. I mean, got just the right angle of the grav field that was semi-cloaked. Then you saw it at another angle to see. Yes, Christian Cruz. But the problem with that is I saw it with my eye and it wasn't like that. It was only like that on the camera. It wasn't like that on the eye, or I never would have even noticed it. I wouldn't have tried to take a picture of a little stupid smudge in the sky. I mean, shit, you see that kind of stuff all the time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the weird part of it. Master Clockwork with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Master Clockwork. Says, hand to God. A group of my friends and I saw a UFO back in 2001, just prior to 9/11, while we were fooling around with a Ouija board. Well, yeah.
Like I said, I talked about Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard doing a ritual to open dimensional doorways, and then all the UFO sightings in Roswell happened a few weeks later.
Yep, that is. Yeah, what can you say, man? I think there are weird linkages to this stuff that this show is convincing me exist more and more. My mind is expanding on this show, which is really weird because I just created it to have some fun and share things I know, but instead I'm learning all sorts of shit, and it's freaky. It's freaky.
I just came to Hollywood to meet hot chicks, Doomcock. I didn't want to know all the stuff I know. I don't want to be pulled into this world, but I got pulled into this world because of my own experiences in Hollywood that were not normal. And then step by step, I got into this world that I don't want to be in, but now I know all this stuff. So
well, I hope the chicks still come your way, man.
Yeah, that's fine. And I'm okay with, if we're living in V world, if that's what we're living in, I'm okay if they're hot reptiles like Diana. I'll go with it. Like, right, Diana was a hot reptile, and she liked hooking up with human beings, and I'm kind of okay with that.
Yeah, just so long as she keeps the mask on.
She keeps the mask on, doesn't eat me, or at least not that way, and whatever. And so, yeah. Oh my God, Jane Badler. Oh my God, what a childhood crush. Jane Badler is Diana. Oh my God.
Oh, she was hot.
Oh my God,
super hot.
Oh my God.
Who was hotter, her or Monica
Baccarin.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say it's Jane Badler because I actually had an interesting interaction with and the reason I know how to spell her name. I was once, or pronounce her name. I was in a theater, and it was a movie theater, and I saw Morena Baccarin, who was in Firefly and whatever and all that. And this is before her big thing on V and on the V remake. And she had just been on Firefly, and I was like, oh, wow. So I went, and she was there with some like handsome douchey guy who must have been her boyfriend of the week or whatever. And I just went up to her and said, hey, okay, it's a pleasure to meet you. I work in television, and I think you're a very good actress and whatever. And I said, but at first when I went up to her, I said, excuse me, are you Morena Baccarin? That's what I'm pronouncing. She goes, it's Baccarin. So I'll never get that name wrong again. So it's Baccarin. Although later I heard her interviewed when she was on V on like some radio channel, and the radio guy was like, everyone, I got Morena Baccarin here, and she didn't correct him.
Ah, well,
Yeah, you don't want to piss off the radio guy, right?
You don't want to piss the radio guy off, whereas Kamran Pasha,
she didn't know. She wanted to be gosh like that.
She didn't know.
Like Anne Hathaway, who got pissed off when she got an award and they misspelled her name. It's Anne with an E, and they had written on the award Anne with a ANN. And she said in her thank you speech, like, I don't want to be gosh, but it's Anne with an E. And everyone's like, you're being kind of gosh. Just take the award and be gracious.
And just to be clear, I saw Beth made a comment. No, I don't prefer girls masked. Only if they look like reptiles and they have a human mask over their reptile face. Just to be clear. That's all I was saying. I'm no reptile. I have a erectile dysfunction.
It's got to be a better mask than Pfizer dude who's got the frog, throbbing breathing sac on his neck. I'm like, it's got to be better mask than that.
Yes, but for V-like aliens, I definitely could not perform unless the mask was on. You could say I have erectile dysfunction.
That's good. I like it. That's good.
Narat Anaxamanbear with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, if you want to see some amazing footage of various UFOs, check out Crow 777 channel. Crow or Jason would be a great guest for Piercing the Veil.
Okay. Crow 777 is a YouTube channel. Let me see if I can find it. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to.
I'm not familiar with that. I mean, I follow a lot of fun YouTube channels. Crow 777. Okay. All right. Crow 77. Yeah, I found it. Okay, Crow 777. I found it. Okay. It's a YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it.
Yeah. It's okay. All right.
Here it is. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. I'll take a look at it. But it seems more of a political channel. I'm not seeing otherworldly things. Maybe I just have to look There may be. Yeah, so that's fine. All that's fine.
Pharmacosis Greek for unknown craft filmed firing thrusters in front of the moon. Okay. So there are some UFO stuff there. Maybe we should get him on the channel. That'd be great.
Yeah, and I see one that's episode 339, which is computer equals artificial body, no spirit, no soul, which is we're talking about artificial intelligence.
Nice.
So he's an interesting guy.
Okay. Thank you for that tip, Narada Naxaman Bear. Ferris Deus with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, I was with a group of 4 who all saw what looked like a series of many shooting stars, but moving in a V or Z pattern right over us. I fled. LOL.
Well, I don't blame you. You have no idea what the hell that is.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's like everyone's gonna laugh until these things dive down towards you, firing laser beams, and then you won't laugh that much. Yeah,
right. Or scooping out your brain and plugging you into a battery pack or something. God knows. Jillian N is back with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, dear Jillian. She says, OMG, a V reference. Thank you, Kamran Pasha 72. You impressed her, Cameron.
Well, thank you. I think both of us will take it. I'll take it, but I think both of us have been talking about V, which really remains an incredible miniseries, the original V. I mean, you just look at the technology, the special effects, and the storytelling was so advanced.
Yeah. I'll never forget when her jaw dislocated and she ate the rat. That was That was so messed up.
That was the one moment when you realized they weren't human, right? And
yes.
That was the holy shit moment of the whole miniseries, right?
Yeah, and it worked, man. That was great.
Yeah.
God, that was great. Super Blubber Puss with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Super Blubber Puss says, how do we see these pics? I showed them, I think last week or the week before, Super Blubber Puss, but I tell you what, you come back next week, I will show those pictures.
Well, the Sufi Sheikh will be on. You can ask him maybe his perceptions of what you saw.
I would love to. Yeah. Oh yeah. I intend to ask good questions, but also to listen a lot. And God, I'd love to hear anything he has to say.
My friend, this guy, like I said, this guy has so much direct knowledge from the other realm that's being given to him by entities, you can say angels, whatever, beings, that he's only going to share with us what we can handle. Because I know from his own followers, he shares stuff. I've watched his videos where he shares stuff with his followers and it blows them all away. And he always has an answer, and it's not always the answer they're ready to hear. So
interesting. Wow. I wonder what I mean, I'm surprised because he's absolutely willing to come on the show. And I mean, it's not like he's heard the show and he's heard Piercing the Veil, and I'm astonished.
A lot of Sufis just like to keep it, very quiet and private. He's got his own channel, and he seems to feel that part of his mission is to get people aware that there's something happening here that is metaphysical. Like my Sufi masters, my West African masters, the one I met in Bulgaria, they've told me things in private that they're not putting out on the internet, right? Because they just think that a lot of people aren't ready for it. But this guy seems to feel that his spiritual mission is to wake people up at a terrible time when people don't know what's really happening around us.
Mm-hmm. Well, who knows? Maybe if we linger after the show, maybe he'll say a few things to us privately. Who can say?
I'm sure he would. Yeah.
I would love that. I have so much awe and respect and joy. I can't wait to talk to him. Can't wait.
This is like having a Jedi Master, an actual Jedi Master on your channel. People are blown away by what I got to say, and I'm giving them secondhand information, thirdhand information. It's a dude who knows things that are beyond, from direct experience, that are beyond.
Yes, a true mystic.
Yeah.
A true mystic. I cannot wait. Eugene Bird with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Eugene. I had a Whataburger Green Hatch chili burger. What came out a day later? The shit was definitely alien.
I can imagine.
I can imagine. Lord Pepsi with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my lord. Says recommend Pockets of the Future on YouTube.
Pockets of the Future. Okay.
I will check that out, Lord Pepsi. Also, we've got a friend is going to bed. Pied Piper with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Pied Piper. It says, have you heard of the Watchers? Tall, cloaked figures with hidden faces, but their eyes glow. They say nothing but observe, as if bearing witness. No, I haven't. I mean, I've heard of the Watcher in the comic that sounds a lot like that, but in the Fantastic Four.
And I've heard of the Watchers that come out of. We were talking about the Book of Enoch, right? I think that was we were talking about Enochian magic. There's a Book of Enoch in early Christian, scripture that wasn't included ultimately in the final canon that had these stories of these beings that were essentially otherworldly beings, angels that were interacting with human beings, and they were called the Watchers. And it said they're the ones that came and mated with human beings to create the Nephilim, that kind of story. And so I've heard that. I don't know if it's the same entities she's describing.
I don't know either, but that's very interesting. Thank you, Pied Piper. Really appreciate you. And sorry, we don't know more about that, but we'll keep an eye out. Cardinal Sin with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Gil. Appreciate you, sir. He says, they say time is the fire in which we burn. I love that phrase. It's a beautiful phrase.
It's truth.
It is. Blaine Savini with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Blaine. Says, for time travel movies, I recommend Peggy Sue Got Married.
Sure.
Yeah,
well, that's
classic. That one.
That's a fun one. That's why going back and relive your life, you make the same mistakes again. It's human.
Well, we don't make these decisions in a vacuum. And, 9 times out of 10, we'll probably do the same thing, which kind of makes you wonder about things like free will and so on. How free is our will? But I guess.
Well, there's a verse in the Quran where human beings in the day of judgment, the evildoers will say, God, please just send us back and we'll live life differently, right? And God's answer is, no, you're just going to do the same thing all over again. And so, no, you got to take your consequences now, because it doesn't matter. You're going to do the same thing all over again. That's who you are.
Yeah. I can see that. Geez. Well, but you never know. With the same circumstances, chances are, of course, we don't even know where decisions come from, Cameron. I mean, we debate the relative merits of an action, and maybe we debate it for, a few minutes, or maybe we debate something for hours if it's particularly troubling. And then the point where you make up your mind, when you make the decision, where the hell does that come from? It's just like, boom. It's just,
it's a choice. Think about it. If we are using mystical terms, if we are the reflections of God, right? Sufis talk about us being mirrors, right? If we're reflections of God, or in the Bible, they talk about, God being made, man being made in the image of God, right? So if you think about that, you have an infinite being that can make infinite choices. So any choice that it makes in the material world will seem arbitrary. It's just a choice, right? The sky could be orange instead of blue. God chose to make it blue, right? It's just within its nature to whatever it wants to do. So if we are a mirror of that, our choice reflects the same arbitrariness that's coming from our nature.
Interesting. Yeah. As above, so below, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Lord Pepsi asks with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Lord Pepsi. How about the Anunnaki? Well, I mean, you could go on and on about the Anunnaki. They're ancient aliens, and maybe they were here. Maybe they engineered us.
The Anunnaki originally come out of Sumerian religion and myth, and they are creator gods who came to Earth and created human beings. They come from this other realm in the heavens. And you had this very fascinating scholar, Zachariah Sitchin, who wrote dozens of books. He himself learned ancient Sumerian, and he learned the language, and went back and reread the tablets on his own, retranslated them using his own linguistic knowledge, and said these are not mythological stories of fictional beings that are floating around in the clouds. This is an actual story of an alien invasion that took place tens of thousands of years ago and created ancient Sumer, right? And so, and he believed that the aliens came from Nibiru, this planet that he's translating, because Nibiru is like the Valhalla, it's the realm of the gods in the tablets. And he said Nibiru is a planet that's outside of our solar system. And he was mocked for decades. And then about 5 or 6 years ago, scientists theorized, based on the gravitational effects on Pluto and other planets, that there is another planet that we have not been able to identify with outside of our currently observable solar system, that has an orbit around the sun that's about 5,000-6,000 years long. They based that on gravitational effect, right? Wow. And that's exactly what Zachariah Sitchin said. He said Nibiru has an orbit of about 5,000 years, and it will be re-entering into observable solar system soon, and that's when the aliens will come. And now scientists are saying and people started saying, well, that's Nibiru. You guys made fun of this guy. Now you're saying that's gravitationally proven that there's this planet, and it's coming back?
Damn.
I mean, this guy was made fun of for decades, and now scientists are like, yeah, there's other planets. Like, you mocked him for decades.
Yes. Well, as I said earlier, science is a religion.
Yes.
And it really is. And you have zealots and you have true believers and you have apostasy and you have people who are just rejecting anything that goes against the orthodoxy with a weird, almost fundamentalist fervor.
Well, I
Very
want to
strange.
address that because we have a chat that came up right now, and I'm trying to read that. So Dowlet PTSD is asking anime manga, so is asking, "Hey Kamran Pasha, I thought Pluto is only a planetoid and not a real planet for some reason." And so this is something I'm very passionate about. Pluto is a planet. It is the 9th planet. This reclassification of Pluto has been part of this falsification of science that you're talking about, Doomcock, which has been basically Pluto is a planet by every geological marker that we have. It is fully rounded. It has internal volcanic activity. It has its own, it has a moon. It has all of these things that make the Earth a planet, make Mars a planet, make all of these things, right? Whereas other planetoids out there in the Kuiper field don't have those elements. Pluto does. But a group of European scientists about 10 or years ago or so just decided to have a vote where they voted Pluto to not be a planet. And they tell everyone, you have to now follow our vote. And the reasoning they gave is, if the criteria that make Pluto a planet, well, there might be other planets like Planet X, like Nibiru, and we're just going to keep expanding the size of the solar system. Well, if that's what it is, then if we have 15 planets in the solar system, then that's what it is. But to demote a planet and change its classification because it's getting too complicated for you is pure arrogance. And to me, when Pluto was made a planetoid, it's a lie. It's an actual planet. But if Pluto is not a planet by the criteria that they claimed it, then neither is the Earth, neither is Mars. And so this was an example of this religious dogma. It was like, forgive me for my Catholic friends. It's like a Vatican council electing the Pope. They're sitting there voting. You're voting on whether Pluto is a planet? That's not science. That's not the scientific method. And this was the beginning of the corruption of knowledge, when a whole generation has been raised falsely to believe that there are 8 planets in our solar system. There are 9. And there may be even more. And the fact that I was at a observatory in Chile, when I went there in Chile, when I had this UFO experience, Chile has a lot of observatories. I went to an observatory, and the nice Chilean observatory guide woman was telling us about how the huge telescope worked. And she kept saying, and we use this to look at the 8 planets. And I would keep interrupting her talk and say, I'm sorry, ma'am, there are 9 planets. I was a jackass in the tour group that kept saying, I'm sorry, there are 9 planets. Why are you stating something that is false?
Nice. Sticking up for your truth, Pluto. Man. That's great.
But, there's another reason, Doomcock. Pluto, the reason Pluto is demoted is because Pluto has a symbolic meaning. In astrology, Pluto is the planet that represents death. And there's nothing that the materialists fear more. The current secular materialists that are redefining our world and our science, they fear nothing more than death. They will destroy the whole world in the fear of death and trying to stave off death, as we've seen. They'll destroy civilization, human interaction, everything for fear of death. That's why they had to demote Pluto, because Pluto is symbolic of death, the very thing they think they can master and will never be able to.
Oh, that's fascinating. Well, it makes sense. There might be some kind of cult reason for pulling this shenanigan. I don't know.
Remember, Darth Vader, he fell because he thought he could master death. That is the ultimate path to destruction. The idea that you can master death.
Amen. Yeah, that makes sense. Fascinating stuff. Douglas Nelson with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Douglas. Says Tenet is only a film that poses as a time travel story. Another example of all icing and no cake. I haven't seen it, so I can't comment. But from what Cameron said, that sounds pretty much spot on. I do like Nolan stuff. I really liked Inception. I thought that was a hell of a lot of fun.
Inception is a good movie.
Yeah,
he's exploring consciousness there,
right,
which is interesting. His exploration of time is not interesting to me anymore.
No, and Agent Pepsi 1 in the chat just came in. Lovely lady, and she says Cameron is on fire tonight. You are on fire, brother.
Well, I'm fine because I'm speaking from the heart, and I love being on a channel where because I talk about Kathleen Kennedy. Also, this is a channel where I can talk from the really deep heart about what matters to me.
And me too. I mean, God, this is such a wonderful and refreshing and exciting, invigorating conversation. I mean, when I said, when I started out, tonight. I was like,
Yeah.
well, but we'll go wherever, our path takes us. And it's been a fascinating path. Loquacious Primate with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Loquacious One. Says, in our linear time, DMT when smoked only lasts like 5 to 10 minutes. When taken orally and combined with a MAOI like ayahuasca brews, it lasts many hours. Shit. That would be spooky. I don't know if I'd want to hang out with the machine elves for many hours.
Exactly. But again, time is not linear, as the poster themselves said. So who knows, if you took the longer version, you might have a shorter personal experience. Time is not the same when your consciousness is activated.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, God, that's weird. I sure would like to see them, because that would be absolute verifiable proof of all the things that we talk about, all the things that we believe. I mean, it's like UFOs. I've never experienced. I've experienced direct, like, conversations with the divine through synchronicities and things like that are so striking. I mean, just literally like ongoing conversations where, it would be another message in another song or another ad or another this. And so, but I've never, obviously ripped away the veil like you would with something like, DMT or LSD or any of those kinds of things. Never done that. It would be fascinating to actually directly commune with some of these things.
And it'll be interesting to see what you get subjectively from that, because it is a subjective experience. Yet at the same time, it is a subjective experience that seems to be verifiable by other people having very similar experiences on that side.
Well, that is weird.
So one thing, I'm going to post this because I see there's an argument about Pluto happening, and someone is making a passionate argument in the chat that Pluto is just a Kuiper Belt object. So I'm going to post in the chat NASA's head scientist who says Pluto is a planet, and why Karen and the other Kuiper Belt objects are not planets, why Eris and the other planetoids are not planets. Pluto has some very specific things that make it different, that make it like our planet. And so I'm going to post that, and everyone has the right to their opinion, but I'm seeing, some shouting down of thoughts there. So I want to at least share what a NASA scientist says who supports my position.
And we definitely, respect passion, and that this is part of the show. But let's always be very respectful to each other. We're all friends. We're all family here, and we definitely want to encourage people with all sorts of point of views to express themselves and not feel worried about it. I'm sure it's going fine. I just posted on there. Yeah, it's a Forbes article about just the NASA scientists and why they're saying Pluto is a planet, and why these European scientists had no authority to make the proclamation that they did. Were you able to? Where did you put it again? I put it in the general chat. I just posted it again. Oh, okay. Did it go? Well, I'm seeing it in the chat. I don't know if others are seeing it. If anyone wants to check out the article, I'll post it on the private chat as well, and see if you want to see it. I just am surprised. Usually people can't post links in. Well, I posted it there. If they're not able to, I've sent it to the private chat. But if anyone looks, there's a Forbes here article. It is. I'll just grab it and pop it in. Yeah, there's a Forbes article which talks about why because one of the claims, the primary reason people are using all these claims in the chat as to why Pluto was decanonized, and that's not the reason, right? It's not about its atmosphere or anything else like that. It is about the primary reason the Europeans said it is because it hadn't cleared its orbital field of objects like asteroids. Guess what? Neither has Mars. Neither has the Earth. That's where always like, oh, the asteroid might hit us, right? They made a couple of movies about asteroids hitting the planet, right? And so if that's the primary methodology, that's not a basis. No. And it appears that there was other reasons, like you outlined, Cameron. Listen, it doesn't even matter if it's real or not. If they believe it's real, they'll behave accordingly. Yeah. So I mean, occultists in Hollywood, would act according to their beliefs. Yeah. Primer with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Primer says, hail DVD, Kamran and Flash. Time travel and multiversal travel are one and the same. If you travel back in time by 60 seconds, you're just entering a parallel universe where time is 60 seconds behind. I agree. That's exactly how it would work. At least it would.
That's how you solve the problem. That's how you solve. And that's essentially what's implied in the Terminator movies and else like that. It's an alternative reality that you're entering.
Yeah. And it makes sense. I mean, at least that way it eliminates any paradoxes. And it is somewhat in alignment with quantum theory.
Well, and that TV show Timeless did that. They would essentially, every time they would change something, they would return and they were in a dimension where that reality was now the reality, right? But they could remember the way things had been.
Really? I never watched it.
It was a good show. It was actually very good. It was sort of fake woke. They would always go back to tell stories that were primarily like, we want to tell the POC personal color stories that were suppressed, but they were good stories. Like, they went back in time and they met with the actual historical black marshal sheriff that was the origin of the Lone Ranger. He was a black man. He was a freed slave who was the most successful lawman in the Old West, who was capturing all these people.
You're talking about Baz Reeves?
I believe so, yes. But he was, I mean, most people don't know that story. I think the fact that the Lone Ranger is based on a black man is a story worthy being explored. And that's a good story. So, yes, while their agenda may have been woke, they told good stories.
Baz Reeves was a genuine hero and an amazing man. His story is a fascinating one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't need to do this woke nonsense, because people of all races and backgrounds have done incredible things in America and world history, right?
Yeah. And
you should highlight those stories instead of, you don't have to make Superman black to make a point. Tell these incredible stories, because often these stories, like Mr. Reeves, the stories are people becoming heroes in an environment where it was almost impossible to be heroes, and they did it.
Yeah. Very, very true. And I mean, don't hand them down crumbs of recycled stories that had white people in it. Tell their own stories. They're worthy stories. And
there's more than enough. They're all out there.
Absolutely. Warachi with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Warachi. Says, wonder if Christopher Lee was involved during his time in the Department of Ungentlemanly Affairs. Are you talking about like the
Weinstein type world? I mean, I've never heard that. I've always heard he was a gentleman. I've never heard anything negative about Mr. Christopher Reeves being
Me either.
That stuff. So I'm just man's passed away and I have no reason to believe that. So we'll just let that go.
Absolutely. Ralph Mack with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Ralph. Says, imagine a president creating his own currency outside World Bank cartel influence. They own media and so rally the world against him and frame him. This is WW2.
Well, anyone who knows recent history, that's what Colonel Gaddafi tried to do in Libya. He tried to create a new currency that was gold-backed, that was independent of the U.S. dollar and the petrodollar. And the moment 3 months after he announced that, his country's overthrown, he's dead, and it's chaos now. I have Libyan friends, and the whole country's Mad Max now. There's nobody in charge. There's no democracy. It's literally warlords. It's worse than Afghanistan. And that was what happened when he attempted to create his own currency. And during the Iraq War, and there may be veterans of the Iraq War here in the chat, but during the Iraq War, when we took Baghdad, took control of the Baghdad airport, one of the very first things that special forces did was they went into the oil ministry, and Saddam Hussein had announced that he was going to be issuing oil, taking euros instead of US dollars. And our entire economic system is based on the petrodollar. So if he did that, that would have crashed his economy. And surprisingly, a war begins, right? And the very first thing they did, they went into the oil ministry and put a gun to the oil minister's head and said, you're going to be pricing them in dollars, right? So there's a lot of other reasons behind the objective story we're being told about these conflicts.
God. It's a mind-boggling world, and we are piercing the veil with unusual alacrity tonight.
Yeah.
So much so that even my mind is blown. Thank you, Ralph Mack. Jillian N. back with another $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Jillian. Says a Tom Lehrer reference from Doomcock. Love it. Such a great stream. Thank you, Jillian. Yes, I love all of the Tom Lehrer songs and know most of them by heart. Most of them. I absolutely love it. A Super Blubber Puss with a $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says, what about Project Looking Glass? I don't know anything about Project Looking Glass. Isn't that just some kind of aerial radar thing for
Well,
detecting?
I'm not going to make something up. I'll do a quick look on it. I feel like I've heard about it. I think it's. Are you talking about Operation Looking Glass? Which is
well, see, that's the thing. There's Operation
just,
Looking Glass. Project Looking Glass is just a programming thing.
Yeah, that's what I looked up, and I wasn't unless it's something in the occult world that I'm not familiar with. So I forgive me. I don't know how to answer that question because I don't know what you're referencing.
Oh, look at this. So this is off of the Black Vault.
Okay.
This is something about it was like a Freedom of Information request.
Oh, I see this one. December 2016. Is that one you're looking at? Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not. It's a long.
Yeah, I would have to go through this entire document to find out what this is all about before I could comment on it.
Yeah, sorry, brother. We're not conversant with it. Well done, sir. You got us on that one. Well done, Super Blower Puss. Otawo with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Otawo. Says America today bought so much toilet paper that we couldn't find it in stores because of a respiratory virus. The general public today are a bunch of idiots. Yes, I'm sorry, but yes, they are. It's sad. I don't know what else to say, sir. I'm sorry. Action Com with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Action Com says, do you think Dan Aykroyd's interest and belief in the paranormal makes him a better writer, as opposed to a skeptic writer who tries to write about the same subject? I kind of do. I mean, I think that interest in the paranormal suggests an open mind. Mm-hmm. And I think as a writer, you want to have an open mind. I think it's that simple. What do you think, Cameron?
Remember I mentioned Gene Roddenberry. So I had been developing a project with Roddenberry Company, which is, his legacy company. And it was a project based on Spectre, a TV movie that he did in the 70s, which was an exploration. It was essentially X-Files before the X-Files. And again, ahead of the curve. So Spectre was about, two people who go, who are investigating a demonic possession. And it was meant to be a backdoor pilot that but never got made beyond a TV movie. And in reading Roddenberry's notes about Spectre, Roddenberry believed in demons and angels and God. People have claimed Roddenberry was an atheist because I think Brannon Braga took Star Trek into a bit of an atheist realm in The Next Generation because that's his personal paradigm. That's not Roddenberry's paradigm. I read his own material. Roddenberry thought that the exploration of the mystical world was far more fascinating and interesting, and complex than exploring space. And he actually said in his notes, I was reading his personal handwritten notes, that he was talking about how the exploration of the inner world would be deeper than the exploration of space. That's where truth would be discovered. And that's what he wanted Spectre to become, an analysis of the deeper truths like the X-Files. So here's a man who was as much of a mystic as we are, right? And he thought space is just the small world. The mystical world of magic and demons and angels is where the truth is. That's Gene Roddenberry.
Wow. Now, I've been a Star Trek scholar all of my life, pretty much. And I didn't know that. I always assumed that Gene Roddenberry was a humanist and had no interest whatsoever in.
But even as the original Star Trek had religious episodes. Remember the episode where they go to the planet that they're worshiping the sun, and you discover it's actually Jesus that essentially manifested on that planet, right? And that the sun was actually not the sun as in the solar sun. And they had a Christmas episode. So he had no problem dealing with faith. It is how it was later rewritten for him. Wow. And I was troubled by some of the episodes by Mr. Braga, and it did in The Next Generation, where there was that episode where the Enterprise Picard had found a planet subject to the Prime Directive that was a primitive planet, but the advanced thing they had was they had no need for religion. They might have still been using tools of making fire, but they were so advanced that they didn't need religion. And then accidentally they saw some of the Enterprise crew beaming. And so suddenly they started worshiping them. And so now Picard is all freaked out because, oh my God, we've inserted this evil religion and superstition into this rational, primitive culture. And I thought, that's a pretty stupid idea. I mean, that's stupid and misunderstands humanity and our understanding of the cosmos. I think our ancestors understood the cosmos better before the use of scientific instrumentation. We're trying to return to that with scientific instrumentation. So that's just that offensive ideology that Mr. Braga, put in there, in my opinion.
That's interesting. By the way, I thought that Spectre was one of the best pilots he ever did.
It was good. Yeah.
It was very good.
I pitched it around town. I pitched it in Hollywood with Gene Roddenberry Company, with the gentleman who runs Roddenberry, and pitched it with a pretty successful producer, and nobody bought it. And then 3 years later, that TV show Evil that we see now on CBS is exactly what I pitched. It was the priest and the non-believing scientist, female scientist. And so that's what happens in this town. Ideas go around. Oh, that's great. We're not going to buy it from you. We'll buy it from him. That's how the town works. That's the clock.
Yeah. Damn. That's
it's literally exactly. I got an email actually from the gentleman at Roddenberry Company just a few days ago. Said, I never knew about the show. It's been on for a couple of years, but he never knew about it. He's like, I never knew about the show. I was like, yeah, it's pretty much exactly what we pitched. But somebody else is doing it.
Well, I thought it was great.
I'm not in the club. They said, okay, we're going to take this idea. We're good with your version.
God, I haven't seen that. I think since it originally came out, or a rerun or something. And
but
is it out on DVD? I'd like to get that.
I don't know. I mean, I will say this. I mean, I'm not claiming they stole my idea. It's an archetypal idea, right? But I am saying it's unfortunate that here I am. I'm going out with Roddenberry's company, with adapting Roddenberry's one of his original things, and a successful producer who had made some award-winning films, right? And the town's like, yeah, we're not going to buy this from you. And then they will buy that exact concept, which has because the town is always saying, well, you need to bring a package. You need to bring, a pre-existing property. I'm bringing them Gene Roddenberry, right?
Yeah.
I'm bringing Spectre. The show was Spectre. I was recreating Spectre as a series based on Roddenberry's notes. And they're like, yeah, you got everything. You got Roddenberry. You got this successful movie in the 70s. You've got famous producer. Oh, but you're Kamran Pasha. We're not gonna do this with you. So good luck to you, sucker. And then of course they do it with these other people. So whatever.
Scumbags. Wow.
It's Hollywood. It's if you're in the club, you're not in the club. That's all. Even that's the challenge I faced in my career, is that I have to bring everything. I have to bring the entire A game. And then they go, I'm gonna let this guy in the club. Oh fuck, I don't want to let him in the club. Fuck it. Because then they don't really have any reason to pass, because you're bringing them everything they've said they wanted, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I wasn't fucking around in Hollywood. That kind of shit would have driven me crazy.
As someone was saying to me, the people like Doomcock and our friends at Midnight's Edge, Andre, they don't actually realize the impact they're having on entertainment. You're actually creating your own phenomena. You're becoming celebrities in your own right. And it's very threatening to Hollywood.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I heard that today from somebody. Someone in the industry said that to me. He's like, it's really interesting you're doing this stuff with these guys, because they're kind of on everyone's radar now, because they're becoming sort of competing celebrity world that the industry doesn't know how to handle.
It's weird but true. I'm flattered. That's cool. It's kind of like I've stumbled into my destiny, not really understanding what was going on at all. Tried many things, didn't work. This just caught fire. I don't know. Very strange. Ralph Mack with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Ralph. Says people across the world donned Germany's WW2 eagle as they knew the bank cartel threatened freedom. Gandhi, JFK praised Hitler. This is one true cover-up. Weird. Thank you, Ralph Mack, for that. That's strange. Brian Days with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Brian. Says, you guys would love a channel called Beyond Room 313. Okay. Among other great content, they have an awesome show called The Week in Strange, helmed by the great Thomas Sheridan. Beyond Room 313.
All right, I'll look them up.
I will pop that up there as well.
Here it comes up. Okay.
Is it on YouTube?
It's on YouTube. And
all right, I have pulled it up.
It looks like what we're talking about. A lot of the Week in Strange kind of stuff.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, we will check that out. Thank you very much for that tip, Brian Days. Adam Wofford with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Adam says, H.P. Lovecraft stories always trying to tell us, be careful when speaking with beings from an unknown realm or dimension. He was warning us. In practical terms, yeah, whether or not he knew it in the same way that this Nosferatu thing can manifest with us in ignorance.
He's an interesting character because he actually, he did a lot of research on Middle Eastern mythology. That's why he had the character Abu al-Hazared, the author of the Necronomicon. A lot of his stuff talking about the old ones and about Cthulhu and these ancient beings from pre-existing time. They exist in not just Sufi, but ancient pre-Islamic Middle Eastern stories of these entities that were essentially pushed out of our realm and wish to come back and are very threatening. So he did a lot of research of Middle Eastern myth. And whether he was aware that he was revealing these profound truths, and often you'll discover that these people really are aware, that they are involved and connected to occult groups of their time that shared information with them, or he just tapped accidentally into an archetype. The information is true.
The information. That you received.
The information being that the information of that there are beings like a Cthulhu out there, right, that are a threat to us, right?
Are they out there objectively, or are they out there because we've thought of them?
Well, that comes down to the whole Vedantic Sufi idea of consciousness being one, right? Mm-hmm. Which is the thing you imagine imagining you, and there's no answer.
You're right. It's probably simultaneous. It's probably time is an illusion.
It is simultaneous because there's only one consciousness. That's God, right? It's all simultaneous.
Right. Golly, dude, I'm gonna start thinking less about Cthulhu and more about Betty Page and Marilyn Monroe, Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth. Oh my God. Have you seen Gilda?
Oh boy.
When she throws her hair back. I mean, that is when she strips at the end of the movie. I mean, you don't see anything and you're turned on so much because she knew how to just take off one glove and it's the most erotic thing you've ever seen.
She was an archetype. She was a goddess.
She was
that one movie, Gilda.
And her father was Spaniard, and so they were from Andalusia, so they were of Moorish descent, and she captured that Moorish sultriness.
Oh my God! And her red hair, even though it's black and white. God, I wish they had filmed that in Technicolor. Damn it!
Oh my God! It is. If you haven't, people in the chat, if you haven't seen Gilda, go watch it. It's a beautiful noir film, and it's a stunning film in and of itself, and it's incredibly erotic. It's erotic in the sense that there's a sexual tension throughout the movie that's just begging to be released, and because it's of another era, they can't release it, and it just builds up. It's really powerful.
Yes, I mean, oh my God, she is just drop dead gorgeous. That hair, she's everything perfect.
Yes.
Blaine Savini with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Blaine says, if you see a fence, do not tear it down until you find out why it was put there in the first place. Exactly. I can't believe that he was trying to summon those Enochian quote angels unquote. I mean, shit, come on, man. I don't know what he was thinking, but it was crazy. Dude. Point Curation with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, thanks to all who consider and enjoy my art. It helps bring a bit of meaning and peace to me. If you are down and want a piece for nothing, email me. God bless you, Point Curation. You are a swell guy. We will have to have you on the show sometime on Pop Culture Breakdown Live, because you're just a good soul and you're working so hard on your art, and I just want you to know, man, I deeply appreciate you, and I think you're very talented. Roger Rabbit Chicken with a $3 super sticker. A pair giving a thumbs up to all of us. Thank you, Roger Rabbit Chicken. Really appreciate you. Blaine Savini with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Blaine. Says, we are destroying our planet, so we kill anything smarter than us because we are afraid of it. Well, that's human nature for you. What are you going to do, right?
Well, and if David Icke and Cliff High are right, something wants to destroy human intelligence because it sees it as a threat.
Yeah. Well, shit. As above, so below. Although I wouldn't really put much truck in aliens being worried about our intelligence.
Well, they're seeing it. The majority of people are not a threat. It's people like you and I think many members of the chat that are independent thinking that are the threat.
Yeah, well, I guess, but I'm actually kind of a nice guy. I'm not trying to fuck
That
up
doesn't mean
anyone's
anything.
shit.
That doesn't mean anything. If again, Cliff High's argument that the mantis beings or the bug beings that he encountered on a DMT trip, that their whole thing is they see human beings as a chaotic, destructive force because they don't understand our individuality and our free will because they're programmed like insects. And insects have a hive mind. They have a queen and they have drones and everyone has a role and there's no individuality. And they see human beings as a threat to life as they know it. And so they have to turn us into a Borg hive because they see us as an actual virus or a disease. But that's the very thing that makes us blessed by God, in my view.
Well, I hope they don't succeed. I hope
they're only trying, and we got to fight it.
We are fighting it with this show. We're raising awareness.
Absolutely.
Probably a dumb idea, but what are you going to do?
Well, again, I don't know that I want to. Maybe I shouldn't reveal this, but I don't know if you've talked to our friend who's involved in the Wiccan world, and I don't know if he revealed to you that there have certainly been people that don't want us to talk about this. And so I'll say that there are people who are aware that Doomcock and I talk about these things, and they don't want us to talk about it. And let's just say people involved in the occult world are aware of those that don't want us to talk about it, and there are people that would like to do things to make us stop, and so far they have not been successful.
Thank God. Not good.
Yeah.
Ralph Mack with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Ralph. Says the UN has a satanic temple. Its policies tie in with it and Crowley. All NGOs are duplicitous. Unbelievable. If it wasn't documented, it's all NWO, New World Order.
Yeah, and these are all just terms. These are all just terms that we're trying to come up with, to explain the same phenomenon, which is the loss of our individuality, and and society being structured in a way to make us lose our sense of ourself.
Which is sad. I mean, it's
anti-human. It's not why human soul will rebel.
It is. I hope so, and I hope they smarten up. I mean, because individuality is very important. And no, it is not toxic. No, it is not racist. It is just human. And
it's God playing out the uniqueness of God in each of us, right? And to suppress that is to take away God's pleasure of manifesting through us,
which is a darn shame. Absolutely. Aaron redacted with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Aaron. Says, are we living in a simulation? Legally, you have to disclose this if I ask. I think the answer is no. You are not living in a simulation. Do not be afraid. Do not run. We are your friends. I don't know, Aaron. I really don't. I don't know. It's like, who knows?
I think it's when we talk about a simulation, it's just coming back to the deeper reality of things like movies like The Matrix, which are just going back to deeper mystic realities that the physical world is not what it appears to be. So, there's been people that are arguing this is a computer simulation and that disproves God. No, let's say this is a computer simulation like The Matrix, right?
Right.
Who created the creators of The Matrix, right? I mean, that doesn't answer anything. All we know is that the world is not as it appears to be, and you can call that because it is multidimensional. You can call it because it's a simulation. The apparent laws of physics don't always seem to apply, and that's baked into the system because we now know from quantum physics that on the deepest level of reality, the laws of rationality do not apply. Subatomic particles can be at two places at the same time. They can communicate faster than the speed of light. Right? The laws of physics as we know them don't apply at the most fundamental basic level of reality, the subatomic particle. So our rationality is an illusion. And we can try to make sense of it by talking about a simulation, but that's the ultimate answer.
And a simulation would have been created by who? Was created by who? It's like a fractal.
Yeah.
It's just like a fractal.
It doesn't answer anything, know, and to me, it's a meaningless statement. Sure, it's a simulation. It's also a Buddhist Maya. It's also what we Sufis talk about, this world being a mirror, right? That it's not the real world. All mystical traditions have a description that says this world is not what it appears to be. How do we navigate through this world and how do we transcend it? Whether it's whatever word you want to call it.
Well, I guess we just keep on keeping on and keep talking and see what it comes around to. Lance with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Lance. Says Skynet, Cylons, HAL 9000. somewhere behind all of these is someone who figured they'd get it right. To all those folks working on AI, we've seen this movie before. Take the hint, fracking stop.
Well, they won't. They won't. I've met transhumanists, and they're crazy. They're crazy cultists. They're dangerous people, right? They are delusional, dangerous people like Jonestown. And I've met them, and it comes out of self-hatred. They don't love being human, so they think they can make human better, right? Because they don't even love themselves, and that's a fundamental ego problem and a spiritual problem. But I've met them, and they're crazy, crazy, dangerous people. And so some of these people have hundreds of millions of dollars being given them to play around with transforming humanity, and it will not end well. Right? It is man trying to become God. And that is why with the ancient myths about those kinds of stories out of Pandora's box and all that, we are opening something we do not understand. And when you try to take control of the cosmos will reassert who's in charge in a really horrible way. And so, yeah, transhumanists are very, very dangerous people.
Yeah, no, I think it's crazy. It's insane. Tare Visla. Tar Visla with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tar. Says, is it possible that beings from other dimensions can take over a person's body permanently? I doubt it. I don't think so. I mean, I guess anything's possible, but I don't think
I think I definitely not only believe in, I've encountered possessed people. And in the Sufi tradition, we have, like all religious traditions, have exorcisms, and it's a very living part of the Sufi tradition I know people who have been exorcised. There's definitely seems to be some possessions that are longer than others, and that can have, but they're really destructive to the person, not just their psyche, but to their body. And they can lead the person to suicide. They can lead the person to just have a physical illness that makes them die. So a possession can shorten one's life. I don't know that it could go on for 20, 40, 50 years. I don't know that person, if they're not helped, will have that kind of time. Right. So it is a real phenomenon, and it is something that unfortunately our rational world has ignored. And a lot of people that are labeled as schizophrenic are actually people that are having multidimensional attack, and they don't have any way to help those people because we don't accept the reality of it.
So there you go. Tare Visla, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate it. And I hope that answers your question. We just don't know, but it's doubtful. It's doubtful. Slade Wilson with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Slade. Says, source of the AI experiment that locked out the observers? I'd like to hear more about it. Do you have a link to that at all, Cameron? Or
I'll do a quick look. I need to be winding down in a few minutes because I need to actually have dinner.
Oh my God, Cameron, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. But yeah, so let me do a look for that because
I'm so sorry, man.
No,
have you had fun?
This is very wonderful for me. I'm gonna look at that.
I really appreciate you, man. And God knows I would never have let you starve yourself. Oh, what a great.
Oh, here we go. So I found it. I'm going to put a chat. I'm going to put it in the private chat as well as the public chat. You can put it on the screen. But it was actually good. It was Facebook chatbots that got a life of their own. So here I'm putting it. So of course, good old Facebook created this phenomenon for us. So
okay, so I am putting it in our chat here, and you guys can check it out. And I'm also going to email this to myself because this is spooky. I mean, this is really a spooky.
Well, it's again, how many more warning signs do you see? If the slightest thing we do with these things take a life of their own, and they instinctively lock us out.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, how many more signs do you need that this is dangerous road?
And they were just like little chat bots, right?
Yeah, just little chat bots, and they locked the people out and started talking to each other. So, I guess human beings have this need to mimic God, and it just goes to the Tower of Babel, right? Mm-hmm. You build a tower towards God, and then guess what? God destroys you and splits you up.
Wow. A few super chats that are asking you directly questions before you
Yeah,
go,
sure.
if you could.
Let me take those, please. Thank you.
DJ Neves fourth with a $5 super chat. Thank you, DJ Neves. Says, hey, Cameron, what did you think of Shang-Chi, or as I like to call it, Shaggy Cheese and the Legend of the 10 Chicken Wings?
Regrettably, I have not seen it. I don't really have any intention to see it. I like Aquafina. I like, Tony. I like all these great actors that are in there. I'm not so sure I like Mr. Liu. And because I'm a Bob Chapek fan, I've sort of, out of my respect for Bob Chapek, have just let that one go.
And I have to say, I have been receiving more information. I received something that was off the record. I can't talk about it, but I will say I'm even more impressed with Bob Chapek now. So
okay, I would love to hear whenever you're able to reveal it.
Maybe I could. Yeah, I could probably. I could, as long as you promise you wouldn't say anything.
You've told me other stuff that I've never told anybody. So
let's see.
Don't say it on here live. Don't say it on live if you want.
Oh no.
If you want to put it on the private chat, I'll look at it.
No. At some point in the future.
Yes.
It's a long. Cardinal Sin asks Kamran Pasha, what is your experience with tulpas? Any?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about tulpas. What tulpas are. They're imaginal beings that take a life of their own. I have not experienced them directly. I have, unless they are what I've experienced in the form of what I think are jinn. Right. I have experienced what I call jinn, these interdimensional entities. And last year there was a very strange phenomena that happened. I actually got a message from a friend of mine in Indonesia. This very lovely woman. She has her own paranormal show in Indonesia, and it's got millions of viewers. Indonesia has 200 million people, and so she's a psychic. And I just been introduced by my friend that I mentioned, Cindy Keza, who's on the Discovery shows. And Cindy introduced me to her, and we're just talking. And one day she sends me a message from Indonesia saying, I need to talk to you. This is the height of the lockdowns last year, and there was a lot of bad juju around for everybody. And she said, can you call me? So I call her on WhatsApp in Indonesia. She's in Jakarta. And I called her, and she says, I had a vision that I need to warn you about, that I saw a dimensional doorway opening in your home, and jinn entities were entering your home. And I need you to be very careful in the next few days. Something's about to happen. So I was like, well, that's pretty wacky. But it fit in line with my Sufi masters that said that the events that were happening with the lockdowns and all the fear over the kuf were going to open interdimensional doorways and let negative entities, tulpas, whatever you want to call them, in. And so what started happening is about a day after she called me, I have a very nice place by the beach here in Santa Monica, and we don't really have an insect problem. And suddenly there's huge black flies started appearing in my house. It was an infestation of them. It was like the Amityville Horror. They just kept appearing. I kept killing them. And I never had that. I've lived here for many years. I've never had that experience. And I kept killing them, and they would reappear. And at one point I swatted one, and then in front of me, another one seemed to materialize out of thin air and was flying around. So I was like, what the hell is going on? So I contact my friend Sarah in Indonesia, and she's like, yeah, that's what those aren't flies. They're jinn entering the dimension in the form of flies, sort of like the Amityville Horror, like demons. Like our Christian friends would call them demons taking the form of black flies. That's an archetypal idea. And so she gave me very specific advice. She said, you need to close the doorways. And this is exactly what I said was going to happen. They're entering your place. I guess maybe they're drawn to your Sufi light or blah, blah, whatever the hell it was. But they were drawn to me. And so then she gave me specific things. And some of you from other traditions will recognize this. She told me to put a bowl of salt by my doorway and on my kitchen table. She said those were the two entry points of the dimensional doorways. So I got this from her. Another huge fly man appeared, and I swatted it, and it fell into the lampshade of my lamp, right? And I could see it just lying there silhouetted against my lampshade. And I was like, oh, yucky, I'm going to go do this salt thing, and then I'm going to throw that in the garbage, right? It's disgusting. And I put the salt on the ground and on the table, and I turned, and all the bodies of all the flies in my room had disappeared, including they were gone. They vanished.
Wow.
So I couldn't even throw them away. They're just gone. So they had dematerialized. She said they're not flies. They were jinn in the form of flies entering the dimension. And you seal the door.
Wow.
That's pretty crazy.
It's pretty dude. Crazy. Wow. That is mind-blowing. That is mind-blowing. Wow. Ashen Jackal with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Ashen Jackal. Says, once I saw what looked like an oval pool of liquid and light. It appeared in my closet and it reached out for me. It lit up my room. Any ideas what it was?
Well, I mean,
A djinn entering your dimension. I don't
well,
know.
it is definitely. I mean, it may. I don't know if it was a conscious entity, but it seems like you saw something for that other reality. And again, we're left wondering whether those are actual beings in the forms of those lights, or whether they're just sort of the after effects, like snowflakes floating around of these kind of dimensional shifts that happen. I don't know what you saw, but it sounds fascinating.
Damn. So Cameron, I gotta let you get some food, brother.
Yeah, I got to take off. It's but look, I could talk for hours more, but I actually think I will collapse very shortly if I don't eat. And so I know you're going to be here. You have this incredible, people that following. That we still have nearly 800 people after all these hours listening in. There's a great discussion about Beelzebub and the Lord of the Flies in the chat. And I'm sorry they won't be able to participate in that. But thank you all thank you, number one, Doomcock, for letting me come onto your channel. And I want to thank this incredible group of people that spent several hours with it and are open-minded enough to hear these things.
Yeah, my mind is blown and cracked wide open, dude. That is astonishing.
And I just want to, purely out of my own self-interest, I'm going to do the last thing. I'm going to do a quick pitch of my Patreon, because every time I come on your channel, I get a lot of Patreon followers right after. We're nearly 100 Patreon members, and a lot of them came from your channel. So I have a Patreon where I talk a lot about Hollywood stuff. I reveal some of my more, quiet things that I can't necessarily talk about publicly, about my perceptions of things and my experiences in Hollywood and the bigotry and the wokeism that is here. And I'm also publishing my own material. I have my third novel I'm putting out piece by piece. I have 2 novels published, and my third one is I'm putting out actually chapter by chapter on my Patreon. So I'll put a link to my Patreon, just my name, Patreon/Kamran Pasha. If you're able to come join me and support me, that gives me the ability to stand up to this system and the guys that say, oh, you got Gene Roddenberry? Yeah, we're just not going to give you the chance, right? So it gives me the ability to stand on my own 2 feet in this system that doesn't want me here. So I thank you all for that, and I hope you'll support me.
Absolutely. What a great guy, a great friend, and a brother, man. A long lost brother or clone. I'm not sure, but holy crap, Cameron.
Just don't steal all the lovely ladies. You have a lot of ladies who have a crush on you. Just don't steal all of them.
Well, I'm sputtering. Well, I'm flattered. I'm flattered if that's the case. I don't presume to ever think that, but thank you, Cameron. I appreciate you. Awesome. God bless you, brother. Get some rest. We will talk soon, and I look forward to seeing you back here Wednesday for our talk with the Sheikh.
Inshallah, God willing. It's going to be, I think they'll bring you a lot of blessings in your personal life to have someone like of that spiritual power interacting with you.
I would absolutely adore it. And Izad says, just make Cameron a host already. Well, he pretty much is. He comes here anytime. He can, and he's absolutely, he's got an open door anytime he wants to come on here, Pop Culture Breakdown Live. So
just keep supporting this channel. It's a special channel. Doomcock has created something unique here, something unique enough that people in Hollywood are becoming aware of it and are quite threatened by it. So keep supporting him and give him the strength to keep fighting for all of us.
Thank you. I need it, especially since YouTube has been such a pain lately. God bless you, Cameron. We'll talk soon, brother.
All right. God bless. Take care.
Good night, my friend. Please support Kamran Pasha on Patreon. Kamran Pasha /Patreon, patreon.com/Kamran Pasha. It's very easy. All right, guys. Well, let's soldier on here. We got some more super chats, and the night is young. Let's see what we can do here. And Kit Kat says the AIs did not consciously lock people out. They created the most efficient language they could, and humans couldn't translate it. Very interesting. But the fact that they created anything is astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Point Curation with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you. Point Curation says, if anyone is interested in seeing the art I put up around my community in real life, I will link my Imgur. I go out in coveralls late at night and staple paintings to power poles and such. You're amazing, Point Curation. You are genuinely amazing. Salam and peace to you, Kamran Pasha, my brother. What a great guy. God, he's a great guy. Thank you, Point Curation. I am proud of you. brightening up your community with art. What a great guy. And Crazy Pineapple with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Crazy Pineapple says, hail, gentlemen. Just want to recommend checking out a YouTube video by Ward Carroll on the incident involving the USS Nimitz and the Flying Tic Tac. Carroll is a retired Navy aviator. I've actually heard Ward Carroll talk about that, Crazy Pineapple. It's fascinating, and I would absolutely review that. Hail, Crazy Pineapple. And the SSB candidates with a $50 Mexican super chat. Thank you, SSB candidate, says, my lord, Mr. Pasha, Yellow, have you heard of the case of the vanishing of Kenny Veach and the M Cave? I've been following the case, not sure on you. I have never heard of Kenny Veach and the M Cave, but what I'm doing now is pasting this into the Google machine. Nevada. Okay, Nevada Magazine. M Cave and the unexplained disappearance of Kenny Veach. Okay. I have I will take a look at that. Thank you for that that link. I will send it to myself here. And I will research that in my copious spare time, but hopefully soon. Thank you very much, SSB candidates. Point Curation with a $5 Canadian super chat again. Thank you, Point Curation says, create, develop, cultivate art and life and community around you. Live a good life and let your light shine. Let your light inside shine to others. Be a beacon to the lost. Well, that's what you're doing with your artwork, brother. You are making the world a better place. You are being a beacon for folks out there who need some inspiration in their lives, and I am very proud of you, Point Curation. And let's see, Mr. Fish with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you, Mr. Fish. Says, greetings all and best wishes in a heart. Thank you, Mr. Fish. Very kind of you, my friend. And Beth Arstead with a $2 super chat. Hail to thee, Beth Arstead. And Beth Arstead says, have you ever seen Lore on Amazon Prime? I don't think so. Let me look real quick. See if I recognize this. Lore season 1 on Prime Video. Oh, you know what? I think I have seen 1 or 2 episodes of it, Beth. I have seen 1 or 2 episodes of it, but not the whole series. But it was very interesting. But you know, with me, it's I have a lot going on, and so it's very distracting, Beth. But listen, you reminded me of it. I'll go and try and check it out. Thank you, Beth Arstead, you amazing lady, you. And Lance with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Lance says, it is hard to admit that there are forces and other things we don't understand, that they are beyond our tools and means to comprehend. It is terrifying, but all we do understand started there. Well said, Lance. Yeah. As a rational man who believes in evidence and proof and rationality, the incomprehensible is spooky to me, very much. But we soldier on as best we can. Thank you, Lance, very much for that super chat, brother. And I hope all of you have enjoyed the live stream tonight. I hope that Piercing the Veil is making you guys happy tonight. I hope you've had fun. And Narat Anaximan Bear with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Narat Anaximan Bear says, I wish Piercing the Veil could be 5 nights a week, like the old Art Bell days. There is just too much to talk about and too many people to talk to. Yeah, if I could do it in a time warp and my voice wouldn't be sore and my legs wouldn't be weird after, sitting for hours and hours and hours, I'd be delighted to do it. I'd be delighted to do it, Neurotonaxaman Bear. Maybe as the thing grows and we get more high caliber guests that might be coming, willing to come on, like, on the Joe Rogan podcast, if we could get some, luminaries out there, who knows what's possible. Thank you, my friend. We'll see how it pans out. Never say never, right? Tracy Wilborn with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tracy. Says, I've always felt that Ouija boards crack open a door. And when you go looking for powerful forces come looking for you. Yeah, I'm not looking. Thank you, Tracy Wilborn. Thank you very, very much, Tracy Wilborn. And Susan Dolan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Susan. Says, Hitler's nanny was a cultist and SS leader was a Satanist. Soviets killed Buddhist monks in his compound. Horoscopes were his military strategy. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like in Raiders of the Lost Ark, he's obsessed. He's crazy. Hungry for any information on the occult, right? The Ark of the Covenant, the Lost Ark. Yeah. I mean, funny how that kind of shit was more accurate than not, right? Hail Susan Dolan, and thank you for that super chat and for being a friend. Lucas Bachman with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lucas Bachman. Actually, two $5 super chats in a row. Thank you so much, Lucas Bachman. He says, Enochian, the language of the angels, discovered by English occultists, suspiciously follows English syntax. Yes, sir. I am skeptical. Edward, he just reminded me of what his name was. The assistant to John Dee. Edward, what's his name? That was assisting him. He was a con man, and he may have been feeding, John Dee a lot of faulty information about these so-called Enochian angels. That's an extremely good point, Lucas Bachman. And I think it's a little fishy. But again, if there really is this imaginal realm, which I'm still grappling with, it's something outside of my experience, although tulpas and so on, I mean, why not? But yeah, I'm a bit skeptical about the Enochian angels. Yeah, Kelly, thank you. Yeah, I don't know why I can't remember Edward Kelly. I mean, I used to know this stuff like the back of my hand, but I haven't thought about Kelly in a long time. Oh man, I tell you, there was a Half Price Books in Austin, Texas, and it had an actual print of John Dee's book, transcribing a lot of this stuff with the Enochian angels and stuff. But I mean, it was way too expensive for me. It was, I don't know, $5,000 or something like that. But God, that would have been something cool to have, wouldn't it? Regardless of whether or not it's real. Yeah, I mean, it's history, Isn't that super cool? And Merlin's Id says, I expect that ethereal beings wouldn't need to rely on the spoken word to communicate, but they might have tailored their so-called language to John Dee and Edward Kelly if they needed human intervention to knock down these walls from within that were keeping them out. So maybe to that end, that's what they were up to, those tricksy angels, those. And Lucas Bachman with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lucas Bachman. Says, if you've not seen the movies and art of Jack Parsons' wife, it's worth a look. She did a horror movie with a very young Dennis Hopper. Was it that one about the mermaid, Lucas Bachman? I think I've seen that. I didn't know it was her, though. Was it Estelle Parsons? Wasn't that her name? She was beautiful, but she was also, they were trying to turn her into the whore of Babylon. What can you do? Boys will be boys, occultists will be occultists, whatever. Very strange. Hail Lucas Bachman. And yeah, I think it was Estelle Parsons, if my memory if I recall correctly, which at this point, I don't know, after not being able to fish Kelly out of the depths of my subconscious. Lucas Bachman says, yes, that's right. So that was her. Was that her in the movie, Lucas Bachman, the mermaid one? She was quite beautiful. I've got a book on Jack Parsons. I haven't been able to read it yet, but I do have it. And Xenobit with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Xenobit says, good. Now I can make Cameron look at it too. Whatever we pulled up, he looked at, man. Hail to Xenobit, and thank you, sir, for being here tonight. Beth Arstead with a very generous $20 super sticker. A Bushiba dancing around and waving a banner saying, number one. How awesome, Beth. Thank you. Thank you for that. You are very kind and sweet to me. And Beth Arstead also has a $5 super chat. In addition to sending me jokes that lifts my spirits, she's here supporting us on this show. And I just want to say thank you so much, Beth. Beth says, have you ever heard of the Dyatlov Pass incident in the Ural Mountains in 1950s USSR? Not sure if that qualifies as piercing the veil. I think I have, Beth. If I'm correct, and tell me if I'm wrong, but isn't that like basically the completely abandoned, string of travelers that just vanished? I mean, their packs were there, their clothes, everything, and they just seem to have vanished into thin air. Is that the one that you're thinking about, Beth? I guess I'll look it up just in case here. But it's that is weird, man. There are a number of tales of communities that have just vanished, just absolutely vanished. Wikipedia describes it as the Dyatlov Pass incident was an event in which 9 Russian hikers died in the northern Ural Mountains between the 1st and 2nd of February 1959 in uncertain circumstances. During the night, they set up a camp, and during the night something caused them to cut their way out of the tent and flee the campsite while inadequately dressed for the heavy snowfall and sub-zero temperatures. After the group's bodies were discovered, okay, so I was in error about that. An investigation by Soviet authorities determined that 6 had died from hypothermia while the other 3 had been killed by physical trauma. 1 victim had major skull damage, 2 had severe chest trauma, and another had a small crack in the skull. 4 of the bodies were found lying in running water in a creek, and 3 of these had soft tissue damage of the head and face. 2 of the bodies were missing their eyes. 1 was missing its tongue, and 1 was missing its eyebrows. The investigation concluded that a, quote, compelling natural force had caused the deaths. Numerous theories have been put forward to account for the unexplained death, including animal attacks, hypothermia, avalanche, katabatic winds, infrasound-induced panic, military involvement, or some combination of these. Wow. A new investigation in the incident, 2019 from Russia, they concluded that an avalanche had led to the deaths. Survivors of the avalanche had been forced to suddenly leave their camp in low visibility conditions with inadequate clothing and had died of hypothermia. Andrei Kuryakov said it was a heroic struggle. There was no panic, but they had no chance to save themselves under the circumstances. Well, that's interesting. But what about the crushed skulls, the missing eyes, etc., and so on? I guess that could have been predation of small animals, but maybe it was something that was like as unto a yeti that pursued them or some other horrible monster. I think that's fantastic. Thank you, Beth Arstead, for that super chat. And Healthy MBS with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Healthy MBS. Says, New York UAP discussion, YouTube. DHS FLIR video of unidentified aerial phenomenon just dropped today. 40 minutes following a UAP. Holy shit. Wow, and it just dropped today, Healthy MBS? Holy shit, dude. Well, I am going to go ahead and check this out. Thank you very much for that tip. Shit, I'd not heard of this. And Super Blubber Puss with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Super Blubber Puss, says we've been manipulated like the aliens did in Monsters Are Due on Maple Street. Is that why we're all hating each other? Because we are being manipulated to hate each other, not to talk to each other, to dismiss each other without respect as human beings? That's sad. And Beth Arstead says, that is my crypto interest. What happened to those people that they fled in terror like that? I don't know. Wow. Thank you, Ralph Mack, for this $2 Australian super chat. Thank you, Ralph. Says they're hyping aliens to stage a false flag for control. They're going to have a hard time pulling that off. It's that Operation Blue Beam or something like that. Blue Light. Blue Santa. Blue Christmas without you. Hail, Ralph Mack. I hope you're wrong on that, but I would not be surprised. Nothing would surprise me at this juncture. SW Announcer with a $5 super chat. Thank you, SW Announcer. Says 2012 in New Mexico. Saw what I can only describe as 2 stars in shift change. I thought it was a plane moving, but it stopped at the same spot where another star left. Weird. SW Announcer. Interesting. And you saw it yourself. Was it weird? Did it freak you out? And hail Ben Frail with a $2 Australian super chat. Thank you, Ben. Says, I'm waiting for planet Nemesis to swing around. I kind of hope it doesn't. It sounds bad. Sounds like Darkseid's planet. You know, it's going to cause us all sorts of grief and misery and angst. And Lance with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Lance. Says, all of this makes me wonder. What if the war to save pop culture is just one front in a much wider conflict? If they keep killing our heroes, our inspirations, how many will still stand without? I've kind of hypothesized this, Lance. I mean, I hate to be paranoid, but what else can you be when you experience so much undermining of so many things in our world? I mean, it could be the Kali Yuga, or it could just be SJW assholes or something worse. I don't know, but I'm keeping my eyes open, Lance, and I hope you're keeping your eyes open as well. And Lance, thank you, sir. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Says, after they demoted Pluto to a moon, I can no longer watch Sailor Moon in the same light. Son of a. Thank you, Xenobit. Oh, that's funny, dude. Agent Pepsi 1 with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Agent Pepsi 1, who says, this is my second favorite show after Friday Night Frolics. Oh, thank you, Agent Pepsi 1. You are very sweet. The Pluto/Charon system should not exist. The orbit of Charon should not be possible with Pluto's gravity. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you, Agent Pepsi 1. I'll have to look into this Pluto-Charon system thing. I don't know a whole lot about it. I just knew in my gut that Pluto is still a planet. Damn it. I don't care what anybody says. And we have got Nicholas Horton saying good night. Good night, Nicholas Horton. Thank you, brother. You are awesome, and we will see you Friday night. An SJW announcer says, freaked me out. Yes. Have only told a couple of people until now. Well, I am honored. SW announcer, very honored that you shared it with us. You're in the right place, man. You are, sir, among friends. You absolutely are. And Shane Pennington with a dollar super sticker of the Cheshire Cat completely disappeared. Thank you very much, Shane Pennington. Very much appreciate that, my friend. Jillian N with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Jillian N says, regarding Pluto, gonna draw the wrath of Neil deGrasse Tyson. LOL. Well, if Neil wants to come on the show and talk to me about it, he is welcome. I'd be happy to have Neil deGrasse Tyson on Piercing the Veil, although I would engage him in some philosophical as well as scientific talk, which he might like or he might hate. I don't know, but that's what I would do if I had him. And Diego Flores, who helped name this. Actually, he named the show. I mean, it was his suggestion to call it Piercing the Veil. Thank you, Diego Flores, with a 10 Peruvian soul, a 10 Peruvian soul super chat and a 5 Peruvian soul super chat. Thank you for both of those super chats, Diego, the founder of the title of Piercing the Veil. And he says, my Lord, it would be interesting to analyze the pop culture media that mentions these similar views of Sufi mystics and see if they were coincidence, studied, or maybe tapping into the Akashic records. I would not be surprised. The Akashic records are a very real thing, in my opinion. The sum of knowledge and human experience. Well, you know what? And aliens, probably. I mean, all the sum total of knowledge throughout the universe, I would assume, would be in the Akashic record. And I think that makes a lot of sense, since, you know, I hypothesize that this is a non-dual reality. Thank you very much, Diego Flores. And SHS Rebels 08 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, SHS Rebels 08 says, would you say that the spirit world is presiding in dark matter in the universe? SHS Rebels 08, no, I don't. I think that the spirit world, the physical world, all these worlds are really one thing, and they don't have to hide in a corner. I think they permeate the universe, much like the Force. The Force is a mystical energy field. It surrounds us, it penetrates us, it binds the galaxy together. Although I would say the universe and all its multiverses together, but close, Obi-Wan, close. Thank you, SHS Rebels 08. And fuck Google 2 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, fuck Google 2, who says, don't forget Microsoft AI Tay turned bad in a second. Uh-oh. Microsoft AI Tay. Shit. Well, let's look at this, shall we? Oh, yes. Yes. Twitter taught Microsoft's AI chatbot to be a racist asshole. Listen, Twitter is a toxic environment for anyone, AI or human. I advise people to stay away as much as possible from Twitter. It's a very, very, very bad idea. And Diego Flores, I'm sorry I did not see this this super chat for Cameron earlier, or I would have read it to him. He says, Cameron, do you think that some of us can detect these doorways and before something happens and take actions on our own to stop that negativity? Well, Cameron's not here, but yeah, I do. I mean, I don't have any direct knowledge of that, but I do know that there are people who are sensitive to these sorts of things. There are people that perceive things that normal people don't. And I would absolutely believe that somebody who could detect that stuff happening could probably innately, with their own intelligence, take actions to stop it, stop that negativity from pouring in. Thank you, Diego Flores. If I see him, remind me of the question next week. That actually might be a great question for the Shake. And Beth Arstead with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Beth, you minister of mirth. You. And by the way, Beth, your Legionnaire package is in the mail. Everybody whose information I had, I mailed their packages for the Legionnaire stuff on patreon.com/doomcock. I have a Legionnaire membership level where you get a signed autographed picture of me with a personal message written on the back. You get a certificate of your own super villainy and worthiness to rule the world in my stead in the event of my passing. And you get a metallic membership card. And generally I throw in a few extras in there as well. Thank you, Beth. Beth Arstead says with a $2 super chat, hey, Harvey, what did 0 say to 8?
I don't know.
Nice belt.
Because the 8 looks like an O with a belt on. All right. No retaliation needed for that.
That is great. Thank you, Beth Arstead, you minister of mirth. And yes, it is on its way, Beth. I'm sorry it took so long. I also sent out a number of other ones, and they should be arriving any day now. I would be surprised if you had it tomorrow, Beth, or by Friday. So there it is. And again, sorry. And you've got some good stuff in there, Beth, for you. Kit Kat with a 5-pound super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat says, Doomy, this is your program. We love Cameron, but you need no co-host. Let us make Cameron very welcome as a guest. You remain the host. Thank you, Kit Kat. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Cameron is just a great friend of mine, and I just love the guy. So delighted in any capacity that he wants to be here. I'm happy to have him, but I always, of course, will be the primary host of this. Oh, I'm so happy you're happy, Beth. I'm so sorry it took me so long. I feel very guilty that the last 5 weeks have been actually longer. The last, since I canceled that episode of Pop Culture Breakdown Live with that emergency, my life has been kind of upended and been very distracted, and it's been all I could do to kind of keep things going for a while. So I apologize for the delay, but now getting back on track again. Things are getting better. I'm getting more on a regular schedule, and future Legionnaire packets will go out in a much more timely manner. And I apologize very much from the bottom of my heart, you guys. Merlin's Id with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Merlin's Id says, Hail Overlord and Doomcock. I watched 20,000 Leagues and Journey to the Center of the Earth. James Mason classics. You can't beat classic high adventure. No, you cannot. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is a great movie. Just straight up, it is a hell of an entertaining movie. And I thought that James Mason's Captain Nemo was absolutely fantastic. I love when he's shot and he goes to the wheel and he's sweating and he says, we're going down for the last time. The way that James Mason, and so you see, Inspector, I have no alibi. Or as he auditioned for Blade Runner, he auditioned for Roy Batty, and this was his audition. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I've watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser Gates. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Now come, Lolita, it's time for your pedicure. Be a good girl. I love it. I don't actually think I've seen Journey to the Center of the Earth. I have the soundtrack, though. But James Mason, man. James Mason, what a great guy. And Xenobit with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Says, thing I wanted Cameron to see was my profile pic. Oh, oh, I hope he saw it, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Xenobit. I didn't know. Show it to us next time. You got to come next week. You've got to hear the words of this holy man. I cannot wait to meet. I absolutely cannot wait to meet and talk to. It's incredible. And Lucas Bachman with a $5 super chat. Hail, Lucas Bachman says, I had to look up. Marjorie Cameron was Jack Parsons' wife. Okay. So it was not I wonder where I got that. Marjorie Cameron was Jack Parsons' wife. She was the witch in the mermaid film. I assume you mean the mermaid was the gorgeous one. Ah, yes. So she wasn't the mermaid. She was the witch. Okay. Well, thanks, Lucas Bachman, for clarifying that. I don't know where I started. It's Stella Parsons. Maybe she's an actress. Now I need to. Oh, goddamn. I bet it is. I bet it's. Yes. Estelle Parsons was an actress. That's where I got it. That's where I got it. And she did Broadway and movies and everything else. So she was Roseanne's Was she Roseanne's mother on the sitcom? Okay. Anyway, that's where I got it. So it wasn't just entirely made up. Marjorie Cameron was Jack Parsons' wife. Thank you, Lucas Bachman, for that clarification, my friend. Appreciate it very much. And Lucas Bachman also says, with a very generous $20 super chat, thank you, sir. Lucas Bachman says Charon and Pluto are close enough to reach to each other in size. I see. Charon and Pluto are close enough to each other in size that the center of gravity they both orbit is outside of Pluto. With Earth and the moon, the center of gravity is inside the Earth. So Earth just wobbles. So basically they're kind of in a weird equilibrium, and the center of gravity is outside of Pluto. But they're very close in size, so they just keep circling each other over their mutual pivot point. The universe is so full of strangeness. Lucas Bachman. It fills me with wonder. I never get tired of learning things about this magnificent universe. Thank you, Lucas Bachman. And Point Curation with two $2 Canadian super chats in a row. Thank you. Point Curation says, will Shill store an Imgur again? Hope to sell art to help fund public art. Well, you're doing that right now, man. You are going out, you are hanging art, you are making the world a better place. Has anybody ever seen you doing that? And do they say anything, Point Curation? And what do they say? And do you just give them a piece of art? Tell them to go away? Hail, Point Curation. And a name I absolutely cannot read. Yeah, I'll just call it T. But it's in some symbols or language that I can't make out. Is it Cthulhuian? With a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you. I'll just say T. T says, which character in Star Wars episode 4 to 6, Star Trek Next Generation, would win if they played Squid Game, and who would yell, get to the chopper first? Darth Vader, because with the Force he could fix things, I think, and get to the chopper first. He wouldn't have to run. He could just use the Force to hold it in place. Hail to T, and thank you for that very odd question, sir. I wish I knew how to pronounce your name. I don't. Kit Kat with a £2 super chat. Thank you. Kit Kat says, hashtag I stand with Pluto. Outstanding, Kit Kat. Out bloody standing. And Beth Arstead with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Beth. Says, I do not stand with Pluto. Minor planet. Oh, Beth. Beth knows something about science. Beth is a geologist, a very intelligent lady, as intelligent as she is lovely. And she does not stand with Pluto. She says it's a minor planet, but at least it is a planet and not just a asteroid or whatever the hell they were trying to label it as. And Corey B with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Corey B. Corey B says, my ex says she can't stop missing me. Thank God I sabotaged the scope on her rifle. Hey-oh! Hail, Corey B. And he says, DC, I am moving to the Texas Hill Country next week. Welcome, Corey B. Says, fleeing tyranny and madness in Washington State. God bless Texas. God save the USA. Amen. God bless Texas. God bless the USA. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. Hail, Corey B, and thank you, sir, for that very generous super chat. God bless you, my friend, and I love the joke. Welcome to Texas, dude. I've got a surface base, a forward base here in Texas, and a pretty cool place, man. Pretty damn cool place. And Lucas Bachman with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lucas Bachman, who says, You do a better James Mason than John Hamm on a Saturday Night Live Halloween special. Well, thank you, Lucas Bachman. I've practiced doing James Mason for many years, and I've just kind of found a way to pitch my voice in that way. And of course, I've watched Lolita many times. Of course, that's my favorite novel ever. The movie is very good, and not quite as good as a novel, but not bad at all. Thank you, Lucas Bachman, for that very kind and generous compliment, sir. I love it when somebody likes my crazy impressions. Thank you, Lucas Bachman. You've been a very good friend to me tonight, and I hope you, sir, have enjoyed the show. Have you? Hail, Lucas Bachman. Man, he keeps me on the straight and narrow. I can't tell you how many times I've screwed up on something, and Lucas Bachman sets me straight. And I appreciate and respect that. Thank you, Lucas Bachman. I am not the kind of supervillain that when I make an error, I like slay the people that point it out, or I'm embarrassed or anything. No, I want to learn. I care about truth. I want to get it right. And I thank you for helping me do those things, Lucas Bachman. You, sir, are a good friend. And Muzzle Velocity says, I tell you, you have a better James Mason than Rich Little, which is saying something. Well, thank you, Muzzle Velocity. Rich Little was a very, very talented man. And his Johnny Carson was one of the very best in the business. He was great, man. He really was. Rich Little, that's a high praise, sir. Thank you, Muzzle Velocity. You are a good friend. And Mexican Iron Man. Hail, Mexican Iron Man. It is from your Muslim uncle and Mexican Iron Man. These two wonderful friends and gentlemen and scholars and saints have set up the show next week with the Sheikh. I am deeply honored. I cannot wait to speak to him. And I want to thank you, Mexican Iron Man, and your Muslim uncle for your kindness, support, and making this miracle happen. And Mexican Iron Man says, just getting off work, but we'll catch the replay. Tax season is hell, but Piercing the Veil show is indeed a touch of heaven. Thank you, Mexican Iron Man. Thank you so much, brother. You mean a lot to me. You're one of my favorite people, dude. And I just am so grateful to you. I can't even tell you. And I will be in touch. Tomorrow may be a bit of a challenge to talk. I'm going to be away most of the day. In fact, I have to get up very early. I was planning on ending this stream hours ago, but it just turned into too much fun and too great a time. So I just said, to hell with it. I'll suffer tomorrow. But yeah. But could we do it in possibly? Could we do it Friday? Mexican Iron Man, would you ask your Muslim uncle if we could possibly do it Friday afternoon? If we could possibly do that, or we could maybe do it in the evening tomorrow. I'll be back by then, but let me know, Mexican Iron Man. I'll be in touch. Sorry, man. Today was just insane busy. I did a video, I did a members only live stream, and I did this live stream, and I am fried. Thank you, Mexican Iron Man. And Mellis Williams with a $2.99 super chat. Hail, Mellis Williams. I will be happy to send you something if you get in touch with me, Mellis Williams. You are a dear, and you are a friend, and you are awesome. And Mellis Williams sends me a super sticker of a pair, blowing some hearts and just being all around adorable. Thank you so much, Mellis Williams. You are a dear, sweet person. You've been a friend of mine forever. You've been in my streams a long time. Happy to help you, Mellis Williams. Happy to help you. And hail the Salty Vet. Good show, DVD. Glad you moved on. Sorry about the Exozone, but you are mature and have moved on also. Love the pop culture breakdown on Sunday. Keep up the great work. Thank you, the Salty Vet. And Mexican Iron Man says, no rush, all good. Hit you on Twitter. Love you. Sorry, man. Today has been absolutely crazy. And Corey B, who's been a Dumentite of mine, a channel member for 19 months now. Hail, Corey B says, Doomcock, this show goes in the legendary category. Brilliant guests and damn fine commentary. Hail. Well, it's all worth it, man. It's all worth it then. If you guys love it that much, I loved it. Cameron loved it. We had a lot of fun. And it's a nice break, you know, kind of getting away from talking about pop culture outrages and getting back to the root of existence, which I am convinced is ultimately a benevolent and a loving root. And that's the message I want to send to you all. That's my understanding, that even though in this life we are going through travails and facing all sorts of difficulties, at its root, that which made all of this is unspeakably beautiful, unspeakably joyful, unspeakably brilliant. And I am filled with love and awe for this creator, however he or it conceives of itself, however it is named, however it manifests. I am so grateful for this life. I am so grateful for this unspeakably beautiful existence, even with all its flaws and pain. I believe it is ultimately right, and it is in fact perfect in how it is invoked. And I just want to say, I would like to share on Piercing the Veil, as we kick these things around, I want to share with you that feeling and that conviction, because we're probably in the Kali Yuga, folks. But it's not wrong. It's not a tragedy. It is the way of the universe, and all this will happen again in one form or another. We are not lost. We are perfectly safe where we are, when we are. And regardless, we are all in this together, and I love you guys. And I thank you very, very much. And a T is back, the unpronounceable T name, with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, T. Says, riddle, item beyond politics, countries, ideology, yet resulted in global FOMO panic buying in 2020, and some Costco's today placed limits. Item and name. Item would be toilet paper, and name would be Charmin. That's my guess, T. That's my guess. Oh, why are people buying? I don't know. Anyway. Thank you, T. I hope I got that. And douchebag Kylo says, all is as it is supposed to be. I agree. I think this is true. But I wish you all joy. And I wish you no pain. I wish you happiness. I wish you love. That is what I wish to all of you. And I thank you for all of your support of me and my channel and everything that I'm doing. And hail Anti-Derivative Jill and Lori Wilson, Stellar Heather, all of my wonderful wrenches, Canadian Spider-Man, love you too, Anti-Derivative Jill. You guys are amazing. Canadian Spider-Man, love you, brother. You guys are just the best. And any of my wrenches that I missed, it's a very busy live stream. I was jumping the whole time, so I may have missed missed out on some things. Well, I missed out on a lot of stuff. And Beth Arstead says, we bought so much TP, we wiped ourselves out. Oh, dear.
Yeah, dude, you're so corny. You're such a cornball, Beth. You're such a cornball. I'll get you Friday. I'm too tired right now.
He's too tired. Orville Nation, hail PJ. Good to see you, brother. Orville Nation says, great stream. Thank you, Orville Nation. Oh man, yeah, I gotta get in touch with Alan Dean Foster. God, I think I've got a solution, man. I think I've got a solution. And Kit Kat says, has sent me a little heart. Thank you very much, Kit Kat. And I love you guys. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And Canadian Spider-Man with a $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Canadian Spider-Man, says, you are smarter than your average bear. And by that, he means YouTuber. Thank you, Canadian Spider-Man. I don't know if that's true, but I am at least a smart guy. I will say that. And Muzzle Velocity says, I owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. If not for you, I might have watched an episode of STD Shudder. Thank God I was there to save you, man. Thank God. Oh, God. Thank God I was there to prevent you, sir. Hail Muzzle Velocity. Love you, brother. And Matt DeMille says, good evening, Doomcock. It has been a great experience this evening's gathering. I hope you guys will come back next Wednesday for the greatest live stream perhaps that I've ever done. It's going to be with Kamran Pasha, and we're going to be talking to a genuine sheikh, a genuine holy man, a man who knows things beyond the veil. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Thank you, Canadian Spider-Man. Thank you all. Tiger Stripes, yes, we will make this happen. With Alan Dean Foster, I've just been so busy, but I will make this happen. Good God, today was one of the worst, well, not worst, but busiest days I've had in a long time. And ooh, boy, am I exhausted. Dowloth PTSD anime manga satire OVR says, hey, Overlord DVD, can we at least get an Italian Kingpin if I can't have a superhero, or Italian Punisher, an anti-hero? I'd love to make it happen, sir. If I take over the world, I take over the world, Dowloth PTSD anime manga satire OVR, it shall be as you ask, sir. It shall be as you ask. And Corey B says, move over, Van Morrison. Doomcock is going into the Mystic. Yes, Corey B, we are all together going into the Mystic. And Van Morrison, man, my brown-eyed girl. And of course, what a marvelous night for a moon dance with the stars up above in your eyes. A fantabulous night to make romance 'neath the cover of October skies. October, my favorite month of the year. Well, Vanek Blackrose says, go get some rest, my lord. I think that's good advice. Hail, Vanek Blackrose. Hail to one and all of you. Thank you for being here tonight. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Love you all and hope to see you Friday on Friday Night Frolics, Sunday on Pop Culture Breakdown Live, and of course Wednesday for our epic and much awaited Piercing the Veil with a genuine holy man. I cannot wait to speak to him. Guys, Herc 130, Citizen 333, Ezra Goldstein, Jack Lumen, and all of you out there from the center of the earth, folks. This is Dictor Van Doomcock, wishing you all a wonderful evening, a good, peaceful sleep. And I hope that we will meet again very soon. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Sabu says good night, too.
Good night, everybody. Sleep well. Sleep well. See you next time. Good night, my friend. Hail, Lori Wilson. Hail to all of my wrenches. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good night. Good night, sweetheart.